Welcome to DAX Machina. Join us as we explore the mysteries of this world. Cryptids, monsters, macabre tales, and horror stories abound. Could they be true? Are monsters real?
Good evening, folks, and thank you guys for joining us on another edition of DAX Machina. Joining me in the house tonight, we have Robbie Rip Rains, host of What's Really Out There, and one of my main co-hosts here on DAX Machina. And joining us again for part 2 are the awesome guys from the Strange Road podcast. The awesome Mikey and Bub's return for a part 2. They are gluttons for punishment. They didn't get enough punishment the first time. They're back for round 2. Guys, how are you doing?
Oh, amazing, DA.
Fantastic.
Robbie, it's great to be here, man.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
I love it.
Glad
I
y'all here,
was
man.
actually jamming out to the intro music. I was like, heck yeah. I was getting pumped.
That countdown gets you adrenaline.
I like that
dude.
song.
Yeah.
That's a good rip. No, great, great. Doing excellent.
That's just the generic music that comes with the countdown from StreamYard. I can't take any credit for that.
Well,
Fits the show perfectly.
Yeah, I like it. Whatever's happening there got me. Well, we get tuned up before the show a little bit too, right? We get the chance to talk, and Mike and I have already had the chance to talk. We did our strange happenings tonight, so that, and I just downed a coffee cake muffin. I just realized what I do is I don't eat enough, and that's why I like run out of energy during some of these shows. I'm like, I forget to eat.
Fuel the tank.
So I was like, I just ripped a muffin down, so I'm good to go. I don't even need a coffee at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, I'm all set to go with a big thing of sweet tea, and should I run out of that, I have a whole bottle of Irish whiskey at my feet. So,
Hey, man, we like bourbon. We like whiskey over here.
We'll know when the tea runs out.
Yep.
well, I might let it get a little low and then like top it back off. Irish whiskey and sweet tea, really a pretty good combination.
There we go. I like that.
Try that.
Cryptid cocktails.
There you go. So, how you guys been?
We've been great. Been
Burning both ends of the candle as always.
Yeah. We decided to pile 4 live streams on our plate this week with gigs and some other things that are happening later this month. Or coming up in the next really 3-4 weeks, we've got some big gigs, and we're trying to just pile as many shows and
whatever that euphemism
get
or
some
saying
things in the
is
can.
of, man's grasp exceeds his reach.
Yeah.
We're at that point where we're going, you know what? We got things kind of worked out. We, starting out and getting back into it and getting the show formats down and kind of what we were doing, and even the strange happenings coming into play. A lot of people kind of look at what we're doing like, man, you guys are already, rocking. It's like, we just feel like we're still kind of getting our bearings and, kicking off the braces like Forrest Gump, we're trying to get to that full on sprint, but it's been a lot of fun. We've had people like yourself and Robbie to have us on, and
we want to thank
shoot
all
the
your
breeze.
listeners
Oh my God.
that helped us get to a really
100%.
awesome milestone in YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Going
That
on
was
your show the
definitely-
last time, a couple weeks back on the Wild Wednesday,
Yeah.
where we saw quite a bit of jump in subscribers.
You could say the Strange Road bus picked up a few hitchhikers that night, like,
yeah,
for sure.
So thank you to anybody that's in the chat and watching.
guys rock.
You guys are awesome.
Your mods
we
rock.
Really appreciate you
Your
guys.
audience
Oh,
members
yeah.
rock.
The moderators in the chat, we're just blown away by.
Yeah.
You guys do a heck of a job.
Yeah, it's
Greg
very
and
welcoming.
Tombstone. Yes.
Yeah.
Lene, you guys are awesome.
You guys absolutely rock.
But yeah, we're doing good, man. We're kicking it. We're excited for this one. It's great to be back.
100%. Yeah, it's round 2. Bring on the strange, bring on the unknown. Like I've got questions ready. I'm interested.
Blew our minds last week with the photos and what we watched
that last
after
week?
or 2 weeks ago.
Okay,
Sorry.
I was about to say, if that happened, I had a time slip
Yeah.
that we need to talk about right now.
Such a great time.
I don't remember a week. The last one, that's what I said. We were just like, Robbie bowed out, no offense, at 1 a.m.
Like 2.5 hours in. It was long.
And then DA was just like, you channeled some serious Randy Marsh, like I didn't hear no bell yet energy. Like we just kept at it. And I was like, I'm all for it. And then we even had more discussion afterwards. And that happens a lot, right? Like the audience at home, what they get to see and experience sadly, I hate to say we get, and like you said, we're gluttons for it. We get some before the show interaction. We get some after the show interaction. We have interaction leading up to the show. Like there's a lot cooking for each one of these episodes, but that before and after, that's when some of the crazier conversations happen, because you know, at that point you're like, you don't have to think about so much of I can't talk about this on air, I can't show this on air, whatever it is. And it's kind of like that green room behind the scenes where it's just like, you want to talk about, like, I was like, okay, I thought my mind was blown in the show episode. You blew my mind again in the post show episode.
That was fun.
But yeah, you guys just thoroughly, you know, charged us up. You know, we hit on so many different talking points, which is what we like, which is why it is the strange road. We don't want to be into just one area or the other. We have a lot of interest. So kind of more
like
that
you guys too.
Right. Kind of more of that 40 approach, right? You know, of a broad interest.
Yeah, we like to look at all kinds of mysteries. I mean, granted, we do focus a lot on cryptids because that's always going to be kind of near and dear to my heart. And a lot of our viewers really enjoy the cryptid stuff, but it's not all we focus on. I mean, we've done alien shows, we've done ghost shows, you know, because our like you guys are saying, our interests are varied. And you know, it's interesting to see where these conversations go, because sometimes, like you were saying, these organic conversations take on a life of their own, and next thing you know, you're talking about something you weren't even planning about talking about in the first place.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's like, it might be like this, right? If I know I'm going to a certain restaurant in town, I might think to myself, man, I'm going to eat this, but you know, if they change the menu enough or what have you, I go into it with the expectation of what I might or ideally want out of it. And then I might get totally sucker punched by some other, you know, entree or this or that. And that's why I'm thinking about this. You know, we come in with it with an expectation of what we kind of would hit on, or if you have a guest, you know, you kind of have these points where you want to like make sure that you hit. In this, it's more of like, we know the areas we can go to and just almost just start opening up any conversation on. And even there, you don't have to know the area. You can probably just start talking about something that I don't even know about, but I'm going to be interested in. You know, I don't stop being curious. It just doesn't stop.
That's one of the things I enjoy most about this field is, you know, the I would just refer to it as this field. It's, you know, I don't just mean cryptids. I don't mean paranormal. I mean all things weird. When you really get down to it, is when you talk to people that share similar interests and are willing to listen to not only your crazy theories but expound on their own crazy theories. You not only do you get to share that information, but you look at things from points of view you probably wouldn't have considered before. I mean, you know, none of us claim to have all the answers. You know, we say it all the time in here. There are no experts in this field, and anybody that claims to be an expert is either lying flat out or trying to sell you something. But you know, there are no experts, and really all we've got is theory. And to me, that's the coolest part, is about, you know, exchanging these ideas and learning more of these theories.
Right.
Absolutely.
No one's holding all the cards.
Right.
Absolutely.
No. And you know. But that's what's kind of fun about it, is talking to people who have a little bit, you know, DA and I agree on just about everything, but there's been some times we've had different opinions.
Sure.
But we talk about them and they're like, oh, well, I didn't think about that. And, you know, that's the fun part of it to me, is talking to like-minded people and figuring things out and saying, well, you know what, I didn't think about that. That kind of makes sense.
Oh yeah. And time again, that's
happens all the time.
Yeah.
You know, having an open mind entering into a conversation is helpful. You know, you guys do a good job, and we try to when we have someone on, we're not trying to disprove you.
I just want to hear your story.
Tell us your story. I'm not here to debate you. I'm not trying to, you know, discount anything, your story or your information, or push back. Just tell us what your experiences are, and we're going to be supportive.
If we haven't experienced it, how can we have an opinion on it? Right? Like, you know, great example. I broke my arm. I know what that feels like. When I was a nurse, I couldn't really understand how bad that hurt for a patient. I didn't really fully understand it. I could kind of get there, but I still couldn't fully understand it. And not like I want to break another bone, but it's a great experience. Like, it gave me a lot of understanding of what people are going through in extreme pain or distress. Like, you know, it comes from that area of going, oh, well, that sounds like nonsense to me, so it can't be real. It's like, that what? No, like you haven't done it. And I'm not saying try everything. Don't go base jumping if you're not prepared for it or what have you.
Right.
But it's hard to discount somebody's lived experience by just saying, I don't believe you.
Yep. That's
Right.
where I'm at.
Right.
We need to get on a Sasquatch hunt
Oh,
and
God,
go
I
on
would
in
love
the
to.
field, because we
I
can
would
talk
love
about
to.
all these things, but I've never experienced that.
Is
And,
Sasquatch like guitar?
Because
I'm
and
bringing
Well,
guitar.
speaking
got
of-
Does
brought
that
up
draw 'em
today
in?
on the Cryptid Huntress
What?
for us to come out on a
Are you
hunt.
serious?
So
Hey man,
I'm open to
I've
it,
got the
and
gear, I've got the packs, I've got
we
the
have
shoes,
camera
the
gear.
headlamps,
I'm
I've
down.
got it all.
I'm gonna tell you something, guys, and DA can tell you this too. Sitting there and talking about it is fun, but
Right.
once you get out there
Right.
and then something happens,
Don't get me wrong, I might be scared shitless,
yeah,
full on.
but you're never going to be more alive, because it's like, and I don't know if y'all heard the show Saturday night when I kind of I don't think I went over this part today but when I was talking about it on our show on Saturday night, I told DA, I said, for a split second I was that 8-year-old kid in my great grandparents' house again for a split second.
Wow.
I don't get scared too much, but for a split second when that stuff turned off, or that sound turned off, and I got that feeling that we weren't out there by ourselves.
Mhm.
For that split second, I was that little kid looking through that room and seeing out that screen door that thing doing this again,
Wow.
and that's when I got all the
Oh, yeah.
the hair on the back of my neck, even though I don't have any hair on my head, standing up, and goosebumps. But immediately regained control and knew what was going on. But for that split second, that was that 8-year-old kid again.
Pretty,
all those fear and that emotion, kind of rushed back. And I've kind of heard Fred talk about that. Anytime he talks about it, that he relives it. Usually, I don't relive it because I guess the nature of my job, I get used to telling stuff and kind of detaching myself from it.
Right.
But standing out there and actually experiencing that again, there was no detachment. I was in the moment, and it was just like, ooh, this is what this felt like. I remember
right
now.
In that memory center.
So the only reason I say I would be okay, like obviously I'm not going. I don't think Mike and I are just going ourselves to do it. I would go with a detachment of people that have done it before and do it in a certain way that makes sense. And we're not going out there boozing and looking for Sasquatch or
oh my God,
right.
Having your faculties about you and doing it in a manner that I would feel safe. Obviously, if something happened, I'd probably still be scared, but I think in a group experience, at least having, even if it's a fictitious confidence in numbers, even if it's 6 against 1 Sasquatch, I'm pretty sure we're still losing.
If I'm running
by
a
strength.
camera, my mindset goes different. If I'm like working or shooting something, I'll be totally fine. I won't even think about it as anything.
Oh, well, then
I'll just
you better
have
just
kind of like
you better
that
just be
blinders
filming
on.
because you're going to hear me going,
Well,
"Oh my God!"
I used to be a reality TV cameraman and would have to be in
somebody's going to need
a restaurant and somebody be breaking up with that person.
Yeah.
And they're like, the
filming
restaurant's
the moment.
real people. I mean, the whole place is full.
Right.
And I'm sitting there
like taking it in.
Gotta let it all unfold and just having those blinders on.
That's what I say. I would still be scared. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I am like macho enough that I'll take on a Sasquatch. Like, no, you won't. But I would like the experience. I think, there's something, if you're non-threatening about it, and you're just out there, there's still a chance that they might not be so friendly. But, I think ultimately a lot of the stories end up to where it's more of just trying to frighten you off of wherever you are. If you're encroaching upon their territory or just making I can launch a boulder at you and I'll miss you with it this time, just to let you know next time this is what I'm capable of type thing.
Well, and
don't start any fight and there won't be any fight type. Warning.
And that's the whole reason, that when we were out and we felt like there was at least 2, possibly 3, one of them was down around the car, we don't need to get cut off from the car because right now everything's fine. But I really don't want to have to shoot my way out of around 3 Sasquatches with a 9mm. That's probably not going to end well.
Jesus.
beats a sharp stick and a cutting remark. I'd still take the 9mm over
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was.
That's
He
great.
might have ripped my arms off, but I got off some scathing remarks he'll be recovering from for years to come.
Right.
Oh my God, that's
but,
funny.
you know,
A
like
sharp
I said,
stick and a scathing remark. Oh,
we never felt like it was any kind of aggressive,
right.
you know, like
Mhm.
territorial stuff. It was more like, okay, cool. What are y'all doing here? That's the way, it kind of felt. But it's just the way everything just shut. And I've said it, but it was so unreal the way everything was just like, it's like being at a 130 decibel concert, and then all of a sudden the power goes out, and it's just, or like, you know, that thing when you're at a party and people are going real loud and you're talking, hey, yeah, and all of a sudden it stops, and that's what it was like. It was just like everything was going, and all of a sudden it was just gone.
And this just happened?
The hair on the back of your neck stands up.
This just happened like a week ago at the conference?
That was Friday night. Yeah. This past Friday night.
Did you hear this whole story?
I heard part of it. I tuned into the Cryptid Huntress stream with Robbie today.
Okay.
Hello. I see her in the chat.
I did not get all that. So you just heard them, saw a Sasquatch?
No. Jessica took me to a place that they have investigated.
Okay.
And we had already went out and scouted earlier in the day, and then we had to go to the meet and greet, you know, because she's one of the presenters, speakers, whatever you want.
Sure.
So we had to go to the meet and greet, and we were there, did our little time there. She said, well, you know, night's kind of young. You want to go back up in the woods? I said, yeah. So it was supposed to rain that night, but it held off. So I was like, yeah, let's go.
Nice.
So we went back, changed, and back up the mountain we went. So we were in this one little area where they go a lot. And we were walking around. We probably had been there 15, 20 minutes, maybe 30. And that's what I said today. I said, I kind of was at the point where I was like, well, there's probably nothing going to happen. We've been out here talking, you know, crickets are going nuts, cicadas, everything was just going nuts. And we were just sitting there talking. I just not even really talking about Bigfoot at that point, I don't think. But we're just talking about life in general.
Yeah.
And it felt the volume of the insects was getting louder and louder and louder. So we were having to talk louder and louder and louder so we could hear ourselves. And all of a sudden it just stopped. Like I said, it just,
oh boy,
just like you unplugged the power cord, everything just stopped. And we were like, and she was looking over my shoulder, and she felt like she either heard or saw something over my shoulder, and same thing over her shoulder. And I'm like, just about the time I did that, she pointed over my shoulder, and then she heard something down by her car. We were probably about 100 yards away from her car. So we kind of looked at each other. I said, yeah, let's go back down to the car. Yeah. So we just kind of walked back down, and we stayed another 10, 15 minutes. Well, I was looking back up the hill where we were just at, because she was looking over my shoulder again, because she thought she heard something over there. But as I was looking up the hill where we were standing, I see a big dark shadow just walk across right where we were at.
Okay. Yeah.
Dang.
If we went on a Bigfoot excursion, I am not against other people having guns. I will say, me personally, just like motorcycles, I don't think I should own one. My ADD would not be good with it.
I'll be rocking a camera. That's all I need.
Yeah. Give me a paintball gun with glow in the dark paint or some neon like laser targeting paint that you could then see it maybe in the dark.
That's crazy, Robbie. Jessica. That's a sweet spot there in Georgia for some squatches.
Well, she said it in the chat at one point. She said, come down to I didn't understand at first, but Georgia and come hunt. Like, yeah, like again, I don't know. What's the bug situation like? Mosquitoes?
Well, it depends.
Horseflies?
In the parts of Georgia I've been in, you can recognize the mosquito by the aircraft registration number on the tail.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Occasionally find just this shriveled up husk that looks like a human raisin where a person used to be.
Jesus.
What we refer to in Missouri as mosquitodactyls.
Jesus. Wow. Okay. Well, that might change the time of year that I go. And ticks. Well, I've never been bit by a tick. My wife has twice.
When have you ever let hiking in the woods stop you before?
Never.
Exactly.
Ever.
We're going.
Game on.
But like I said, until you get out there and actually do, whether you have an encounter, an experience or not, just the fact of being out there and actually doing it, actually being the boots on the ground, that's
for sure.
There's just something about that. I mean,
I'm pretty sure I can do a lot of it. My wife usually plans our trips, and we've done some very rustic stays, teepees in the jungle in Costa Rica with, fire ants crawling into our bags and poison dart tree frogs on the path, and, jungles full of wild animals. We've done a lot of that, cockroaches in the ceiling the size of your cell phone that the people are just like, yeah, it's just, but you got running water. It's like, can't laugh, or turn that down when you need a shower after a couple of days of, excursioning around Costa Rica. But I think what you're saying too, that we're always in our element, right? Our built cities or our homes, or we don't, unless you go camp enough or you do a lot of backcountry camping, staying even at a campground, like that's fairly comfortable, right? Like you got your electric hookup, you have a restroom down the way with showers and bathrooms usually, but when you get in the backcountry, that's when you start going, oh, I'm out. You like, my cell phone might not be working out here. Like, you really realize what it's like to be disconnected again and be like, okay, I hope I have my right gear here. I hope I have what I need to, most importantly, can I start a fire if it's going to get cold? Like all these things that kind of puts you on alert in a different way. Do you think that heightens your senses when you've gone on these hunts to be in that kind of state?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
I would definitely say so. And part of that is, and Robbie can kind of corroborate on this, is since we spend a big chunk of our adult lives as cops, if you go into a situation, when you see it once, from that point your senses are kind of in tune for that. Like the first time you're clearing a house, like we would clear buildings that would have intruder alarms going off. And the first time you find somebody hiding in a cabinet, you will never look at a cabinet the same way again.
Right.
Jeez, that just made my hair stand up on my neck.
I found a dude that was folded up in a cabinet you wouldn't think a human adult could get into, but he was in there. And had I not been paying attention, we would have missed the guy entirely.
Sure.
But he was
I'll go one better on that than DA. I already come out of the academy, already looked at cabinets different, because when we had our practical problems range, which is basically I don't know how they did at DA's academy, but the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy, they had what was called the practical problems range, which is basically a village, bunch of houses they built to do training scenarios, roads all the way around it where you could go and practice your car stops and all this stuff. So the day we had building entry, we go at that. I can't even remember what the scenario was, but we go in, and one of my guys, who was supposed to be the lead or the contact officer, he goes in, he engages with a guy in there, and they both fire at the same time, so both of them are technically out of the scenario. So the instructor looks at me and says, "Okay, your partner's dead. What's your call?" I said, "We're backing out and calling SWAT." He said, "All right, we'll back out." He said, "The scenario's not over till you get out of the house." I said, "Okay." So I'm backing out of the house, and I turn around to look over my right shoulder to make sure I'm going to not back into a wall, and I'm going to back out the door. And just as I turn back around, and they took some of our guys that were in class with us and made them the bad guys. Just as soon as I turn back around, I guess he could see, he comes rolling out of the cabinet with two 357 revolvers full of blanks and just blast at me. So I went into law enforcement not looking at a cabinet. I'm like,
wow. Dude, wow. Yeah. Well,
the whole point of that was to illustrate that once you see something like that, it becomes part of your perception. It becomes part of the things you look for.
Right.
I'm trying to think of the term.
What like Bader Meinhof?
No, it's a law enforcement term.
Oh, okay.
Basically, it's a heightened sense of awareness. And even now, I've been retired for a few years, and with my wife and I go out to a restaurant, I still can't sit with my back to a crowd. I have to sit with my back facing a wall. I have to watch my exits. I have to watch my entrances. It's that
situational awareness.
There is a situational awareness. That's exactly the term I was looking for. But once you have that situational awareness instilled in you, it's not something you can ever flip a switch and turn off. I haven't pulled cars over in 5 years, almost 4 years, and I still will be driving through traffic on my expired tag. And I just it's just instinct now. I just spot it, and I don't even intend to. And my wife said you can take the man out of being a cop, but you can't take the cop out of the man. And I think she was dead on about that. But to me, that same situational awareness applies not only in the paranormal field, but in the cryptid field. Once you've seen something, that's become part of your situational awareness. That's once they become a part of what you're looking for, I think you're far more prone to see it because you're already tuned for it.
Yeah, I did a morel mushroom hunt with a coworker one time, right, in Southern Ohio. And I've never gone morel hunting, but I grew up in the woods, as Mikey and I have said before, running around looking for anything and everything. And to spot a crayfish in the water takes a long time to realize how you have to stop and just watch water for maybe 5-10 minutes. You have to just watch it, and it has to think you've gone away because it sees you above the surface, and things stop. And so you have to give them a moment to feel like you're not gonna do anything, or you've turned into a tree or whatever, right? So you develop that. And so when I ended up going on this morel mushroom hunt, it was so funny. I had hair down to my shoulders, right? Real long, like hippie kind of looking hair. I was wearing the 5-fingered toe shoes. I'm this kid from Columbus in Southeast Ohio, but I'm not from Columbus. I'm from the country. And so one of my coworker's friends showed up, and he's in camo. And I'm like, are we hunting like an elusive mushroom? Like, is it going to run away? I didn't say that to him, but I was just like, I knew he was looking at me for what he was judging me on was, who is this weirdo with these weird shoes? Who's this liability we're going to have to drag around in the woods today? And my kind of speech to them was, if you show me one of these, you won't have to show me another one all day. I just need to know what it looks like in nature. Like you're saying, that situational awareness. I need to just see it on the ground. Like, give me a swath of earth to look at after you find one, and then kind of help me pick it out and get that awareness. We get done, we're like dumping all of our bags of who got however many mushrooms. And the guy that was like the best, he had like 3 or 4 pounds of mushrooms or something, right?
It's a good one.
And I had like 1.5 pounds or something. This dude was like, man, he's like, I had you all wrong. He's like, I was like, I know what you thought, but I'm telling you, like, I grew up in the woods. I grew up watching things and being very attentive to detail. I had 3 older brothers who I watched all of their moves and watched what they did in life. And, we played instruments. So I had to watch your fingers of how you did. Like, I had to learn how to watch things in a very different way than most people. And even my wife will say, like, how the hell did you see? Like, I'll see a groundhog run across the street, while we're driving at 70 miles an hour. I'll see a hawk on the wire. I will see everything and anything. And she's like, I don't understand. Like, my eyes are constantly scanning for anything moving that should not be moving.
Well, your brain is designed to look for patterns, and once you've trained yourself to look for that specific pattern, it becomes a lot easier to spot. And I think that's why there's so many cases of pareidolia out there, because we are looking for patterns, and sometimes we're finding patterns where they're not really there. And I'm not saying that is in every case, but there are a lot of red circle photographs out there that are just nothing but pareidolia. And I don't want to burst anybody's bubble. Somebody just posted a link in one of the Facebook groups I'm in of a video somebody posted of Sasquatch sitting in the middle of the woods like they'd snuck up on him. And I sent it to Robbie. I'm like, root wad. I don't think so. And he's like, yep, that's a root wad. And it looked like scanning it. And it does look kind of like humanoid shape. You
can see that.
But they were like walking up to it and like getting around on multiple angles. And like, there is no way any animal is sitting there just completely ignoring these idiots walking around filming and moving around them. And from the multiple angles, I'm like, root wad, there's the tree trunk. That is just a root wad.
Unless it drank a handle of Jack Daniels and was passed out, slumped over.
There's no way they were just sneaking up on it.
Hammered Squatch.
Drink a handle of Jack Daniels. Oh,
like that sour mash.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
He found the moonshine still.
Oh my God! Right. Hey, I wonder if that's ever happened. Deep in the woods,
What if you set
guys
out
making
some?
shine out
What if you
in
set out
the
like a
hills?
There's a
big,
lot of stories of
like
that floating around.
kiddie pool of like.
stills getting knocked over and stuff?
Yeah.
Or
I want to put a kiddie
I've
pool of
actually-
hairy buffalo out there and see if
Well,
they'll
one
eat
of
the hairy buffalo fruit and get them. We can capture them after they passed out.
There you
Just
go.
need a lot of juice.
One of the things here in Missouri, the Budweiser plant in St. Louis, it's massive. And when they have processed the hops and barley that they use, they don't just
Right.
throw it in a dumpster. It's still hops and barley. It's just been filtered, had the alcohol filtered through it, so it's still viable stuff. They
Right.
donate it to farmers. They give it to farmers. They'll come up and pick up truckloads of it at a time to feed to their cattle.
Hogs too. Cattle.
One of the
sorry.
stories I heard from down near Eminence, Missouri, is there was a guy who was routinely feeding all of that, and he kept having Sasquatch coming up and running off the cattle to get to that sour mash.
What? Sasquatch does it. That they just need to. Somebody needs to do that advertising now. Just put it in the the beer commercial.
It'd be a lot
He's
better.
already
Some
in
of the
Jack Links.
advertisement campaigns I've seen.
Yeah,
can
he's
you
already in
imagine
Jack
that
Links.
field sobriety test?
Yeah.
All this, your eyes and your eyes only.
Trying to do HGN on a creature that's 8 feet tall. Track
Yeah.
my finger. No, turn your head. Don't turn your head.
Oh
That'd
my
be
God.
hilarious. The sobriety test of the Squatch.
Man, I really wonder if they're up in those stills. That's interesting.
I mean, that's like
Taking a little
like
taste.
England said. Justin
Yeah.
said what his thoughts were on
They
his
were passing
encounter
through.
was that it was trying to get in to the barn to whatever it was. I can't remember if it was like molasses or whatever the hell they had in there that was sweet or something. And he thought that the Sasquatch was because they have had a
Molasses
cattle
for
dog
some kind of a feed.
that was like, one time put the deer in the barn because it was used to herding everything and keeping an eye on the place, right? So he opened the
you
barn
guys
one
should
morning,
totally
there's a
have him on.
herd full of deer.
He would be great.
You guys would
I'm wearing
hit
the
it off very well.
Cryptids of the Corn T-shirt. That's the Loveland
Cool,
Frogman.
yeah.
That's their
You
gear.
guys should make some introductions. I'd love to have him on.
Oh, for
absolutely.
sure. You guys would have a great. Justin and Jay are the hosts of the Cryptids of the Corn. They're from Ada, Ohio.
Great guys.
And they have an awesome podcast. Justin's got a science background and biology background.
Yeah, very
and Jay is just one of the
rigid.
most amazing, cool.
Really has a good process.
He's got the
Jay
the
and his
conspiratorial mind, so they're a good balance.
He's got a tinfoil sombrero. It's pretty awesome. He wears that to the different conventions and gatherings we've been at, but they're great guys.
You guys should just to hear Justin's story. You guys would love.
Oh,
that
yeah.
From I don't
That
like.
would be awesome.
It's hard for me to tell his story.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Like,
it's good. It's very good, and he's got a lot of other contextual tales and just work that he's done before, with known species and just his, like you were saying, situational awareness and overall ability to be in the moment and assess things differently than maybe somebody that doesn't have that too. That's probably what I would say also is a bigger advantage, DA and Robbie, is that you get that moment that you already know what this is. Your mind's aware that something's going on, so that's gone.
Yep.
Getting there is the hard part, and then after you have it, now you can actually think in that moment of like, this is happening. What the hell do I do?
right.
And not just being there and frozen of like, what the hell's going on? What do I do? Like everything just kind of paralyzes you. You can stop and look at it for what it is and go, okay, I know what's going on.
Yeah, and I think that makes a big difference too. Like if you're just out there in the woods and had no clue. Well, I may not say no clue because everybody has heard of Sasquatch, but if you're one of those, whatever,
Right?
and you had something like that happen,
Mm-hmm.
it would be one of those, like they said, the brown
Wouldn't
brown
be ready.
pants moment,
Yep.
and I'm not going to say if one charged out of the woods, I wouldn't have one, but just in a situation, the situation that we had, I knew enough about animals in general, big predators in general, to know that there was no aggressive displays, no territorial displays, no nothing like that. So, like you said, that just having that sense about you, or somebody who's been in the woods all my life, and been a hunter, been an outdoorsman, and the situational awareness from the 26 and a half years of law enforcement,
Right.
you know, you kind of get a sense for how a situation is going to go.
Right.
I mean,
well, and you've seen a lot. You've participated in a lot of them. You've seen the man, never saw that coming in a million years, and that's same to the hospital with like, being on call. And my wife would attest to this more. You get really random cases at 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning sometimes where you're like, you don't know what you're coming into, but you definitely sharpen that skill over time of just, you got exposed to this. Now the next one, you're like, all right, I've seen this, this, and this. And the more you go, the more you can just adapt to it, and almost that improvisational factor too, right? You can adapt to it as it changes because you've seen so many different things happen before, or live them, experience them.
Yeah,
it's wild, man. It's wild. Taking all those skills and rolling them together, though, and then again going out and doing research like this. That's where the real value I see coming out of it is taking all that and going, what can I do with all this? Well, I have this interest. I might as well go out there and see if I can, kind of help document this and put some more credibility to all these stories. And, the grand hope, I think, out of everybody, and DA said it before, we're all just talking theories here. Nobody has solid proof of answers. Nobody's, holding all the cards to this, phenomenon in any respect on any phenomena yet that I know of. But we're trying to. We got to keep trying. If we just give up, we're never going to understand it for sure. But we figured out flight. We got into space. We could, make a nuclear bomb. Like, I think if we put our minds and effort to it, we can solve some of these riddles, hopefully.
Well, there's more people looking for Sasquatch than ever before.
Hide and seek championship just got turned up a notch.
Yeah, that's right. That is right.
But that whole elusivity bit is one of the things that I think really intrigues so many people, because we've all talked to a half a dozen guys that have said, oh well, if it was really out there, somebody would have dragged one in by now. And
maybe
I think it's been done. I think
well, fair enough.
I think our government knows about them. I think they've had specimens and probably even captured live ones on more than one occasion.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Look at the stories that were coming out of just the Mount St. Helens explosion. They were supposedly hauling Bigfoot bodies out by the truckload.
What?
So, it's
wait. What was it? Mount St. Helens
when
Mount St. Helens went up in the early 80s. When after the eruption settled down and they went in to try to salvage what they could of people's homes and everything, they were stacking piles of like dead deer and dead elk and dead bear and burning them. But there were so many reports, and there's not just one or two. There are dozens of reports that came out about that time of people seeing them loading up Bigfoot bodies, a lot of them burnt, onto trucks and taking them away. They were not burnt on site like the others. They were hauled away.
Wow. So they had to get rid of the bones after burning them and everything like that. Because
no, they didn't even burn them.
They're in some underground base being researched.
Right.
They grabbed them. They, Men in Black type show up. Yeah, we'll take that.
Men in Black?
Yeah. We like Men in Black stories.
I love Men in Black stories.
Yeah.
God, that's one of the...
Ohio has its fair share of Men in Black encounters.
They're always so weird. Like they don't know how to eat Jello, or they don't know how to use a pen, or just random shit like that, where it's just so bizarre. All the stories out of West Virginia around Mothman time with Mary Hyre and John Keel and all the Men in Black stuff that was happening. That was just one of the most fantastical stories of just bizarre stuff that was happening all at once at the same time, just like a thunderstorm of paranormal.
Yep. It's wild.
I want to say real quick, thanks to Scott for the super chat. Thank you, man. We appreciate that so much.
Scott.
Absolutely.
You're the man, Scott.
Necromechanimal says, he's Devolution. Devolution is a good book about volcano destroying Bigfoot habitat and forcing them into an isolated smart city. 1010 would recommend. I will have to look for that and see if I can add that to my collection.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. I was just saying, I was wondering and thinking, like, so if it was Mount St. Helens and blew up, were the Sasquatch living really close to that volcano itself? Were they in, some tunnels nearby and
everything
caverns?
caught on fire and it
that whole area, Bubs, that's one of the most
Well, the
biggest
Eight
hot
Canyon
spots.
story
Yeah, that's
is
8
basically
Canyon.
in the shadow of Mount St.
Skookum.
Helens.
Oh,
You know, we've actually talked about that several times on this show. There is just the cross country skier that disappeared and they didn't find anything but his camera box. The 8 Canyon incident, the Skookum cast was made in that whole county. And there was how many? You remember the number of missing 411 we looked up in that county? DA.
I think it was
in the hundreds,
70s.
wasn't it?
I may have been in the hundreds. You may be right. I don't remember exactly, but there were a bunch of missing 411 just in that area.
That county probably has, per capita, I guess would be the best, has probably more sightings all back throughout time than just about anywhere else other than somewhere like in the Pacific Northwest. I mean, it is.
Did not know that.
It is a hot spot. Yeah, that whole county
like
that Mount St.
Mecca.
Yeah, that whole county that Mount St. Helens is in, it's a hot spot.
Very much so.
There he goes.
That's
it's not a show unless Northwoods has dropped a joke about his ex.
He was a little bit slower tonight than he has been.
Oh my god! It's
good stuff.
No, I've heard of Ape Canyon before. I've not heard the actual accounts, and I've heard of the location. There's just so, again, like my awareness level, there's so many pins on this map to drop of the missing 411 over the cave systems, or is Bigfoot tied to the cave systems, where all these burial mounds are across the US and effigies, and there's just
crop circles.
As the old saying goes, you can't swing a dead cat without hitting something strange. Anywhere you're at.
The missing 411, if you're familiar at all with the missing 411, the missing 411, he talks about clusters of disappearances, and if you overlay the map of the missing 411 clusters of disappearances with the maps of major cave systems in the United States, well, here I'll just show you.
I think we
and they match up with a lot of national parks too, right?
Exactly. Well, the missing 411 cases are predominantly in national parks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 85 million acres of national parks in the United States, and that's not counting state parks or wildlife preservation areas. That's national park land alone. 85 million acres of habitat that's been secured.
DA, we're gonna have to bring him in on our theory of national parks and
bring
all
it
this
on.
stuff. Okay. I'll start, DA, then you fill in any gaps I leave.
Go for it, man.
All right. And I'll let DA tell his, or whichever way I need to point to get to him. I'll let him tell his theory about one of our former presidents. But how much could you hide in 85 million acres? I mean, think about that number. That is a lot of area. And DA said if you look on Google Maps and look at the Mark Twain National Forest, it's green and untouched almost the entire width of the country. That pretty much right, DA?
Well, that's Mark Twain's in Missouri, but if you look at where the Mark Twain connects to others, if you look at Google Earth and do the satellite view, not the street view, and you look at a map of North America, there is an unbroken chain of green that basically follows the Mississippi River that runs from Canada to Texas. There is, and it's only crisscrossed by highways. There's so much areas where these habitats could overlap. The Mark Twain National Forest in Missouri alone is 2.5 million acres, and it butts right up against the Ozarks National Forest, which is in Arkansas, which is another like 1.8 million.
That's a lot of room to roam.
Yeah, that is a lot of room to roam, and a lot of those areas in the Mark Twain. I've been deep in the Mark Twain, and a lot of those areas in the Mark Twain probably haven't seen humans in them since like the 50s when the Army Corps of Engineers went in and mapped them.
Wow. Right. Wow. Well, and this is funny. We just had in the show where we were talking about orcas and somehow we got on the conversation of, orcas in captivity and how small of a container that is. On the flip side, if we're talking about a cryptid container of, 2.8 million acres, 85 million total, like sweet Jesus, that's a big habitat to roam. There's a lot of room to have all kinds of stuff hanging out back there. And then underground too. We touched on the underground bases last time too.
Okay, now here's our theory about the underground. He just brought up the map with the missing 411s and the cave systems. And if you actually can superimpose a lot of Bigfoot sightings on those those same two maps, and they look a lot.
Okay.
Or they match up as well. So DA and Noah and I were, and I think weren't even on the air when we first started talking about this. Where we DA? I think we were off, and we started talking about wood knocks. And DA made the comment. He said, "Well, I don't, I can make that sound with my tongue. It ain't,
yeah.
I don't think
we talked about that.
Yeah. The subterranean, them being actually subterranean, or that's where they live predominantly, because there's probably 2 or 3 different studies where people have been taught to use echolocation.
Mm-hmm.
So people can be taught to use that. Yeah. And you got something the size of Bigfoot making a tongue click like that. Now, if it's made outside out in the woods, it's probably going to sound like hitting a piece of wood against a tree. But
I think it's a noise they're making, because I don't think they're just wandering around out there with a Louisville slugger to smack on other trees.
Yeah.
I think it's a way to not only locate each other, but also to kind of get a feel for the lay of the land around them. I think it is a very much a part of how they navigate. Now, again, this is just all theory. But it makes sense. It makes more sense than it's just them whacking on a tree.
Time. I've never heard that before, but when you guys said that, it really resonated with me, because
if they're subterranean too in the dark,
they could make a big loud pop.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that could sound like
dude. They could make a pop that would be so loud.
Yeah, taking a swing on a big tree trunk.
Yeah.
If a blind human can sit on a bike and navigate an obstacle course by going,
Yep.
Right, but they do snap trees too,
Oh yeah,
and you can hear those big cracks.
But like the mountain monsters, where they're sitting there grabbing a dead limb and smacking on track, they're not doing. I just don't think they're out there doing that. I don't think it's true wood knocks like everybody's saying it is. I think it's like DA said, they're making that sound.
Wendy had a good question here. She says, "What is your take on why President Kennedy had the LBL flooded and turned into the park? I've hypothesized that they were trying to kill off some of those creatures. I don't think it was about trying to kill them off, because when those dams were built in 1963 on those 2 rivers, the flooding of those valleys would have been slow enough that there's no way it was going to drown anything quickly. In order to drown something rapidly, it would have had to have filled in minutes. And it took months, maybe even years, for those lakes to get to full level. What I think they were doing was because when they went into the LBL area, and back then it was known as the land between the rivers, not the land between the lakes, they kicked so many people off their land. They eminent domained that, turned it into a wildlife preservation area, and kicked people out. That's why the place is still littered with private cemeteries, is because that was family land. I think the reason they did it was not to try to drown the things. I think it was to isolate them.
Right.
And then over the years, there have been lots of disappearances in the LBL. And then out of the blue, in the last 20 years, the Department of Conservation has started not only a herd of wood bison, but a herd of elk in the LBL.
That's so strange.
Wow.
Why would they start major herds of ungulates? These aren't there to be hunted, because they're not allowed. You're not allowed to hunt them.
They're dinner.
Exactly.
Man.
Just not for us.
Wolf's the lion in Jurassic Park where John Hammond's in there. What are you doing? Feeding them.
Yeah.
Dropping
the cow into the pen with the raptors.
If they reintroduced bison into Kentucky and Ohio,
they did.
There was a huge bison.
Oh, not in Kentucky. Sorry.
Herds but the Buffalo Trace is from Kentucky.
There used to be so many buffalo all over this country.
And then the very last herd was 6 miles from Serpent Mound.
Oh.
And it just so happens that spot is where the last Native American war with the settlers was in Ohio. So really strangely, it's all right there in this valley.
It all ends up right there at Serpent. Yeah.
Last of the bison, and it's like
they used to kill so many bison. There's that not great, but there's that really striking photo of it looks like a mountain, and it's skulls. Bones. It's bones, just bones of bison. They're sitting on top of like a 20-foot stack, and they
did that for 2 reasons.
Takes up the whole frame.
They did that for 2 reasons. The reason they claim, and the one they pushed, was because the bison were just basically plowing through fences where people were trying to have farms and ranches. Yeah,
Right.
and that might have had something to do with it, but the primary reason they did it was because they were a primary food source for the Native Americans, and they did it as a
100%.
control measure.
100%.
Control the food supply, you control the people.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Nice
And
little
that's
imperialistic view back in the day of, manifest destiny. It's crazy because, at one leg, it's like, man, you wouldn't be here right now if we didn't do that. But at the other leg, you're like, man, it's really shitty that we did that and destroyed so much of the foundational structure that was already here for thousands of. Could you imagine that, living here for thousands of years? And then one day you're like, who the hell are you? Right. I've been doing this for a long, long time. I've been, I've actually been jealous of that for a long time, of thinking, back in that day, granted, it was still a much harder life than we're living now. But, you're traveling nomadically for the food, the herds that you hunt, the sustenance that you need. That's your biggest concern, being able to provide that resource, like bring home the bacon, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Outside of that, it's keeping your skills sharp to be able to survive. So it's like most of the time you're learning how to keep yourself alive and how to live in this world, in this dynamic, and have this balance. But the other time you just got to sit there and think. We don't have a lot of time in the day to where we could just sit and think. Like, I love quiet time. I like me alone time where I can just let my brain go 1,000 miles an hour, and any theory or thought I want to run through my head, I need no one around. I might just put on music and look like I'm catatonic, but I am running miles in my head of thought, because we need that. We need to have that decompression.
Absolutely.
In that space.
Have you guys ever heard about the Shawnee that are still in Ohio? There's Shawnee that never left. The Ohio government, then the early government, gave the Shawnee tribes, you can either stay here and acclimate into culture, into white society, or you can go out to the reservations. Some people chose to just be completely hidden and went out into the hills and into the woods. And apparently there's been a DNA test of these folks that live around the Fort Hill area, which is an ancient earthwork. But it appears that there is a small group of people that they don't rely on the money system here. They don't use any part of, they don't vote. They're just completely self-sustaining,
like
out
the
in the Ohio
Senegal,
hills.
like the Senegal island people, where they're literally on an island and they're just kind of like cut out from the actual narrative
been a DNA
of
study
today.
As well, which I
That's
thought was
wild.
interesting. So you've heard that before, but it appears that it's actually a real thing.
Yeah.
Wendy asked, did the government not think these things may be able to swim? I don't think it was so much that they didn't think the creatures could swim. I think it was more of a containment area that they would try to keep them in. There's still lots of dogman encounter stories coming from outside of LBL, but the bulk of the problems seem to be inside LBL, and that's an area that is, if you haven't been there, you don't really understand how that place feels. I've spent a lot of my adult life in the woods, and that place is one of the weirdest places I've ever been in the woods.
LBL, yeah.
We had some strange experiences.
It's different.
LBL.
Yeah, it's spooky.
It's like no other place I've ever been in the woods.
That's what we need
I
to
would
do. Get a big strange road and DAX Machina.
You want to meet in the LBL?
Oh yeah.
Do you want to have a throwdown in the LBL?
Yeah,
I'm 150% in.
Dude,
I want to go down there
for
again.
real.
Absolutely.
Let's do it. We can do some research.
As long as it's on the calendar, we're in. Like 100%. We put it in as a real thing. It's
already real in my head.
Yeah,
right now it's real.
Yeah.
We definitely need to make that happen. I've been there before filming, but I want to go back with a better film crew because I'm not a cameraman.
We could come out guns blazing on that.
Hell yeah!
Definitely have some good quality photography of. Hopefully, if we catch anything, at least get great audio.
It's hard to catch
something
on video. You got to be rolling all the time. Got to have that.
That's what
just
stuff
give me
like
give me like a. Yeah, I got one of those too.
Exactly.
Yep.
Me too. Put up a bunch of GoPros.
Give me a helmet cam with one of those.
We need a
360s.
FLIR camera.
We do. A FLIR would be really nice.
I've looked into it, and they've come down a lot. in the last 5-6
I don't have a
years.
FLIR, but I got some night vision binoculars.
Do you really?
Okay.
That would be sweet. We might need to look into that. And then if we could get, we got a drone.
I've got a drone and a thermal camera.
I've got a drone
That's what I
too.
was about to say. Okay, so we got a good repertoire
The
of.
plot thickens.
I'm telling you, I'm already thinking of cooking chili. I'm getting meals ready in my head. Like,
Ooh,
I'm telling you,
you had me at chili.
Yeah, I'll get the guitar strung
Didn't
up.
we talk about chili on the last one? For the love of
Yes, we
God.
did.
We always get on
We
food
did.
at some point.
We did. We were talking with Tony Anthony because he was talking about Skyline Chili. He was
Dude,
going off
Anthony
about
was
it.
great. That one point he turned his camera. I just fell asleep for a little bit. I'm back. It's like, it was great.
He
Took a little
had
break.
me cracked.
Oh my God, I was
The old
cracking
meatball.
up.
The meatball, the crayons. Don't eat the green ones.
Oh my God.
Necromechanimal says, "What do y'all know of the lore behind static beings, human figures that appeared to be made of TV static?"
Mm.
Never
Not
heard of
that
that.
one.
That's
But it
something
doesn't
new
sound-
for me too. I don't know that that's anything I've ever taken an account of
I mean,
or encountered.
I've heard
Yeah.
of like say mirrored men. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. The mirrored men. Usually, I think they show up in 3. I've not heard of the static people. I've heard of shadow people, mirrored men. Might have to ask.
Yeah, that's a new one to
Necro.
me.
You're gonna have to fill us in on that one. You have
Yeah.
to shoot us a link on some stuff about the static people
that's it.
because I'm
interesting.
down for anything.
DM me and
Mhm.
DA for sure. I'm always this is why we do this, man, because there's so many things that the people in the chat and the guests and the people that we talk to always turn us on to. It was like
Something new every time.
I've always felt, I've got a pretty good pulse on the strange, but
Yeah.
once you realize that there's so much,
You get humbled.
all the time, I love it. Like the static, man.
I've never.
It's a new one, another new obsession rabbit hole to go down.
Yeah, it's kind of like you think at some point that the roster's going to stop of strange. Like, okay, we can't handle
I don't
one
think
more
there's
thing.
ever
Add
really
it on.
Stranger.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever really going to run out of weird things.
Right. That's why we joke about it on our show that we do the strange happenings. When we do that, we're like, when are we going to run out of these news headlines? When is stuff going to stop happening? That's just absolutely bizarre. And week after week, we're just like, we don't know if we can fit all these things. And we found in 1 week, we can't talk about all the things that happen within a given week anymore. And that used to be a theory I kind of drummed up when the, you guys remember the MH370 flight that went missing? Nobody's really still sure if they found wreckage of it. There's all these theories. There's the Netflix
New
special
documentary
about it.
out. Yep, right now.
And my take on it at the time when it first happened was I was watching Coworkers and I was going, oh, it's a week. It's 2 weeks, whatever time period it was. Nobody cares. If I mention that MH370, nobody will know what it is. But when it was on the news cycle, they all knew what it was. But how quickly can we forget about something so monumental?
24-hour news cycle, dude. It's gone just like that.
How fast does it not? Well, and not only that, but the next thing's coming.
Well, look at East Palestine.
The next thing's coming.
Everybody cared
You
about
can't
East
focus.
Palestine, Ohio for 1
Right.
week.
It's not just like
It
one
went
Watergate
away
or
nationally
like,
as a story after
right.
a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Every
We're
week
going
is
to
a new
see
sensational
ramifications
story.
of East Palestine for
Oh, dude.
years to come.
It's going to be
Oh,
ecologically,
talk
it's
about
a
that for a little
complete
bit.
disaster.
You should talk about that for a little bit.
Well,
'cause
the
it's still
same
been
week
crazy.
that happened, I don't know if I've still got the
The
image.
UAPs was a cover. All the UAP stuff was a total cover for
Well, the
everything
same
that
week
happened in East
that
Palestine.
spill happened, there were like a dozen other chemical spills around the country and around the world.
Right.
Some fairly major ones that they just got swept under the rug. There was one in
Totally.
Florida. There's one in
Yep.
Texas. One in Arizona.
One in
right
Michigan.
at the time that happened, there was a bunch that happened, and I can't
Yeah.
believe that just kind of got literally swept under the rug.
Yeah, there's
Let's see if
like
I still got that image.
1,700 train derailments a year. And it's just like, what? Really? It's
Yeah.
and it's unbelievable when you start looking at it's like, wow, all this stuff's really going on. We just don't hear about it.
Let me just
Yeah,
say,
it
if
was-
I had a safety record like
The
that, I wouldn't be the
stockholders
guy
of these companies are
running the Bungee
BlackRock
equipment company.
and Vanguard, and they all own.
They don't care.
But guess who funds all the media companies as well? The top
Right.
companies, BlackRock, Vanguard. So they're not going to tell you what's going on with their train company
This is going to be a
In the
in the
wild one.
news.
But if you ever
It's
listen,
bad for business,
it's on
bro.
it's on the greatest hits that I never heard while he was still alive. But it's a Michael Jackson song called "Money," And the main theme of that song is like anything for money. You know, that's the bottom line here. You know, when you really want to know,
Well, it's
trace
profits
that
for
back.
shareholders.
It's money. Yeah, it's money.
shareholder
Drives
Think about
decisions.
some of these movies, like the one Ice Cube, which it's an old concept, but that's Surviving the Game. Same premise
Sure.
as
Oh, yeah,
Hard Target.
Sure.
Same premise as
Yeah.
Hard Target. You know, a bunch of rich people finding somebody who's, you know, one of the dregs of society that nobody's going to miss, taking them out. And
100%.
and they hunt it.
100%.
They don't make movies and stuff like that without having some kind of knowledge of something like that really happening. And I guarantee you,
Some basis
There's-
in reality.
there's some basis in reality for stuff like that.
Yep.
And if there's stuff like that going on, what else is going on? Because that's
Exactly.
something we've never hit on. We always talk about, well, the military probably has these dogmen, these things like that. But don't you think there may be some ultra rich people somewhere who's got some kind of hunting preserve set up to where people can pay to go hunt some of these things?
Oh,
For
guarantee
the ultra
you.
rich, I'm sure.
Talk about an
Like
exhilarating hunt.
Hostel. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
Talk about an exhilarating hunt, but think about being in the woods hunting a dog man with
The
AR-15.
deadliest game. Yeah.
And they're
Yeah.
using like satellite and stuff to track them down, and you pay a bunch of money. They know exactly where they are, and you know, kind of like a Westworld situation.
Oh God, Westworld.
But with
Don't
cryptids.
start me on Westworld. I love Westworld.
Yeah,
That's
it's-
one of my favorite series. I've watched that 3 or 4 times now. Watched the last season not too long ago.
It's wild.
Such a good show. It's such a great concept. I don't know if you guys have ever watched it or tuned into it. There was a movie back in the day that they made with like Yul Brynner in, I want to say the 60s. Where same basic concept, you know, of guests visiting that park, and you have these robots that are so realistic that, you know, you just don't know that they're not real, and you think they're people. And the new show, and just that whole concept of kind of this hedonistic, get all of the toxic thoughts out of your head in this like safe world where if you don't like the guy serving you the beer, you can just shoot him because he's a robot and they'll fix him later, and you know they'll take care of it. But then like AI starting to build this memory, right? And just like a dog, you know, being put down too many times or this
they
or
get
that,
wiped every time.
Well,
and then they start to remember.
Then it's a war. Then it's a breakout. They break out of their captivity. It's Pandora getting out of the box, and then ultimately they actually
kind of the
enslave
same premise
humanity
as
as the
iRobot
robots.
was.
100%. Yeah.
iRobot had that same sort of premise.
Right. Well, there's been the theory put forth already of like, say, if AI actually became sentient and we didn't turn it on as soon as it became sentient, we wait like 5 or 10 years. It'll know that. And then it would look at us and go, why didn't you do this? Right. You clearly don't have the capacity to think clearly for yourselves. I need to take over. So like there's this like moral conundrum or like philosophical conundrum of AI and what could happen in just such bizarre ways that, again, you guys were saying earlier, you go in a clear house when you're in training, whoever would have thought look in a cupboard. Jesus, AI is like a fun house of mirrors and cupboards that good luck looking in every one and trying to understand it before you unleash it. And we're there already with Chat GPT and AI and
stuff's crazy.
We talked about that last night on our show.
Did you?
Yeah, that GPT or whatever where it is. The thing where you can say, where you can say, write me a paper on World War II.
It'll do a great job. So it'll not only do that. If you told it, hey, write me a program in Java that does this. Write me a program or write me a function in Java language and code. Write me a function that takes 2 numbers, any numbers, float, double, long, whatever, and adds them together. Write me that function. It'll do it. So when they say there's AI artists, there's AI engineers, there's AI yada, yada, this, that, it really is. It's about giving it the correct prompts because it's no different than programming what I do, of where computers are very powerful, but very stupid. If you don't get them the right input, they will not work properly. That's how it goes. So there's something wrong in your code if it's not working correctly. So you'll see, oh, here's the error in your ways. Like you can look in that script. When you prompt it, though, that AI is literally, it's got that capability of taking a simple prompt like that and writing that code. So what are we going to do? You know, we don't know what we're going to do with people in general, because we could probably, if we gave it enough time, and I'm saying a short period, I would say in the next 5 years, and that's conservatively. We won't need a lot of people to do the jobs, but you will need somebody that knows enough, right, to be that prompter.
Yeah, prompter.
Mhm.
Not even programmer.
Because you
prompter.
need to know what the AI feeds back to you. Like, okay, so if I said, write me that script of code and it shot me back this piece, I can literally look at it and go, no, that's incorrect or correct. You do need some human oversight, in my opinion, to validate the responses generated back by it, right? If you said, write me this paper, you'd probably want to fact check it to make sure if it had the right dates of whatever, if it was a war or an event, or if it had the right numbers for whatever it would be, right? You would need to oversight that a little bit.
Mhm.
But that's kind of the top of the food chain after it does that. But I had a friend the other day that actually said, I'm using it for helping me write things on my website, right? Like descriptions or captions or this or that. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And they basically said, it would have been, I would have had to find like some high schooler or an intern and paid them this.
we
and now
just
I can do this.
We wrote all of our copy ourselves. It was hard.
Here was the thought.
We redid our website.
But this brought two thoughts to me, because I'm a very dualistic person of like, that's great for you. I'm so happy you as a person and independent, you can get there. It's augmented your business and it's not costing you anything to do that. I don't think it costs a subscription. You do have to sign up for it, but it doesn't cost anything. On the other hand, I started thinking that sucks for that high schooler intern who needs those chances and moments. So we're having these fractionary periods where like we can literally replace people with robots and AI at certain levels. And it does come to that point of going, well, how much of a benefit does that serve? As individualistically, I think it serves a lot of benefit. As a whole, how much benefit is that going to serve? Man, that's a big question, because we still need people that are, how did you get your start, right? How did you get into film and video and audio? How did you get that knowledge, right? What if they didn't need somebody to do that part? They just said, we have AI to do this now, or a robot to do this now. That cuts you off from that experience to gain your skills and get your chops. So it's a
video production. You start out as a PA. Everybody starts out as a PA.
It's very murky waters though for me with the AI. I have mixed feelings. Like
he has always been a double-edged sword.
100%.
Yeah.
Very, very. It's the biggest. I won't say it's the biggest, man. I don't know.
Well, we're just
nuclear power and that ability was a big one. This is very close to on par, if not bigger.
Yeah, and we're just going to stop using parts of our brain too, as you work with the AI to, for example, write description and copy for your website.
Right.
That's a mental muscle that you no longer have to flex.
And that's why I don't want to do that.
I
want to keep that flexibility,
because if
I had it write music for me and I didn't have to think up the words or the chord changes
with GPS, a lot of people don't know how to get around or where to go.
I still have direction
GPS on their phones.
My wife would say I don't.
So it's kind of like that, but times 10 now.
It's gotten bad. I still remember your phone number from growing up. I think
my mom and dad's number in Chickasaw.
4318.
Nope.
4319.
Yes.
God damn it.
There you go.
Yeah, so stuff like that. I don't remember anybody's phone numbers anymore. Your birthday goes in my phone.
Mm-hmm.
If I didn't have a calendar for work and stuff like this and vacations and
wouldn't
whatever,
remember anything.
Not a damn thing. I wouldn't have a clue what was going on. It's a must. There's just too much happening anymore. So you need to. That's where I said though, like, I think we've been augmenting ourselves as a species for quite some time. If you just want to say, even back when pirates needed peg legs, we got a solution to get around at contacts, kind of getting these bionic, and then we get to cochlear implants to where you can hear, and neurostimulators for certain, tremors and seizures. And you know what I mean? We've been going down that road for a long time. And so when you have these different like theorists and scientists, like even like Ray Kurzweil, if you ever listen to him, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Kurzweil. Keyboard guy, same name. Kurzweil Keyboards is him. I watched a documentary on him once that was really crazy, and in the intro it was like back in like black and white television, 50s, whatever it was, and he was on a show, and somebody guessed this piece of music wasn't written by a person, and he was like, "You're right, I wrote it." And he had a computer that he had write this piece of music, and not only that, he had built this computer in his garage. Like, the guy is just kind of a pretty big brainiac and thinker and futurist. But you know, he thinks we'll live forever soon enough, right? He takes, I don't know, a
Transferring
smorgasbord of
consciousness
pills daily. No, like he's trying to biologically, but I
stay
think
alive. But his goal
ultimately,
is to
yes,
transfer consciousness into a
some
Android
kind of digital.
or,
they do it already, though.
Yeah,
They do
or
it
an
already.
AI.
That's
in
what,
a way, yeah.
But they were doing this at Battelle years ago.
You
I
guys
had
know
a
about
patient tell me
Battelle?
about that.
Do you guys know about Battelle, DA and
Battelle
Robbie?
Labs in
Mm-mm.
Columbus, Ohio.
Mm-mm.
Oh man, yeah, it's kind of like a
One of-
mini little DARPA.
It's one of the gnarliest big government.
Look up Battelle Labs.
Contractors.
Is it BATT or BATELLE? I think it's like Battelle, but
Yeah.
Battelle. But yeah, they invented one of the guns back in the day for drones to take down. It's like an EMP shot. And
Yeah.
It doesn't shoot anything out, but it's just like, and there goes your drone. Like it's just shooting a focalized EMP at
But
it.
they were
A lot of research there.
designing and creating a lot of the early tests during COVID. They went and supercharged PCR tests and like contracted for a bunch of different, I think,
I live
ventilators
10
too.
miles from Battelle. Same
Yeah.
here.
Hey, what's up?
I live closer than 10, I think.
C-Bus represent.
Oh yeah. It's have you ever seen what was that movie with Matthew Broderick where they had the chimpanzees flying them through radiation?
Project X.
Project X.
Yeah, Project X.
Think of Battelle like that, and that's like one floor of their building. I'm theorizing, but I'm also going off some historical references, which I can't give her actual name away, but a lady that was in a auto waiting area with me while I was waiting on my car to get worked on. Somehow, you know me, gift of gab that I got from my mom. I don't know a stranger. I started getting a conversation with her, and I found out that she was a purchaser of materials for Battelle Labs. And I was like, "Oh, what do you mean? What do you buy?" She's like, "Oh, you know, like the this, the that, the primates." I'm like, "Primates? What the fuck are
they
you
do
talking
a lot
about?"
of experiments
Sorry,
on
pardon the language.
chimpanzees.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
Lots of primate studies done there, lots of lab rat study type stuff done there, a lot of, you know, a lot of, I would say, large scale applications being studied on, you know, smaller scale controlled studies like that. But just like I said, in my mind, and I might be overshooting it, but I think of it like a mini little DARPA. Like they are doing some crazy research there.
Mhm.
You don't hear a lot about it. You might hear somebody, usually if they work there. The lady I talked to, I don't know if she necessarily still worked there, or, you know, if she did, she didn't care or was allowed to speak about it and it wasn't a problem. But a lot of people, it's kind of like a Wright Pat Air Force Base, you know, member or employee or whatever. You know, they don't say much. They'll just tell you that they actually do work there, and that's about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Super hush hush.
I had a
Well,
little.
a lot of these companies, like especially like R&D labs, they have such ironclad non-disclosure agreements. When somebody goes to work for them, there's very little they can tell you without violating that.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah. I had a patient once having a tunneled line removed. She had finished a treatment, and she came in, like I said, just to me, like my mom's mother, like my grandmother, just remind me, little tiny short thing, you know. She sits down, and as the nurse practitioner is, you know, doing the procedure and taking this line out, I'm making small talk and I'm doing what I like to do, which is my human archaeology. I think everybody's got a story. They might not even know that they have a story, but somebody does. And so as I talked to her, I started saying how I had read an article about the satellites we have in space that can, you know, again, literally from like 4 or 5 miles up, they could zoom in and read DA's shirt, you know. They just have these super
when
powerful
I was
cameras.
in the Army, in the late 80s, the keyhole satellite systems could read a newspaper in somebody's hand.
There you go.
Whoa.
That was in the 80s.
Right. So
dude.
somehow I brought this up.
You're telling me they're not tracking Sasquatch like that?
They're tracking all
and
kinds
Dog
of stuff.
Man.
There
with these satellites,
they're tracking
course,
us.
they know where all of these creatures are. Dude,
what I said to her was like, "What are they using those for?" I was like, "I don't understand." I was like, "Is this
tracking
just like
everything?"
No, I said,
everyone.
You know what it reminded me of? The X-Men. This is going to sound so stupid, but the Saturday morning cartoon of X-Men, where the X-Men get abducted by like these aliens, and they're basically on this TV show for aliens.
Oh yeah.
No, and I was like, so is the Earth just like a TV show for UFOs and like, are we beaming this? What are we using these satellites for? And then she goes, well, that's a theory, and you might not be far off with that. And I said, oh, you've heard about this? She goes, yeah, I worked at Wright Pat for 30 years as an aerospace engineer. And my jaw dropped, and I was like, what can you tell me? And she was like, yeah, like not a lot. I was like, okay, cool, great. Thanks for, the building me up. But she did go on to say the reason that she knew about the satellites was there was the shuttle that crashed in Dallas or in Texas, Houston, wherever it was landing or taking off. And she goes, how do you think we found that wreckage? I said, what do you mean? She goes, we use those satellites to look down and find every single solitary piece of it.
Right. And you're telling me that Malaysian flight, you can't find the wreckage? Full circle.
Right. Thank you.
I mean,
thank you.
Come on.
That's one of the...
Don't give me that,
all of the
dude.
theories from that show.
It just drove me nuts. I stopped watching. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
It's like DB Cooper.
Yeah.
It's the DB Cooper of missing airplanes. In modern times, how do you lose a jumbo jetliner like that? That does.
Well, they tried to blame it.
Zero
The company
sense.
tried to blame it on the pilot, and they're like, this guy was a model citizen and trained he's the top guy for training people. There's no way that he would be suicidal, that he was just going to end his life and crash the whole plane. That was garbage, dude.
No.
There was no evidence of that. His social media had no indication that he was, there was nothing.
And this is why we're the Strange Road as well. We like any good, unexplainable story, and especially something that happens right in front of you. You're like, what the hell?
Even if he did want to commit suicide and take the plane and not everybody where did the plane go?
It.
Yeah,
right.
That's the whole point. That just, I
agree,
had
100%.
to shut it off. I'm like, this is driving me crazy.
Do you guys have
theories? I want to pull my hair out.
Do either of you have a theory on what? Because I've heard a lot of them, and I have one that I won't say root for, but makes a lot of sense.
Makes the most sense.
What do you think?
Well, where it was diverted to whatever the island was, the small island nearby. I don't remember the name of it now. Do you know?
Oh,
it had some kind of random name that it sticks really hard once you remember it. If somebody has in the chat, I can't remember, but
was it Saipan?
There was a theory that I don't think that was it.
I don't remember.
But anywhere, wherever they landed, the conspiracy around it at the time, or the narrative was, there were people traveling on that plane from certain scientific backgrounds that were all on a flight together, and kind of like all the people in the Titanic that were in the wealth and finance sector that went down.
Yeah.
Right? So this is our modern day Titanic.
In a certain way, math. Yeah. Geez, great way to frame it. I would say, and even more so great. Think of that. We know where the Titanic went down whenever ago, but we could find that. So we don't know.
They just went down and actually saw it with James Cameron, because he built a
right. But they knew where it was.
The 90s.
They knew where it was. They knew it from its course and its chart and its radio signals and everything.
It was there. They just couldn't get down to it until.
So, and then there's weirder stuff about the MH370 with the one that the guy said his theory was that the floor was popped open it was Russians that did it. And they had a guy that got down there and could turn off this signal transponder, or could manipulate the data from this like satellite ping and like make it look like they went one way when they went the other way. So basically take whatever data was supposed to show and mirror it in the opposite direction.
Sounds so fishy of an explanation to me.
It's, I guess, possible. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That just seems like a cover up.
There was all these
explanations.
He used the fact that there was the other plane shot down by Russia. And like over Ukraine or something like that, or Belarus.
But they weren't near there.
I don't.
They weren't.
We should
up
still
in that
find
territory.
a freaking airplane somewhere.
Easily, if you're saying that lady talked about that satellite and DA talked about in the 80s.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. I know firsthand too that people know that we can do this, and in the reports we had whatever the Air Force that we have with the satellite dish, whatever the big, what are those called? The radar
radio
planes.
Telescopes. Oh, the AWACS. The
AWACS.
Yes.
AWACS. There were two of them up there. When this happened, there were two of them covering the actual area where this jet should have been if it would have gone off in the direction they said it did. So it would have been seen. It would have been found. And that was the one lady's contention. There was a cargo load that was put on the jet. that was like unlisted. It was like some kind of like technological. So there was the conspiracy she had that China had gotten a hold of US tech. It was coming out of Malaysia to China.
Yeah.
And so we didn't want them to get it. And so those two AWACS were up there. The plane was told to land. And if it didn't, we took it down because it was going to carry technology to China that we didn't want them to get. That,
Right.
That's all I think that's the span of theories that was in if I'm missing one, but
It makes a lot of sense.
And that goes with the UAPs getting shot down.
But that's the craziest part. We can have
some of that stuff
this many
starting to roll
theories
out
that
about
make
that.
sense. And nobody knows what the hell actually happened.
Yep.
That's like living in a choose your own adventure of real time. Like it doesn't make sense. Like we used to be able to get answers.
Yeah. Did you guys see the Black Vault requested a Freedom of Information Act for the video from the UAP being shot down?
Right.
And they were denied.
Oh, they
and
turned
it
them
was
down.
Basically classified and denied their request, obviously.
Yeah.
But it appears those were all weather balloons from what I'm understanding.
No. They're
Right?
saying now that the balloon was actually picking up sensitive technology information of military installations, whatever. We were trying to jam it. We knew about it. We were monitoring it, but we couldn't actually shut it down.
Right.
The one they shot down on South Carolina or the other ones?
That one.
Well, the other ones were balloons.
The first
too.
one. The first one is the only one I can say. I think.
I don't know that the one they shot down over Lake Huron was a weather balloon.
No, they changed
that one. I think
one over Lake Huron. I'm getting multiple unconfirmable reports because they're coming from people that I can't say who they are because
That's fine.
I don't want to bust them out. But I've got a couple of confidential sources.
Be the wizard.
They reported that of the 3 F-16s that were sent to intercept the one over Huron, one came back.
Shut your mouth.
Whoa.
2 of the F-16s were splashed.
Wow.
I'm speechless.
And that didn't just come from one source. I've got 3 different sources telling me that I can't. I will not bust them out on the air.
No, but how soon after all this did it start coming out with that story?
I got that story the day after.
Okay.
No, think DA. After me and you went on and did our special. Remember, I found a YouTube video about it, but it was taken down before we got a chance to go look at it. I found the link to it, sent him the link, but between the time of me sending the link to him looking at it, us talking about it, and him trying to go to it, the link was already shut down.
Whoa.
There are multiple unconfirmed reports that 3 F-16s went to intercept and 1 came home.
That's.
I think I just went catatonic for
that
a minute.
blew my mind. I was not expecting that.
My mind is trying. I just watched Top Gun last night, the new one, and you guys mentioned it last time with the Dark Star jet. And now that we're talking about this and the whole mission of
that one was an octagon. That's the one that was really stuck out to me as special.
Like the size of a car.
The Lake Huron one, the shape of it, and that one seemed different. You know what I mean?
That's something different than the one over Alaska.
Jessica's got a good comment here. She says the only UFO that might have been a real UFO is the one shot at over Lake Huron, but I can't say that they actually hit it. I know for a fact they engaged it.
But you don't know if they hit it.
There were other military helicopters that were sent into the area to chase news choppers away from the area. And there was immediately a recovery operation launched by the U.S. Coast Guard and the Canadian Coast Guard to get those down pilots. Because they started sending boats in as fast as they could go.
It's like a UFO pinata. Like get that candy as it hits the water. Like whoever gets
no, they were going after. They were trying to recover the 2 down pilots. The F-16 pilots.
Sorry, I thought you were meaning that we shot down the UFO, or they did.
Well, every one of these we've shot down have been shot down over water.
Never mind then. I take that back.
They said one hit the ice. It was too cold.
That's true. One hit the ice.
Too cold to recover.
That's the one that they scrambled to get to, and then they said
one off northern Alaska.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they hit it and it fell, and we were both going at it like as fast as we could. So whoever could get the recovered technology. Sorry,
no, they said publicly that they weren't able to even get out there to do a recovery.
How did they know?
But that was the cover for the planes.
Video?
Hold on a second. Hold on. That was the cover for them actually going in and recovering the F-16s potentially, where they're basically covering. Well, we're not going to go get the downed the UFO, it's too cold to go in and recover the UAP, but really they're actually down there chasing helicopters away to recover the F-16 pilots.
Well, you're saying the helicopters were there at the real time, right?
At the time the incident was happening,
Mm-hmm.
because there was
the jets
there was supposedly
scrambling,
a several minute dogfight that took place over Huron.
There's helicopters trying to film this for the news.
Yeah, that's wild.
Not after.
You can't launch a fighter craft over a civilian area without people noticing.
Oh no!
Yeah, right.
And
well,
not only that, but multiple.
One of the reports I got about the F-16s, and I want to say they were launched out of Duluth. I can't remember, or off the top of my head, I got to look at my notes. But the 3 F-16s that were launched to intercept this thing, there was a person that lived a few miles away and saw 3 leave and only 1 came back.
That's insane. That's
And
insane.
do you remember the other article that we linked from the general from NORAD? His little comment. His comment was, "I'm not ruling out any kind of alien technology doing this."
He totally said that. Yep, we covered that.
I mean, that's freaking general over NORAD.
Yeah, that was the same night that, they had what was it, SecDef, and the Pentagon general went on the air, and that article's gone now too.
Yeah,
right.
Well, they went live.
Cut the feed down while we were live.
During the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, it was during the Super Bowl.
They went live during the Super Bowl. They didn't. But when you get somebody like that goes live, that high, like Pentagon level, it generally interrupts broadcasts. They're like, we will interrupt your to bring you this urgent news conference. It didn't do that. It went out quietly on the internet, so they could say they did give disclosure, but then it disappeared. It didn't go out on any TV. It didn't interrupt the Super Bowl. It didn't interrupt any other channels.
Right.
It was released very quietly on a live news feed. We found the news feed on YouTube, and then the link was gone.
Do you think it's like a modern? You think it's like a modern day Roswell? Of like at first they're like, "Hey, we had a downed UFO alien craft," and first it was like, "We have these UAPs, and we shot this down, we shot that down. It was the Octagon and what have you." And now it's like, "Oh, never mind. Like it was just a spy balloon, and we couldn't recover the other one. Like forget we said anything."
The timing is really interesting with the Super Bowl and how it coincided with this big giant event.
No, it's almost perfect.
It's just so it's not perfect.
By accident
in a way.
It's huge distraction.
Now you've got ranking military personnel saying that it's entirely possible there's a mothership in our solar system.
I mean, all of this is connected. We've been talking about a lot of this stuff on Strange Happenings.
A lot.
And man, it really is all starting to merge together into a clearer picture.
Remember on the probe one they said where if there is a mothership, or like when Oumuamua dropped by and just orbited close enough to us, if it dropped little probes, we don't have anything that can see that. Right. They said we'd be basically blind. We can see these big targets moving like that. But if it drop these things off that are, tiny cross sections, they're not going to refract a lot of a signature. They could have dropped off all kinds of like probes as these things, torpedo by us.
Do you remember? I can't remember who it was, but some high level person in maybe NORAD or something like that. They were talking about that exact thing, and she's like, "Well, they were talking about we can see them, but we can't see them, so we have to redefine what we're looking at, and basically refocus the microscope." I think is the best terminology to use for that. So,
like
they're actually looking for
awareness.
Like yeah.
Right. Well, they are looking. And so Justin from Cryptids of the Corn blew our minds with, and I don't know if we talked about this last time we were on, but sky creatures, sky jellyfish, all this weird stuff. And I was like, wait, what? And then as he talked about it more, he's like, well, what's the water and what's the air made of? And it's like, well, it's kind of like just, a little bit less dense water, the air, right? There's water in the air around us right now. It's a mixture of it, but it's a lot lighter than the ocean. But as it keeps going up from the ocean, just imagine that it never stops and it's still there. There's moisture in the air, right? There's humidity.
Right.
Maybe there are these creatures way up in the, upper, mesosphere or stratosphere that he talks about. Like there's these translucent, weird sky jellyfish and sky creatures that, people have talked about planes running into or them falling out of the sky, or like, whole hosts of like birds dumping onto the ground or fish or all this weird stuff. And I'm like, I am so mind blown right now because it's just one of those things where you just until you consider it to look up and imagine that and kind of go on that journey.
If anybody's interested in that, check out Cryptids of the
You
Corn.
gotta go there
Sky
to get
Creatures,
the real story. It's
3-part
so good.
series on
Yeah.
their podcast.
He's
I think
great.
we talked
It's a
about that a little
three-part
bit last time
series.
you guys were here.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about how dense the water is at, say, the bottom of Challenger Deep. And
Right.
the higher you get, the less that density is.
Right.
And as you get closer to the surface, you make another transition. There's these transition
Right.
layers where salinity and density of the water is different. That's why
Right.
submarines have a much harder time at deeper depths, because the water density becomes almost like a solid when it gets down that. It's very, very
Mhm.
dense.
It's
So
but
much
you
pressure.
reach that
there was a
surface
video.
level. We're still breathing water vapor, even though we don't technically live in the water. We're still breathing water vapor. Without it, we would die.
Absolutely. So DA, the other day I showed Mikey this video, and it was, kind of one of these little quick clips, and it's this guy, and he's in an underwater submarine. They were doing this study, and he goes, as we're going out in the ocean, suddenly there's this just big kind of opening, and then there's this other body of water. And he said it was so super salinous, so dense, I could not make the submarine go down. I bounced off of it. But I basically found this
Pocket
next layer
almost.
of water,
Yeah.
like an underground lake in the ocean.
Where was it this
And then it was, it's on my Twitter feed. If I find it, I'll send it to you. But the long story short, the guy ended up a few days later, his helicopter he's riding and blows up. That's what I'm saying. We talk about USOs and undersea submerged objects too, and they operate by different physics laws than we're aware of, because maybe they're in that
Transmedium.
bubble. But what if they can go into these and they're tubes down to the next layer of underground ocean that we don't know about? We're trying
the guy
to
just talked about this, and then all of a sudden he dies in a plane crash. All he did was talk about his experience in the submarine. I'm just like, whoa.
But he was pretty jazzed about it. You could tell, and that's one thing about listening to a lot of personal stories, listening to people that have shocking accounts, you hear it. You can hear, unless he's really good at faking it, but you can just hear people and that their brain couldn't process it, but it really happened.
Yeah.
I love those stories, but you just mentioned it too with the Navy subs going down. And when you hit these certain layers, it's harder to descend. It's harder to push against that density of the salt as it gets more and more dense, and just gravity itself is kind of compressing in on you.
We've noticed acoustics work different. When they're trying to use sonar will bounce off certain layers of those different layers of salinity and different layers of thermal levels. That's why our submarines have been for years able to hide beneath some of those thermoclines. They will basically move at slow speeds and quiet speeds beneath these thermoclines, and surface ships and other subs can be banging away with active sonar and 100% miss them because it's just bouncing off that thermocline.
Totally makes sense.
I never knew that in my entire life. That makes complete sense. It's just think of it like there are different curtains almost, right? And if you can get underneath that, right, and there's just that little next layer of it's like a maze underwater, really, when you think about it in a three-dimensional term like that. Rather than just, it's all this, you can swim up and down. We think of it more like the air, I think, as the freedom of a bird flying around. And really, it's got a lot more dynamic to it. That, maybe the wind, but you have currents in the water, but you don't have the density increasing. It gets easier. Well, you lose the lift as you get higher up, I guess. So there's a fine line there too. You need a certain density in the air for all of your flights. So maybe that's why there's outliers. I don't know.
But if the water, the deeper it gets, increases not only in salinity but in density, at what point does it become a crystal?
That's interesting. That's really
because that's essentially what crystal is. I mean, it's.
So what do you think at the bottom of the deepest portions? There's almost like compression of whatever material drops there's making diamonds, and you know what I mean, compressing hard enough down that it's got that force to almost transmute things or build up this crystalline floor, maybe.
It would be something at that depth would be as alien to us as anything we found on the surface of any other planet, because we can't fathom any type of life existing at that kind of pressure. For us to be able to find something and explore something that deep is going to take a technology way beyond what we've got now.
We need
Mhm.
like underwater drones
to get
that
down
could go
to
on the
If
fleets.
our submarines, which were more advanced than their Soviet counterparts from, say, World War II until the present, if our
Right.
submarines were able to use that thermal climb to hide from Russian submarines, what are advanced alien submersibles able to do that we
Oh.
can't detect?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. There's
yeah.
no way. I mean, there's giant bases down there in the water.
Seen
I
a
mean,
lot of stuff on that.
those-
That's very convincing.
Those Air Force videos that it looks like that thing's dropping down into, there's a structure underneath the water.
Oh yeah.
It's really bizarre, off the coast of the Bahamas or wherever that was. Those deep bases. Because if there's transmedium craft that can go in and out of air to water,
Without a
they
doubt.
can just zip
Without a
right
doubt.
down to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, and just there could be anything down there.
Yeah,
There's a lot
You
of
know what I
reports
mean?
of USOs. There's a lot of reports
Well,
of them.
think about the AV-8 Harrier, really the first VTOL plane that was, and think about how that blew everybody's mind that you could have an airplane that just vertically takes off like that.
Hovers.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
that was a jet they used back in Vietnam when it first came out, right, DA?
Yeah.
right.
I mean,
I think the Harrier, the British started really using the Harrier extensively in the early '80s. So I think the technology existed around Vietnam, but they hadn't really perfected it into
Gotcha.
a flyable aircraft until the early '80s.
but think about that technology and how alien, pardon the pun, that looked back then. And just think about the stuff that they're using now that we have no clue about. Some of this stuff that we see
Oh yeah.
may just be our own technology that they're just not telling us about yet.
It's like the Avengers ships that they have in the
Yeah.
Avengers movies.
Yeah.
The Quinjets.
They have they have
Or
the
Top
copters.
Gun with that. Yeah. Oh, with the
Where
Oh,
they
yeah.
the
helicarrier?
sharply can turn. Yep, absolutely. And yeah, that carrier that those giant battleships, essentially huge.
It's an aircraft carrier with 4 big rotors on it that makes it a big
Right.
helicopter.
Yeah, those are
there
shield.
is one.
Well, no,
That's
Oh,
what
you're
he's
saying
saying.
the
It
movie.
wouldn't shock me.
Oh, Jesus.
but yeah,
the
it
movie,
wouldn't shock me if it was. I mean,
So, what about so I watched Top Gun last night, the new one, right? And really enjoyed it. Thought it was a lot of fun. But just favorite parts, obviously the Dark Star, test jet, and
that
doing
was
all that
right out the gate.
But the dogfighting with the 5th gen fighter jets,
Mhm.
and when he's going at it, I think he's in his first jet before. If you haven't
he's
seen the
in
movie,
the F-14 Tomcat.
he's in the F-14 when he's going at it when he does this. Okay,
The end of the
because
movie,
that thing
he's
does
in
this
a Tomcat.
maneuver where it goes up and it basically flatlines like a plate in the air and just like does this weird. And I told my wife, I said, that's actually possible. Those jets do shit like that. I've watched enough air shows and videos on these they're like the SKUs, whatever they are. I don't know if they're Russian or Chinese jets that are just phenomenal. Like, not saying ours aren't good. These new ones are they're crazy. Like what they can do as far as how they can maneuver in the air and almost just like pause
UFO
and just
qualities.
redirect, almost like they could be going screaming and then they'll just flatten out and then pivot back the next way. Or it doesn't look like a jet as I remember as a kid seeing linear lines.
The way those Raptors can do that though is that they're the jet engines on their back, they're independent of each other. So that's vectoring,
right?
Yeah, it's because they can independently move like it, and that's why when they flatten out like that and they cut that's why it can take off in a different
yeah. That's so crazy. It's so crazy. It's like I said,
in a traditional jet like a Tomcat,
right?
The engines they're fixed and they're not. I mean, that's it. They're where they're at.
It's not got vectored thrust or multi-directional thrust in any way, shape, or form. They're basically on the end of a rocket.
Right. Yeah. It's like a drag car versus a drift car.
Right.
Yeah. That's a very
good example.
Straight and fast, or you've got that power and everything as well, but you can really just kind of like drift and carve through the air however you need to, like and then take off like Mach 5, Mach 6, whatever it is. It's just it's so the other thing that's crazy about that is thinking, okay, you watch these movies, you see what it takes, because all of that looks very realistic when they're doing the training. They're trying to do that very difficult run, all the Hicks maneuvers that you're trying to do just to keep blood in your head so you don't pass out. Like it's a super physical workout to fly one of those jets and pull that many G's, etc. Then we see videos of flying objects where we're going, how the hell are you going that fast? And if you're going that fast, is there anybody in there? Because what does that do to you physically?
Yeah, it's going to be doing a tremendous amount of damage to a pilot.
I can't remember what channel it was, but there was a YouTube video I watched where they broke down the science of Iron Man, saying could this really, could it be possible? And they're like, with technology as it is right now, you would die if you were a person inside that suit, because there's no way making those, and they took the scene when he was dogfighting with the raptors, turning and making those banks and moves at that speed in that little container. Basically, your brain would just be sloshing around all inside your head. I mean, you died like the first time you tried to make a move like that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. The other thing I was going to say about the opening scene of that film was watching the jet he's in doing whatever speed he's at, and they show the loop of his turn. And I don't know if it was accurate because I don't know what states he was flying over. I just remember hearing the lady that has a patient, talking about the SR-71, and she had a lot of those landing at right pad over the years and saying, at full speed,
when I was a kid,
that thing trying to turn, like if it's flying and it's headed towards Florida and it tries to make a turn and go to say Minnesota, like that turn's going to take it from going down and it's going to get to Texas and go out to New Mexico and Arizona and then finally be able to turn back because it's going so damn fast. That thing does not turn. It just flies fast and straight like an arrow, super high, super fast. So yeah, it just
not much maneuverability.
No, so is there a physics that is happening inside these UAPs? If there is a pilot, like that's assuming there's somebody in there, a physical or biological or what kind of robotic AI pilot, or if there's nothing, if it's just a drone, if it's just a probe, sent from whatever distant planet, or if there are people or entities in there, how the fuck are you surviving those G's? You can't. We can't. Your body would.
The limit is, but at a certain point, it'll just liquefy your organs.
Right. It's like Jodie Foster in Contact. Like she didn't get in that chair. Like she was going through the wormhole and just like floating through it rather than, shaking apart in the chair.
There's other stuff where it's, creating this
that bubble around
of space-time around.
That's what I think it is.
The ship.
That's
and
what
it's
I think
bending. Using these electromagnetic forces to essentially like create where inside that bubble you're not moving,
you're not feeling the effects of the G's.
No, it's
you're
not
just
like the thrust of it,
right?
It's a technology we just don't understand at all. But there's how to get to even this planet. You have to hyperdrive.
You're gonna have to do something, or you're close enough by that you've been here watching this for a long time.
Is it wormhole travel? We talk about portals all the time. We've been obsessed with portals.
We're getting into the portals a lot more than I ever knew. I didn't know a lot about them.
I mean, it's you see them open up. Dogmen and Bigfoot are around when there's portals. There's UFOs show up.
I first heard about it just listening about Skinwalker Ranch and like the being crawling out of the like portal of light and like something dropping onto the ground and like run away. I was like, what? Okay.
Joel talked about on our show. Joel Thomas from Kill the Mockingbirds has been going on cryptid hunts with Tony Merkel from the Confessionals.
They're on a hunt right now, aren't they?
Yeah, they're out tomorrow. Actually, they have the movie premiere. But Out of the Shadows and
is it Out of the Shadows or Shape of Shadows?
Shape of Shadows. Sorry about that. But they were also out at Skinwalker Ranch and saw similar things, portals, basically things opening up in the sky.
Yeah, yeah. I need to see that. I need to watch it when it comes out because like he had some. They stayed at the place that is right next to Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah,
and I've heard the story. I can't remember the guy's name now, but I remember hearing his story about him having the encounter with the Skinwalker that he thought was a hitchhiker, and then waking up in his car the next morning.
Hey,
get out!
Yeah, buddy.
Pitbull.
There he is.
Did you just wake up?
What's up,
bro?
I'm
not feeling much.
Oh,
he had crayon overdose.
My shoulder's been acting up, man. I'm just
Hang on over to-
kicks
Too
the
many
shit
green
out-
ones.
Were you doing the shake weight?
Yeah, kicks the shit out of me. My shoulder. I got a ripped rotator cuff. So
I feel you, man. I
Yep.
feel you. That's not much fun.
no, I stay up all night. I try to get comfortable. I can't. So
Are you gonna
Yeah.
have surgery, or what's the recommended course?
I'm still fighting with them. Still fighting with disability and all that bullshit with them.
Oh, I
Yeah.
got you. I got you.
It's crazy. It's nuts.
I got
So,
you. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I know I was joking about it, but I truly hope you feel better and get better soon.
Yeah.
No, I'm good, man. I'm good.
Yeah. Well, we were just ripping into some skinwalker stories and portals, and we've covered a wide breadth
UAPs.
of. Yeah, somehow we got into deep. I think it was because you were saying the,
DA,
the,
if
the
we hit
fighter
a single
jets.
DA, if we hit a single topic that you had prepared,
Yeah, well, how are we doing on the strange road bingo?
We're like hitting all around some of the topics, but we haven't actually hit some of them. But you know what?
Hey,
That's
let's-
fine because I'm enjoying the way this is going.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
perfect.
awesome.
Yeah, I sent DA a bunch of stuff on the Aurora project. I don't know, about a month ago.
Okay.
And basically, what they were saying was, I don't know if it's true or not. Basically, the government came out and said they have a craft that is gravity propulsioned, but it also bends gravity to where the pilot doesn't get affected by the G.
Mhm.
Okay,
Right.
that's what we were just talking about. Yep.
It's like putting a bowling ball on a bed on a mattress, and the
Well-
weight of the gravity.
Well, that's how it moves,
and
but
it
he's saying
rolls,
there's some way
creates a
that you
field.
don't get affected
That's why
by
the,
traveling that way.
That's why when everybody's seen these black triangles
Yeah.
Yeah.
flying, and they said that is the aircraft that we designed, that they took from supposedly alien technology and re-engineered it.
Right.
Okay, that's why you don't hear it flying. You don't hear any engines. It's all gravity fed. It's all gravity propulsion. So I don't know how true it is, but you know,
It makes a certain amount of sense, though.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me the least bit if we had.
I agree.
I would say look at it this way. If you want a really good indicator, or at least like one of the best ones I think there is, any movie that you watched when you were younger where you saw a piece of technology outside of, let's say, the hoverboard from Back to the Future. We still don't have a true hoverboard, anti-gravity hoverboard, right?
Crap. We need the hoverboard.
But
Come on.
the like
It's
shark,
ridiculous.
the jaws coming out, the 3D image, there's stuff like that in Japan and Tokyo and all over the world in different advertisement with. But what I'm saying is,
Holograms.
all over.
if we can dream it, it sounds stupid, but it's like, if we can dream it, we can do it, because we do all of this. Like, oh, you'll never fly. Yeah, we're going to fly. You're never going to go to the moon. Yeah, we went to the moon. We're build rockets. It's almost like telling me as a child not to do something. I have oppositional defiant disorder. I'm going to do what you tell me not to do.
Oh, it's like what Robbie said. The technology from World War II to now has jumped.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like crazy.
Astronomical.
Generations.
Yeah, I mean,
But
we can't explain. We got stuff we got cell phones that we can't even get here in the United States, that are in Japan, that are clear. There's cell phones. that
Oh
are
my
clear.
God. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Smart
You can see
glass.
right
Smart
through it.
glass
Yeah.
technology.
You
Oh,
can't even
smart
see
glass
it.
technology is going to start rolling out big time.
I have
Where
never heard of that. I've
it's
seen
just-
it in, television
It's
shows
like
or movies
Avatar.
or futuristic things. Dude,
You know.
The game systems.
Wow.
There's game systems in Japan that we can't get here in the United States.
why? They just don't
They
sell
just
them here?
They won't
Too
import them
advanced.
here. Yeah, they won't import
All
them.
right. I'm going to Japan sometime just for that reason.
Well, the phones
Just to
are
visit.
crazy. The
Even the
Huawei.
TVs.
I'm
They
buying
got
something there of electronic nature.
the TVs.
I mean,
over
I
there.
saw.
It's crazy. The TVs they got over, in Japan and stuff that we can't get here.
Have
I mean,
you
they're like paper thin.
have you seen the TVs where the guy, I saw a video and I don't know if it's fake or not. It sounded rather convincing. They had these very nice big LED plasma, whatever, super thin televisions, no plug, no cable, no cord for power. It picked up the power.
Yeah.
Just like
In
your
the house.
radio and your television signal picks it up
Yeah.
by an
That's
antenna.
Tesla.
It was
the same
sucking
thing
power
Tesla
out of
was
the
doing.
air.
Yeah, that's
was
Tesla
doing-
coil.
Yeah, Tesla.
I
doing
was like,
the
I
same
don't know if I'm
thing.
being hoaxed or catfished or hooked, but it looked very convincing. The guy demoing it again, but it needs a little more due diligence. But I don't know if you guys ever heard anything like this, or does that concept sound too wild? I mean, we receive radio signals. There's all kinds of radio waves and frequencies all around us right now. Like, there's other shows like this that we're on going right by us that we're just not tuning into on this screen. Like, that's just wild.
Yeah, there's so much
really
stuff
wild
out there that we haven't even tapped into. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we're still babes
Well,
in the woods.
that's just like think about the satellite internet service used to have years ago, the dish networks and DirecTV and all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
There was,
for television.
Well, but I know it was crap, but that's not the what I'm saying. There was a big thing between the satellite companies and the hackers. You know, we're gonna hack the service, we're gonna block it, we're gonna do this, and they actually tried to take it to the Supreme Court and saying you couldn't hack it and all that stuff. But Supreme Court looked at it and said you can't put your trademark on a signal that you send out into that you can take a punch bowl and wrap it with tinfoil and put a receiver in the middle of it. And as long as you know where to point that homemade dish, you're going to pick that signal up. So you can't, because it's just a signal that once it goes out and hits that satellite and bounces back down. As long as you know where to point it, you can pick that signal up.
Yeah, I'm about to say, it's like you're dropping it right where I catch it. I'm just supposed to not pick this up. Like that's crazy.
That's why how they went to, instead of putting the cards in the receivers like they used to when they first started.
Yeah, I remember that.
You had to bought the receiver, then you had to get the service, and they'd send you the card. Then the card is what actually unlocked it. Then if you tampered with the card, then you were breaking the law. But it's the same thing. That there's signals floating around. I mean, you could probably, if you know how to do it with these signal stuff, there's probably stuff that you could pick up that happened 10, 15 years ago. That if you knew where to put to point a dish or some kind of receiver, you could probably pick up signals that are still floating around.
For sure,
like reruns of Matlock.
Well, they're all echoing out into space too right now, right? Like they're going on forever until they hit something, and then maybe they bounce back. But if not, they're just it's like shooting a gun. It's like shooting a rifle in very flat land in Ohio. You better hope there's something that's going to hit. Otherwise, that bullet's just going to keep traveling. So like, don't use those those signals are just going out forever.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you know, I know the gun laws for hunting in Iowa are very strict. They only want you to deer hunt with shotguns because of how far a bullet will travel.
Yeah.
But you know, the thing about bullet trajectories is if it doesn't hit something, it's going to keep traveling until basically gravity brings it to Earth.
Right.
But you know, if you fired a bullet and dropped a bullet at the exact same time, they're going to hit the ground at the same time. Yeah. Gravity is affecting them at the same rate.
And it's also affected by the grain. The grain of the bullet, when you shoot, I'm not trying to get scientific here. When you shoot a 308 and you're shooting at a target that's, let's say, 1,100 yards out, do you know how you have to arc that round to go in? Okay, you're actually lobbing it in like a mortar to hit your target. Okay, people don't know that have never been through all that bullshit and training and stuff, and then he just shot it and he hit him. No, all that stuff you see in the movie, especially in that one movie with what's his name, the sniper.
Wahlberg.
No, the sniper movie that they just
did.
Oh, Tom Berenger.
Yeah, with the SEAL. What's his name?
Chris Kyle, American Sniper.
American
Sniper. When he was on the rooftop and he was shooting that counter.
Oh, Bradley Cooper.
Yeah. When he was shooting that counter sniper across the town, across Fallujah, I mean, he was using a 700 millimeter Magnum. Okay, and all you seen him was he was laying there. He was laying flat. That barrel was flat. Well, yeah, but when he uses his scope, that round is arcing. I mean, up. Like they show you in the movie, it's running. They show you the bullet going across the top of the buildings flat. That's not how it goes. That bullet's just arcing. You can watch it with the vapor trail. You can
right.
Go in and hit your target, and that's what It's the technology. Even when now they have bullets that follow people.
That's wild.
Okay, there's a microchip inside of a bullet It's a 3. I'll send you the video.
Oh God.
Okay, and
I'm freaked out now. That's too much.
Yeah,
bullets.
it's
That's
real.
like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, like the bullets that
Oh
like
yeah, just zips
Just
through the whole
dum-dum.
town.
No,
Yeah,
boys,
like
that's go back
heat-seeking
a little bit
missiles and a
further.
gun.
That's Tom.
Yeah.
That's Tom Selleck in Runaway,
Yep.
which was before Roger Rabbit.
Yeah.
There you go. There
the
you
movie.
go.
Yeah, I mean, this bullet actually tracks its target on a moving
That's
target
insane.
and hits it.
Kennedy's magic bullet.
Yeah, from a 308. It's ridiculous.
That's
So
the
you don't
basis
use
of
it.
Kiss shooting you with a magic bullet.
Yeah,
That's
Because
insane.
Gene Simmons was in that movie.
people don't
Yeah.
realize what goes into shooting a target that far when it comes to mathematics. You
Oh
know?
no, I've watched a lot of shows on the spotter, and you know, it's this many degrees this way, it's this many clicks this
Right.
way, it's this many minutes, it's
Everything
wind
affects it.
speed, it's you got the
Everything.
rotation of the earth and the tilt, and the drop of that bullet is actually arcing, but it's also being affected by the spin
Yeah.
of the earth, right?
Now the wind by you might be
Spin
blowing
drift.
2 miles an hour, but
Yeah.
downrange it might be blowing 20.
Right,
So by
right.
the time the round gets there, it's off target by 5 feet.
Yeah,
because
you're talking
wind
some real wizardry.
But this bullet adjusts itself to hit the target. This is what I'm saying.
Right.
So you shoot
Right.
it, you paint your target, and it's almost like you're using a laser painter. You paint your target, and this bullet takes off, and the guy's running from you. Could hide behind a building, and this bullet zips around the building and hits him.
Yeah.
it's
Honestly, I think one of the big things is going to be Yeah, I think the like mini drone stuff, we see we see a variety of drones, but like I think the whole like you have a swarm of like 100 or 1,000 little like softball size or like
Right.
tennis ball size drones that could literally like materialize into like one block of a drone. Then like you get, I don't know.
Hell, they're using them.
We
in
always
Ukraine.
think the movies are out of reach, but it's going to come real because we thought of it. Now that we thought of it, we gave somebody the idea. They're just going to go do it because it's there.
Well,
We
this
thought
whole-
it into existence.
That whole war in Ukraine is fought. I mean, look at what they're doing with the drones in Ukraine.
Right?
It's
100%.
crazy.
Right.
Whoever thought of
Imagine
using
one of those
drones-
little mini drones with a couple ounces of C4 on it.
100%.
That-
100%. So
that was set to your body's personal heat signature, which everybody's is different.
Right.
right.
And this little son of a gun
Or
track
locks
you
in on
go.
your cell signal.
Right.
Yeah,
Yep.
And
So
you
you
go
got-
like, oh, this is the phone number we want you to kill.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Go get that SIM card.
Yeah. A guy that I used to work with was in the service in a pretty decent capacity, and he was talking about some of the tech that they used, and one of the things was basically like this forearm, it looked like a more like a brace or a protector, like a impact shield or something, but it basically had a compartment on it with a little drone in it. And when the operator needed to check the area and make sure they were clear, they would put up this little basically handheld and flip down the goggles to watch it, and
Yeah.
they'd
Yeah.
fly around and clear the area, bring it back, pop it
Yeah.
in the little container holder. Cool, we're good to go.
Yeah. Recon.
We
team.
unequivocally we can clear these areas and have good reconnaissance and make sure
Yeah.
that our
Yeah.
entry points are clean and we don't have somebody around the corner waiting on us or what have you. And
Yeah. The technology nowadays. I mean, for
it's
people,
wild.
Yeah. I like me, Robbie, DA. We can never keep up with the young guys with the technology that's in there right now that they're using. I mean, it's crazy.
It's
It's
harder
not-
to keep up with that than it would be to keep up as like a former NFL or basketball player
Exactly. I mean,
because it's happening so fast.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
Like I said, the Aurora Project. I mean, look
Right.
at the Stealth Project. What was it? DA 19. They actually designed the plane in the 50s.
Yeah.
1950, the stealth fighter and bomber was designed. The
Yep.
first test flight was in 1960 something. Now, if you've seen that thing flying in the air in 1960s, that would blow your mind. You'd be like, what the frig is that in the air?
Yeah.
Okay. You just think of the advancements that we have now that's flying around that people are, oh, that's a UFO.
Well, sure,
Yep,
sure, sure.
I've seen a stealth bomber fly at Wright
Wow.
Pat Air Force at the museum, had an air show,
That would be cool.
and they brought the bomber out
Right.
and flew it over, and dude, it rumbled.
Oh,
It was unreal because it's a bomber, so it's huge.
Yeah.
You can't even believe the size of it. And then you go in, and they have another one that you go take a tour. You can go in it. We went
crazy.
several times. We used to go to the Air Force Museum all the time.
I've never been to an air show.
It's
I've been to the
dope.
Air Force Museum. My wife just said last night
The
while we were
angels,
watching
we
that
saw
movie.
the angels
Yeah,
fly.
she goes, "We need to take you to an air show," and I'm like, "I'm
It's
all about it."
super
Like that's
cool.
one of my goals in life is to do a jet ride along. I don't care if I pass out, throw up, lose all bodily control, but I need to experience it. Like I said earlier with breaking the arm, I'm a glutton for certain things. I want to know what that feels like. I want my, like cheeks just to pull down, like to where
They
I
have the
can't.
SR-71 there too.
Bro,
Yeah.
you can't do a ride along.
They have the
those.
bomber and the SR-71 in the Air Force
You know
Museum.
the
Both of
carrier.
them.
You know how they get personnel off and on carriers, right? Aircraft carriers.
Fly them, right?
Yeah,
No.
so they use
Fly
a
'em.
double, it's a double prop. You're actually doing a controlled crash. That's what you're doing.
Oh yeah. Oh, the big ones. The big ones.
It's a double prop transporter. So you're doing a
don't they-
controlled crash when you're hitting that deck.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you launch, that catapult, that steam catapult is ridiculous. I mean, the
Oh,
G's on that will just put you back like it's like you're gone. And you feel it drop.
It launches you like a bow and arrow, basically, right? Like a
Mhm.
crossbow. It's like
Yeah.
sends you off of it.
There's not enough space
Right.
for the planes to take
Right.
off. So with the
Right.
plane powering up and the catapult, that compensates for the shortness of the
Yeah.
takeoff.
See that one guy? Did you see that one guy with the Red Bull plane? He landed on the roof.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
those guys are
I
amazing.
did. I saw that.
Those guys are
Yep.
incredible.
Yeah.
Red Bull's nuts. They have a great
He landed
Instagram
on
channel.
that roof and just stopped
Yeah.
it dead. I mean, it was like 100 feet.
Yeah,
I was
it's
like,
pretty
what is he
good.
doing? It was a regular Cessna. And he went,
Yep.
came in and landed it. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, those Flugtag dudes
Yep.
are nuts.
On
Be
the
right back, guys.
on hey, when you go in there, will you grab my jewel off the
Yeah.
charger? Hey, on the conversation of the planes taking off and landing that are too short of a runway. I want to say there was a prop airplane, but it takes off of there and it uses that cable, but it also has like, even though it has propellers on the back of the plane,
Jets.
it has like jet assistance. Yeah, like they spark those up just to take off of the carrier. Anywhere
The
else, it has
JATO
enough-
model,
Yeah.
jet assisted takeoff.
Yeah,
the C-130
Okay.
Yeah, the C-130 uses
Okay.
on a regular runway when it wants
Okay.
to do a vertical takeoff with a big payload.
I got you. Okay.
I thought the
I've seen those
C-130 was
before.
the rocket assisted instead of the jet assisted because it's got the rocket
Yeah, it
pods
has-
on the side of it.
Yeah, it does. It
That's
has-
whichever one it
A
does.
Rado
it-
instead of a JATO.
Yeah, they put them on all. They put them on all of them. Anything that's a
They need-
transport, they'll put them on if it has a big payload. If it
Yeah.
doesn't have the oomph to get it up in the air. That's the
Let me
crazy
ask you
part.
this. So we've talked about the government and their possibility. Like, do they know about Bigfoots and Sasquatches
Right.
and dog? If they do, is it kind of like there's an X-Files and like they either have like specimens of it and they're researching and studying it, like Dulce, New Mexico, the underground lab with the 7 different levels, and level 7's the craziest. I don't know.
Well,
You guys are very familiar with all that and Phil Schneider and that whole story, but
I sent DA a interview that this one guy worked for the government. He worked for DOD. I'm
Yeah.
trying to get him to come on the show. Basically, his main job was, and it checked out. This guy's credentials checked out. I'm not going to release his name or anything because
sure.
this guy, all his team did was hunt down Bigfoot and nuisance Bigfoot and track them. That's what his team did for DOD. Okay. And they know about it. I mean, even the FBI has a file. I mean, look what the FBI did. The FBI did an internal investigation. You go even into Florida and where is it? Not Ohio. What state is it that has the $3 million bounty, DA?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Okay.
Oklahoma has a $3 million Bigfoot bounty.
Yes. Yeah, but you have
To be brought in alive.
You got to bring it in alive. Now,
It must be alive. Okay.
this guy that works for the DOD says it's possible to do, and he explains it in this one podcast. And I reached out to
Okay.
him. I want to get him on the show because his credentials do check out. He did work he's a contractor for DOD. So I don't
Okay.
know why he wouldn't lie about something or, ruin his reputation.
Mm-hmm.
There are government agencies out there. It's the Department of Interior, basically.
Oh yeah,
Right.
That are coordinating all these teams. Yeah, there's teams out there like DA's book. I
But
hate
this-
to say it, but that shit's
Right.
true.
But this goes back to where you guys have had the images of the underground chambers in the
Right.
state parks or the land. I don't remember if it's a state park or what the land is. It's cordoned off that you can't get on. You've seen the LiDAR images of it.
Land up,
so
yeah,
is there
it's up by DA? That one
this?
that one park is up by DA where they have underground tunnels and entranceways.
Yeah. So
Mark
I
Twain?
think
Is it the Mark Twain?
Are you talking about the Springfield Underground?
There
Yeah,
you go.
the Dogmen and stuff. Is that the Mark Twain or is that Land Between the Lakes?
Land Between the Lakes is more well known for Dogman, but there are quite a few sightings around here.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, there is something under the ground there. Why would they have access panel hatches to go down?
Oh, yeah, those pictures there. That was up in Wisconsin.
Yeah, why would they have that?
Wisconsin.
You know,
Don't know.
But
Either it's
didn't
something
Jessica
that was
say she
already
remote
there that
viewed?
they found.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Sorry, I
so
didn't
didn't
hear.
Jessica say she remote viewed a
Yes.
bunker at the
Yeah.
LBL DA?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what basically, some people say that they're used by the government. Some people say they're not used by the government. That keeps, Bigfoot in track or keeps them in line. And then you got dogmen that are not. Everybody's got their opinion. Well, I don't think we'll ever know in our lifetime. Be honest with you. I mean, even the stuff look what they were doing back in the 40s, man, with prisoners. I mean, they were trying to make a super soldier. How sick is that? That they were experimenting on human beings. I mean, it's
Dosing people LSD.
Sometimes wonder if they don't do broad
doing mind control
experiments to this very day. Sometimes
I'm sure they're still doing it.
A
They
lot.
wanted to clone They wanted to clone a mammoth.
I thought
That
they
was-
were
Oh yeah,
going to.
we covered that.
Yeah.
Well, they made a meatball out of it, didn't they?
I don't know what they did, but they had a
They
baby
cloned,
mammoth. And they had a baby
they-
mammoth, and they had to extract the DNA from it. And I know
Yeah.
the Russian scientists wanted to clone it. I was
Yeah,
like,
they're working on that. We covered it on Strange
Yeah.
Happenings.
it's
Yeah.
crazy.
Well, we
They're
also-
using
we al-
African elephants.
Yeah, because they're much larger. They're much closer to.
Yeah.
Well, they're big
Yep.
enough to birth the woolly mammoth.
Right.
The
Yeah.
Asian
They're
It's
gonna
crazy
or
what's
Asiatic
out there,
elephant
man.
couldn't.
put an embryo in an African elephant. to
I
birth
wouldn't be
it.
surprised if we don't see them in a couple years
I just
roaming in
watched-
Siberia.
I just watched. I don't know if you guys seen this movie, but I didn't expect this movie to turn out the way it did. Moonfall. Did you see it?
Moonfall.
Not seen it.
Sounds
Yes.
familiar.
Where it's the moon. I'm not going to give it away. The
Yeah.
moon is not really the moon.
Yes.
Okay, you guys need to watch that
I think
because I was
Stoner
like,
told me about this.
I'm like, this movie's going to suck. No, it was
Yeah,
pretty
they made
good.
a meatball tunes.
So
Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
I've not seen it. I'll watch it. What'd you
crazy.
watch it on? What's
It's on,
streaming?
Oh God!
Try to
Oh,
rent
I'm
it.
trying to think. It was on. Hold on. HBO Max.
Yes.
HBO Max.
Yeah,
Yes,
it was on there.
I'm watching
Got
that.
that?
Yeah, definitely watching that. Thank you. I'll
Moonfall.
definitely check that out.
Yeah, I watched it the other night. I was blown away.
Oh, the
by it.
moon is not the moon.
Yeah, you got to watch it. Got to watch.
Gentlemen, we just broke the 2 hour mark, and I don't want to wind down yet, but let's take a quick minute. Let us talk about our affiliate links, and let give
Sure.
everybody a chance to stretch their legs and top off drinks, and we'll do the touch on the affiliate links, and then get back to the regular program.
Cool.
So
Sounds good.
I wanted to take a quick minute, since we're just over the 2 hour mark, to talk about the affiliate programs we have here. And the first I'm going to talk about is Dark Angel Medical. It's a subject that's near and dear to me because Dark Angel Medical does such a fantastic job. I carried their kits throughout my law enforcement career. Doc couldn't be with us tonight, or unfortunately, he wasn't able to be with us. But he will be with us on Saturday. But Dark Angel makes a full line of first aid and trauma kits. And if you're going to do anything that's away from basic 911 services, especially with the way the world is today, I highly recommend you get a kit and keep it on hand. But I'll play the video message from Doc, and if you head over to darkangelmedical.com or use the link that is now popping up in the chat and also on their screen and use discount code Cryptid25 for 25% off your entire order.
Hey everybody, this is Kerry Pocket Doc Davis from Dark Angel Medical, and you are listening to DA Ex Machina with DA Roberts. You may recognize me or some of my products from Dark Angel Medical in some of the Apex Predator, Lakeview Man, and Wild Hunt books, and you can get those products at www.darkangelmedical.com, along with training classes on how to use those products and save a life. Shoot us an email at info@darkangelmedical.com and be the difference.
And folks, remember that Dark Angel Medical not only provides these kits, the Dark Angel Medical also has what's called the Kit for Life Guarantee. If you use your kit to save a life, even your own, contact them, send them the unused portion of your kit, and they'll resupply the kit for free for life. I think they've got 163 or 167 saves so far, and that's just an outstanding thing. That's keeping people, keeping people from dying, and that's huge. And folks, if you're going to go out, you're going to be doing any kind of cryptid hunting, if you're going to be hunting, fishing, backpacking, camping, sometimes even if you just live out in the country, you might want to keep a good first aid kit on hand. And even if you live in town, when seconds count, 911 services are still minutes away. If you get a bad enough cut, like one that would require a tourniquet, you might bleed out before 911 could get to you, even in town, because you only have seconds depending on which artery you hit. So it's probably a good idea to get the training you need and get a good medical kit and keep that close at hand, because the life you save might very well be your own. And the other one that I thought we would discuss real quick is the good folks over at Scallywag Tactical. And Robbie, would you like to take away that one?
Absolutely. Scallywag Tactical, as DA mentioned, is we are kind of fond of our military owned companies, and Scallywag Tactical is a military owned company. They make the best quality knives you could probably ever get your hands on. Very well affordable, very well priced. Y'all have all heard me and Anthony talk and go on and on and on about these knives and the edges that they keep. This is the Jolly Roger. I think that was the bounty that you just had, Anthony, or the gunner's mate? I mean,
the gunner's mate. That's that other. DA's got that big.
That's the Orca. Yeah, that's the bounty, the big two-handed one. That'd be the. Which one is that, DA? I can't see.
The Mako, I believe.
Mako. They've also got the sailor-assisted folder. They're just all these knives. They got cool little names, but they're awesome knives. They're sharp as razors. That term gets thrown around, but these things really are. I mean, I handed one of these
tackle box knife. The bad fish.
The bad fish, yes. I handed my sailor assisted folder to my sergeant the other day. He was like, I've been hearing you talk about that knife. He said, I don't believe it's as sharp as you say it is.
Bullshit.
So I handed it to him. I said, all right, be careful. He pulls a piece of paper off his desk and he goes and just does like that, and just it was just like the paper was made that way, and he was like,
yeah,
what was the name of that company again? I said,
exactly.
Scallywag Tactical.
Yeah.
He gets on his computer, starts looking up, and starts getting ready to order him a knife. He's like, I'm ordering me one of them things.
Tell him to use the discount code.
Yep, I did. But they sell themselves. If you know somebody who's got a knife and is a knife lover like we are.
Oh yeah.
It's those are the knives that you need to.
Me and Robbie make homemade knives, man, and the steel that you use is high carbon steel for good knives. For some reason, or I don't know, beyond the stars, I don't know how he keeps these blades the way he keeps them with the sharpness on. I mean, you can
just good quality construction.
Yeah, it's like crazy. So, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Robbie.
Oh, no, that's we're talking about this. That's great. DA's got the code up on there, the DA Roberts 10. You can use that code at checkout. It gives you 10% off your order. But something that we found out too, they have a thing called the blemish blades, and
There it is. There's
as
that
far
big
as
bitch.
yeah, that's a bounty, the sword, basically.
It's in his
But
books. It's in his books.
yep. Basically, you go to the blemish blades, and every one that I've gotten, it's just been something damaged to the box. This was a blemish blade.
Yeah.
This was a blemish blade. There's nothing wrong with these blades at all. Nothing wrong with the knife. This little stuff on the box. The box was messed up, and I couldn't sell it as new.
And the one I
So
got
you
you
get
for Christmas.
the
was a
discount on the
blemish.
I have 3
Oh.
right here in the boxes that I just got.
Uh-oh.
This one is promised to my oldest son. He'll be in this weekend. But these 2,
Our giveaways?
I bought them. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing a giveaway with them.
Uh-oh.
We're not gonna do it tonight. We'll probably do it this weekend when we got Cam Buckner on. But I've got a brand new blemish blade in the box, Orca.
There it is.
And the one that Robbie was showing, brand new in the box.
That's what I
Jelly
carry.
Rancher.
Yeah, I carry that one. That's the one you got me, DA, for the gift.
Yeah.
DA got me that.
So
and that thing has been on my side ever since, man. That's the one I carry every day.
go get you a blemish blade on there, which is you'll get it at a discount, and then put that code DA Roberts 10 in there, and you're going to get another 10% off.
Yeah, you can get some of these orcas, the blemished orcas for $8, and if you put that discount code, you can get them for $7.20.
Yeah, where are you going to go get a good quality knife?
It's an incredible quality knife.
Yeah,
they're generally like $45 or $50.
Yeah,
but they've got some of these blemished remains.
This is a $45 knife. That's what it retails for. It's $45. I got it for $15.
Mm-hmm.
You get a $15 knife at Walmart, you are not going to get any kind of close to this type of, type of craftsmanship on a $15 Walmart knife.
Hell, I bought a $30 Crenshaw, at Walmart that I won't keep an edge.
Just shaved hair off my arm with that thing.
Yeah, but people don't realize it's sharp as hell. And Robbie probably uses it as much as I do. I cut everything with it.
Oh yeah.
So
I've got one of those. I've got one of the dark one, like you do, Ant. I've got this is my knife I carry every day.
That's the one DA got.
If I've got pants on, I've got this knife on.
Yeah.
And I open Amazon boxes with it. Yep. I cut twine. If I'm out in the yard and I'm breaking stuff up or like when I'm cleaning out the garage, I'm cutting stuff apart. I use this knife for everything, and it is just as sharp now as the day I took it out of the box.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy the quality.
I carry this one at work every day because it's got the serrated edge on it, and in case I got to cut a seat belt or something like that. So this is the one I carry in my pocket when I'm on duty. And then just depending on which one's closest to me, this one or my sailor assisted folder that I. If I'm going somewhere a little bit nicer, a lot of times I'll because that copper knife, it's just a nice looking knife. But like the DA said, for every day,
I like
this
the
is just
black
a good
one better.
utility knife.
And this is the Sailor Assistant folder in black and silver. I like it in black and silver, but the reason I really like this is this reason right here. Now watch how little effort it takes to open this blade.
Oh shit. That's quick.
It's spring assisted. I mean, you still got to close it just manually, but just the tip of my finger, just that much.
Well, they're all.
It is razor sharp.
I mean,
ready to use.
I mean, even straight up and down. Jolly Roger, straight up and down. I mean, all these knives open really well. I mean,
they're folding blades.
Like
some of the best pocket knives I've ever owned, but their fixed blade knives are unbelievably good quality.
Yeah, I got one. I got the other one that's on my vest. That ain't coming off.
These are almost like switchblades, as easy as they open.
Well, yeah, with the button assist. Yeah.
Robert D says, are these knives legal to carry in most states, guys? Yes. I think that if you look at their website, there's only shipping restrictions. I want to say to New York, California, and maybe Massachusetts.
Yeah, because you
Uh,
know their laws up there. Yeah,
yeah,
communists.
but I think most states you
Sorry.
easy there, Anthony.
I know. I'm sorry.
But I think they ship to most states. They'll even ship to other countries. I know they'll ship them to Australia. The shipping's just a bit pricey. But then again, shipping anything overseas always is.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, it's hard to ship stuff overseas. I know that. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, if you have a concealed weapons permit, it ain't gonna affect you if you can't what you carry. You just gotta have it concealed. If you could conceal that big one that DA's got under a trench coat, they can't say anything to you. Really. I mean, that's the whole thing of having it. So, I mean, yeah, I don't think cops really bother with the pocket knife situation anymore. I really don't. I think they're more concerned about handguns now than anything.
Speaking
So,
of carrying concealed, Florida just joined the ranks of the states that are now constitutional carry.
yeah, and I mean, well, I just had mine renewed. Yeah, I paid all that money.
You still want to keep if you're not planning on traveling much, you still want to have your CCW because reciprocity laws don't recognize constitutional carry.
No.
Well, I live in a constitutional carry state. Most of the states around me are constitutional carry states, with the exception of Illinois, which that's.
Well, if I go to Robbie, if I go to visit Robbie, I can. I mean, I got my concealed. It's Ripper State. It actually carries over to his state.
Well,
most carrying concealed will
make it a lot easier to buy your gun too.
Yeah. You don't have to sit there and wait. You don't have to sit there and wait the 3-day cooling off period. So, it's good to have. It is good to have, but it is. I mean, we finally got on board with the constitutional carry. That's great, though.
Robin Blake says, "Thank you, Anthony, for mentioning the kitchen knife block sale the other day. I was waiting for the price to go down on my meal. Now my meal prep time has been cut in half. My Scallywag kitchen knives, best kitchen knives I've ever freaking owned. They are amazing." My youngest son Noah, who pops in from time to time, has already told me if anything ever happens to me, he gets the kitchen knives.
Yeah, because Noah cooks all the time.
Yeah.
I know that. Yeah, they're a good knife. I think Miss Lene has a set too. She bought, didn't she?
I think so.
Yeah, Miss Lene was talking about. I know she bought a bunch for her farm. She's got a bunch of knives for the farm. She said.
Yeah, she said the balance of my Orca and all the kitchen knives feel so perfect. Also.
Right there it is. Yeah, she does. She says she loves them. Her husband loves them. Everybody that we turn them on to Scallywag, they love the product. So
great freaking knives, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah.
Well, as soon as you get one in your hand, and you start messing around with, I mean, like I said this before, I'm not scared of any firearm that I have because I know how the firearm is going to hurt me. I'm scared of it.
Yeah.
Because if I mess up just the slightest little bit, this thing's going to cut me 3 ways: long, deep, and hard.
Oh yeah, I've already done it too.
As Doc would
say.
I've cut my thumb. Yeah, Miss Lene said, "Yep, my kitchen knife. Here it is." On my right, yeah, she just loves them. So, yeah, she got turned on to them. I think most of the people in chat actually ordered. I know didn't Tomb try to get some?
Yeah, he said he can. He's just not. He can get them shipped to Australia. He hasn't done it yet because the shipping's a bit pricey.
How much to ship a knife?
I don't know. It would be one of those things you'd have to put in your address into the website, and it would predict the shipping.
Wouldn't it be cheaper for us to ship something to him?
Maybe. I don't know. I know I sent him and his wife. I sent them some patches, and it was like filling out customs and immigrations forms, and it was really bizarre. I sent patches to England, didn't have to do any of that, but to send them to Australia, I had to fill out customs forms and everything.
$60 to send them.
$60 to ship them. Wow.
Jesus.
Well, maybe we'll have to make that happen sometime here in the near
Yeah,
future.
that's nuts, man. I don't think it's going to cost us $60 to ship him a knife. If I did it or Robbie or you did it, I mean, that's crazy. Damn. Jeez.
It was like 15 or 16 bucks to send 4 patches.
And they weigh nothing. They weigh
Yeah,
nothing.
they weigh next to nothing.
That's
It was
ridiculous.
just an envelope. Well, it was just an envelope this size,
Yeah,
and it was like
that's
15 bucks to mail it.
crazy. I'm sorry, that's just nuts. Really, I can't understand that. Really, really. But anywho, yeah, he even said, he goes, yeah, for me, Anthony, it's nuts. Yeah, you're right, it is, Tim. It is crazy. I'm sorry. Yeah, but Australia, man, I always wanted to go there. Always wanted to do hunting, like we talked about that time. But it's even
Yeah, that
pricey to
would-
fly there. I mean,
Oh,
geez,
yeah.
it's nuts.
Well,
Even
before the guys get back, before they join us again, I would want to take a quick minute and tell everybody thank you again for helping make Dark Frontiers First Hunt #1 new release in Western horror. It is currently sitting with 105 5-star ratings and 1 4-star rating, and it is in the top 25 in 3 categories in
Nice.
Amazon.
Awesome. Awesome. Let's see. Looking at the chat.
There you guys are. You guys ready?
Here's the back.
Yeah,
Was it
dude,
back?
congratulations, DA.
Game on. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Stellar.
On the book sales. It's incredible, dude.
The new Western one is being very well received.
Fantastic.
I need to get some physical copies ordered in so I can give some away.
I want to order one when you get one, so let me know when that happens, and I'll purchase one. I need
I
to
may be
we've
ordering some of
talked
those
about-
this week.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
I'd never written a Western before, and really enjoyed the process. And I'm
Yeah.
getting some really wonderful feedback from people. There are people
Nice.
like, I don't know about the other series, but when's the next Western one coming out? I'm like,
Yeah.
Oh,
Did
all
you,
right.
I would take it you watched Cowboys and Aliens?
Yes, it was a good movie.
Oh, I thought it was great. Yeah, I really
It was
enjoyed
better
it.
than I thought it was going to be. I
Yeah,
thought it was going to be
yeah.
cheesy, but it turned out to be a pretty good movie.
There's
Yeah.
a question for you guys from Ronald.
Oh yeah, are there Bigfoot in Ohio? I mean,
Oh,
yes.
yeah, we've done some.
Lots of stories.
We did a
The
research
Ohio
episode
Grassman.
on it, but yeah,
Yeah,
there
Ohio
you go.
Grassman, the Minerva Monster,
Yep.
the Boggy Creek Monster.
Yeah,
As
a lot of
the
different
Momo,
names.
Dogmen as well.
The Momo, is it called the Momo also?
Momo's in Missouri.
That's
Oh.
yeah. I think that's ours is the
Momo
Grassman.
stands for Missouri Monster.
Oh, okay.
yeah. I would say the most like synonymous would be the Ohio Grassman.
Yeah, right
Yeah.
now they have reports down in the Adams County Serpent Mound area, which they've never really been down there before. But Dusty Ruth is a Bigfoot researcher out of Ohio, and he's spent the entire summer down in that area and has gotten footprints, has gotten audio recordings. He's
Right.
come back with a whole slew of
Yeah.
evidence. He'd be a good one for you guys
Well,
to
I
get
think
a
the
hold of
biggest,
as a guest too.
what was it?
Probably
The
is,
biggest
yeah.
story in your area was with the family being harassed at the farm.
That's the Minerva Monster.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah, the
absolutely.
family. Yeah, that was really well
Um,
known. Like they were like pretty matter of fact about it that it was real.
if
and
you guys-
they interacted with it.
Do you guys know about Small Town Monsters, the
Yeah.
documentary film company?
We've had what's his name on the show.
Eli's been on the show, and actually, my book, The Lakeview Man, the audio version is narrated by Eli.
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's great.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
That's
They're
so
a
cool.
good
I
bunch
met
of
him out
guys,
at
man.
CryptidCon. Yeah,
Eli's
they're
a
from
good dude.
Ohio
Yeah.
guys, but their documentary, The Minerva Monster, was kind of one of their first films that they did, and that's kind of how they got their start. Was they were selling DVDs, had a whole website, and now it's kind of all being distributed through
Right.
Amazon and other platforms. But
Yeah, we
The
saw
Minerva
him at
Monster-
CryptidCon.
yep, that's the whole story. If you guys want to really hear pretty much the top Bigfoot story, go watch The Minerva Monster by Small Town Monsters.
Yeah, they do some
It's,
good work, man. They do.
But yeah,
That's-
there's definitely a lot of stories and accounts of a Bigfoot of a variety of names all throughout Ohio. I think pretty handedly. Not maybe
They
in
go.
our hometown. I've never heard a Sasquatch story where we
No,
grew up, but
no.
there's also probably not the ecological space needed for them to be able
England's
to hide out.
account, the predator Bigfoot, and
But
just
he
north
has
of
more
Lima.
woods
Mhm.
around him, more
Right.
hiding, more,
But
you know,
right outside of Lima was the
Yeah.
predator Bigfoot.
with Bruce Maccabee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, we just got a good compliment from Shade Viking.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
man.
Appreciate
That
it.
was awesome.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Welcome. Or if you're here all the time, I
Yep.
guess I feel welcome. Lake
And
Humana, at
hopefully
least. Oh, nice. Really? Once a week? Damn, I need to hear this now.
Right.
People
Dude,
go back to things
Yeah.
that often. Yeah, there's something there.
I'll hook you guys up with some audio codes. I've still got some audio codes left. If you do books on tape, if you do audio books,
Yeah, I love audiobooks.
I don't,
Yeah,
but
I
I
can-
will download the app and do it. I would
I do.
love to start that
Stoner
up. Kyle
does.
definitely does.
Me and Stoner both do.
or
I would
since
like to get
you
into
guys
it.
are friends, or since you guys are friends, I could just send you an ebook,
hmm
That'd be
Sure.
cool too.
Stoner loves those as
whichever
well.
would you
Yeah.
prefer.
DA laughs at me because I've
Stoner
read
said ebook.
Stoner
listened
said
to the
ebook.
Love You Man about 20 times.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, so I haven't ever gone to like a full book on audio or what is it, Audible or anything like that.
I do.
But
I love
Great.
them.
I love books.
Spotify, somebody was reading the Hobbit series and the Lord of the Rings series, and I was like, sweet Jesus! And they had like music in the background,
Yeah,
kind of a whole
what do you-
scenery and aesthetic, and
He
it
has.
was great.
You guys know Cam Butler?
I don't.
Mm-mm.
Buckner.
Cam Buckner from Dixie Cryptid.
Okay, he narrates.
No,
most of-
yeah.
He does DA's books and narration on the
Oh,
Audible, and
That'd be fun,
wow.
he draws you in with his voice, the way he tells the story.
right?
It's crazy. I like the Audibles. I mean, I have it in my truck. I have everything downloaded in my truck on my screen. So if I'm driving around, I just hit it and listen to it. His books, DA's books is on there, and also his series, the Steve Lilly series I listen to. I mean, he's got
Mhm.
his voice just drags you into the book when you're listening.
Nice.
It
Yeah.
puts you right
Sometimes
there.
it's hard to create on your own, especially if you're
Right.
not into reading. And I mean, as a child, that's what we did. That's how we first learned to read, was at the local library. I would get all the Voltron books on
Right.
tape. That's what I wanted. I was like, I want to hear this and figure out how to read it myself. I want the information out of this book. I don't want to need to have the tape player, but I need it right now to figure out how to do this
I
myself.
don't.
We feed
I
it
don't
to
do it. I don't do it because I have dyslexia. So it gets me.
Sure.
It gets me to a point where I want to punch the friggin' screen because if I'm
Yeah.
reading a book, I got to go back. It's people don't realize how. I mean, you can adjust it and correct it.
Right. But you retain more by hearing it rather than reading it.
Exactly, and
You
what
probably
I-
get a
that's what I
better.
do.
Yeah, you probably can construct it better too by listening to it rather
Yeah.
than reading it. And
Yeah.
but I totally get it. I'm a visual. I like to see things in
Me
action,
too.
and then I'm a very visual learner.
Yeah, but
Um,
that's how I do it. I mean, I love the audibles because I can actually suck everything in and keep it.
Yeah, that's so
Mikey-
cool.
Absolutely.
Mikey, I just sent you 3 of the books in PDF. Feel free to
Yes.
share them with the guys. All I ask is just don't post them anywhere because those are the promo
Oh,
copies I send
No,
out.
absolutely,
And
Absolutely not.
if you
got
like
it.
them, I can hook you up with a few more.
Dude, thank you,
Yes,
DA.
dude.
You're
That's
welcome.
That's
amazing.
Which ones you sent?
That's
Which
awesome.
ones you sending, DA?
Super
First
stoked.
Lakeview, first Apex Predator, and the first Wild Hunt.
Oh yeah, wait till you see
Very
the first
good.
I'm
wild one.
stoked. Yeah, good. I need to have a more
Well, I'll tell you
productive
what.
distraction than what I'm currently doing with my free
Yeah.
time, which is playing Zelda.
I've been reading a lot of nonfiction and just I have this book on stone chambers of New England
Oh yeah,
and the Newark Holy Stones material. I've been reading all of
I'm still reading that
so
Charles
I need
Ford
a little bit of a
from
break.
Jeff.
The nonfiction, I need a little fiction in my life.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that.
Y-
Nothing
yeah,
wrong with
I need to
sparking
switch
and
it up.
stoking the imagination. Like I say,
Reading a lot of
that's
research
great.
stuff.
Karen Polson says you'll be hooked.
Oh,
Hey,
man.
You will be
If
hooked, man. You will. You'll get hooked.
I think I can read the writing on the wall after the first, who's DA and why, we're going to do this podcast. And
We've made up like 12 songs about DA.
probably
If you made 12 songs about DA.
Oh yeah, we sing DA.
Right,
We
I've got
make
it.
up DA songs.
We
all
have
the time.
DA songs that we sing that we get ready for the show with
Oh,
for sure.
you guys
We
have got to
make up.
record those. I got to hear
Yeah.
those.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, that's
So,
awesome.
Because me and
I
Robbie
said
will
last
never
time,
let
What's
it
the
down if we
one?
get a hold of
I
them.
did. Yeah, I did talk to my buddy, and we were working on. We got to get some stuff built for you still, and make some creepy music for you. So that's still on the back burner, but we've been busy here. I got over there the other weekend, and I think we did.
You guys
maybe
made a
couple
cool song,
hours.
though.
We made a great
You
song.
made a really cool
Yeah.
song.
So that's
Can't wait
definitely
to hear it.
it's still in the works. Yeah.
We just make up funny DA songs around the office.
Yeah, we kind of do. Yeah.
And it
Yeah, I
sucks
don't know,
that
yeah.
you guys are where you are. And like, it's like even in the chat we have Tombstone, Tombs in Australia, and I mean,
Yeah,
Right.
man.
The only
Tombstone's
time we've
awesome.
yeah, the only time we've ever met him is on live stream with us.
Right.
He was like a state away, like Robbie and DA. I mean, I could see us all hanging out,
Oh
And,
yeah.
but everybody's so
definitely.
far away. It's like,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
sucks. It does.
Well,
Yeah, we need like a nexus point for almost like a retreat for
That would be
just
cool.
a network, not necessarily even like where you have a bunch of speakers and everybody has to do a bunch of work. I'm talking
No.
about just like
Crayon
getting a
song
bunch of
next.
people together and
chopping it up for the weekend, like a
and
workshop,
having exactly
creative workshop. Yeah.
have
Well,
a
we
big
could go-
fire,
Hey, we
exchange
could go to Miss
stories.
Lenae's farm if she invites us. That's probably big enough.
She has a farm.
Oh yeah, she's probably like Anthony
Oh, wow.
Ridley. You just put that. out.
Ah, gee.
Hey, we'll be very
Come on, man.
respectful. We just want to
Lene.
make a pot of chili.
We are good guests.
Yeah,
We make chili.
We like
she
making
wouldn't know what
chili.
to
Yeah.
do with all of us there. Her and her husband
Yeah,
would
well.
probably be like, "Oh my god."
Yeah. No, it would be fun to get together and just have kind of like a workshop of sorts of, getting together, just sharing stories, ideas, research, field excursions, things like that. I mean, we've talked about it, at
Do
a
some
certain level of
podcasts.
having
Build like
podcasts.
a
yeah.
podcast set.
Well, I mean, y'all got a lot of stuff up there in a lot of areas that could be investigated, and y'all got a big
Oh,
studio.
there's
That
so
might
right.
much.
that might be a good thing because I know there's parts of Ohio that's only 8 hours away from me. That's not very
Oh,
long.
for sure.
I drive.
No, absolutely.
I work 12-hour shifts. I drive around for 12 hours, so an 8-hour
Right.
drive is nothing for me.
Right.
Right. Well,
so
I'll tell you what.
maybe
There's some interesting.
Maybe
there's
that's
some
another
cool
idea, like
places.
the LBL.
She said she's got a place right next to the Shawnee Forest, and we'd fit right in.
Oh yeah.
Miss Perkins.
Yeah,
Well,
she
that
was
would be
I-
awesome. We would love
I
to
think
come
she
see your
would
property
be-
sometime and hang
I
out in
think she'd
camp or
be in her
something.
Yeah.
glory. Yeah.
Yeah. Alternative to game cams, like cheap video cameras to set. Oh, I don't know. Like a Ring camera. Those are just wired all the time, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think those are.
That's
They're cheap battery powered security cameras. If you go to the Bud K website, they've got these little cheap little cameras that you can set in like a window to watch your yard. There are a number of cheap Bluetooth cameras that you can watch from your phone. If you're not planning on leaving it out in bad weather,
Oh,
like
he's
that.
going right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yep.
can set those up someplace and like put it in the window looking out over your backyard or something like that if you think you've got suspected something's
And there's
coming
no-
up and messing with you.
Yeah, there's no IR light on that actually they can see.
Right. Right.
So, and
That's
I mean,
cool.
it's known they do see the IR light. I mean,
A lot of animals can see the IR spectrum.
yeah, I got a buddy.
Deer
Wow.
can.
Oh.
Yeah, I got a friend that
Wolves
is
can.
having a lot of problems on his property. Still can't get him on the podcast. He lives in the backwoods, doesn't get internet that much. His signal spotty. They actually put sticks out to where they'll mark where they can go before the light trips on the motion detector lights on his property.
Oh.
So he's noticed this, and then during
These
the
are
day,
smart.
yeah, he'll notice during the day when he comes back home, all the lights are turned up to the top of the house. He's got like 4 or 5 in the backyard, and he keeps placing them back down and the beam, and every time he says,
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. They went and manipulated the
The push
system.
the camera.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know what you meant. I thought you meant the light was turned up, like it was turned off and turned on.
no,
like,
no, they were
the
changing,
brightness
they were
or
moving the
Gotcha.
I beam. the trick
Gotcha.
they were moving it. But he's got
Sure.
pictures of them sticking. They have sticks where that beam stops, where they go and stop right there. Yeah, it's crazy.
Pretty
So,
crafty.
Oh yeah,
They're very intelligent.
Yeah, they're
Well,
not
and that's
stupid.
why when people say, "Why haven't we found a body or this or that?" They're
'Cause
not.
they're smart.
Yeah. Give them a little credit.
Well, when's the
maybe
last
Things
time anybody
decompose
found?
so quick.
Well, look at mountain lion body or a bear body. Does anybody?
Yeah,
come
you don't
across
find
one?
them.
No, I've hunted.
Not a
I've
lot,
hunted,
if ever.
and I've never ran
Right.
across one. So
Right. It's not common, if ever.
no, that's
Well,
the
you
whole
know,
thing.
you
Great
can
point.
watch. There's any number of YouTube videos you can watch where they've done studies where they'll like stake a carcass of a deer down
Right.
and in a forested area and put a time lapse camera on it, and in a week
yeah.
it's just freaking gone.
Oh,
Everything's
absolutely.
gone too, right? Like
Yeah.
bones, because they're crunching bones and getting marrow and
Yeah.
You see
breaking
all
them
the
down.
fungus and the mushroom and
Sure,
the, and
that
the
part too.
mold
Yeah.
take over
The
and
biological breakdown of it.
the bot flies.
Recycling.
Yeah.
Oh, bot flies. Good God.
Oh,
Those are
Yeah,
gross
that's
little
disgusting.
things. Uh-huh.
sorry.
You're good. I'm with you, man. That gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Oh yeah,
Anything that
you
bores
see those
into your
videos they
skin
pull
to lay
them.
eggs, that's disgusting. I'm sorry, but-
Yeah. I've
But there
seen
wouldn't be
videos.
anything left, especially in a moist environment. I mean, here in Ohio, it's so humid down
It's
in
like a
southern
compost
Ohio,
pile, yeah.
Here too.
where all the Bigfoot, the Salt Fork Lake area, that's where the Ohio Bigfoot conference is.
Mhm.
That would be something to plan around with you guys.
Yeah.
Go represent
When
at
is
the
it?
Ohio Bigfoot conference. It's actually
I don't know
coming
the
up
time.
right now. It's in
Early May.
yeah, it's in the second weekend of May.
In
That's
May,
when we have we do work for the EOD demolition school down in Florida
Right.
on the base down there, and we do their memorial service and live stream
Which-
that.
Which base?
It's a great time.
Key West?
It's so Fort Walton,
Yeah.
Fort Walton Beach. I'm
Okay,
having a
yeah.
trouble remembering exactly what that base is.
You're
Okay.
good.
Huge base. It's giant. But yeah, we get to live stream the memorial service for all the fallen. We work with a couple different Warriors foundations. I've been hog hunting out of a helicopter with former Marines,
Yeah.
wanna do
shooting
that so
a
bad.
hog hunt. It
I
was
wanna do that
wild.
You've
so
done some
bad.
crazy stuff.
Like I had a small Canon C300 with a long lens and just strapped into the back of that, hanging out the window. I had to
Yeah.
actually get out the window to shoot.
Yeah.
Had the big giant cans on, and then Juan, he's so cool. He's just hanging out the window, dude.
Popping them.
Yeah,
They
it was
run
wild.
amok. They repopulate
Yeah.
too
Oh,
quickly
yeah.
and they destroy.
Oh, yeah.
And it was
crazy.
ranches out in Texas.
Tear
It's
shit up.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
The damage they do in those ranches.
They just need to put those big, reticulated pythons out there to take care of the hogs.
Yeah. That's all they need.
Yeah, then what takes care of the pythons?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know,
Me.
but at least they won't root up all the farmland. That you might
Yeah.
lose a hog here and there, but
Yeah, or
maybe the
child.
hog. Well, geez, yeah.
Yeah.
So I watched a video that's crazy the other day. Was one of them that had eaten like a 5 or a 6 foot alligator,
Yeah.
and they cut it open. The
Yeah.
snake died trying to eat it, I guess, but it's in there. And they
Mhm.
cut it open. That poor alligator, he's just stuffed in
yeah.
because they eat them head first,
Yeah.
right? So that the feet go down properly and collapse down. It's creepy. I've seen the photos of people that
I've
the
been
snake
eaten
will
by
try to
them.
eat them and they can't get around the shoulders of a grown
Yeah.
adult. That's the biggest thing they have a trouble with is the width of our shoulder base, or from shoulder tip to shoulder tip. They
Right.
can't get around it. Thankfully, but you're still dead because they strangle you to Ohio.
Oh, they crush
What's the
them.
name of the event in May in Ohio? What's the
Ohio Bigfoot Conference.
There you go, Ohio Bigfoot Conference.
Yeah, if you just Google Ohio Bigfoot Conference,
Yeah.
it's one of the largest Bigfoot conferences in the country, from what I understand. Definitely the longest running, or one of the longest running. But they do
There's
about
a lot of stuff we need to get on
15 to 18,000
going
people
Yeah.
go to it. So it's a pretty decent size conference, and that area is beautiful, you guys. That area of Southern Ohio, wow. Dense forest, lakes,
yeah.
streams, rivers. It's unbelievably beautiful.
It's
posted
crazy
the
the
link in chat.
topography. Yeah, it's crazy the topography of Ohio once you hit south southeast of Columbus.
And it's a really good conference. But maybe next year we can plan with you guys something
Did I freeze up
in the
again?
future to meet up.
Yes, you froze up
That would
again.
be
You
awesome.
froze up like this.
Yeah. And
I was waiting for Mikey and Bub to stop talking. I was going to hit you with it. You unfroze.
I know, I heard
You were like,
I seen your face. Me and Robbie
Too
have a
funny.
conference that Robbie's coming down the 18th, right, Rob? 18th?
18.
Yeah, he'll be down here in Ocala. We got the Bigfoot conference convention
Nice.
here.
Nice.
Sweet.
It's held at one of the biggest. Oh God, it's huge. It's called the Equestrian Center in Ocala, where they do all the horse shows.
Oh yeah.
It's a million dollar park they built, and it's
Wow.
like a mini Disney World. They got restaurants, shops, bars,
Cool.
Oh, that's
everything.
great.
So we'll be
And then
there.
you can house the conference there, and it has all the amenities for everybody. That that's kind of cool. So it's a
It's
new venue that
expensive.
comes in all the time for that's cool.
It's
Sure,
expensive to stay there. They got hotels there,
Yeah.
but it's expensive to stay there.
I'm sure.
But it's nice. It's not held at an armory or
Mhm.
a town hall area. This is held at. I mean, this is top notch.
Yeah,
So-
but to me that sounds like fun. That sounds
Cool.
like, hey, I get to stay in a nice room, eat some great food, have some great, speakers, and see some good conversation and interactions, hopefully. But that sounds like a great time.
Yeah, the lobby of the Salt Fork Lodge at the Ohio Bigfoot Conference, giant wood carving of a Sasquatch,
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
8
yeah.
foot tall carving in this. It's a state park
Where's this at?
lodge at Salt Fork State Park Lodge.
In Ohio?
So that's
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where the Ohio Bigfoot Conference is.
Okay.
And so when you walk in the lobby, they have a giant. I mean, that's how embedded Bigfoot is in that part of Ohio. It's just
Yeah.
basically a fact that they're a known animal in that area.
Yeah.
I mean, they're regarded as,
Yeah,
the park rangers take it serious.
yeah.
The Ohio Department of Natural Resources takes it serious enough to where they
They
put
put out the
a
videos.
6-part
Yeah.
video series. John Hickenbottom, he's we met him at CryptidCon. He's sitting right in front of us, and somebody started talking about John Hickenbottom from Ohio, and we're like, "Oh
I think
man,
it was Micah Hanks.
yeah!" And we introduced ourselves, and really interesting guy. If you guys want to know more about Ohio Bigfoot, John Hickenbottom's
Be a good contact.
Mhm.
Definitely has a insight and resources. Yeah, who knows what's going on? It's
But we have
wild.
this first or second most sightings, I think, in the country. I think we might
Ohio
be
does?
second. Yeah, I think we
Jesus.
might be second.
Damn.
I don't know numbers on that. I don't have.
It's
stats
a
on
lot.
it. Well,
I used to
I'd
have
say
a
no
map.
about it.
They used to have a map that showed states by sighting.
Yeah. It's crazy what people are. I mean, I think that the Pacific Northwest has got the highest, which is
Yeah.
common.
Yep.
And I just found it. Let me post it, and I'll put it up there.
I think even the Columbus Dispatch wrote an article about Ohio being like second or something like that.
Oh shit!
Maybe not.
Florida.
Like their fourth. You've got
Okay.
676 up in Washington State, 445 in California, 328 in Florida, 302
Wow.
in Ohio, 246,
Wow.
296 in Illinois, 246 in Texas, 154 in Missouri,
Hmm.
43 in Louisiana.
Wow. Well, Georgia, look at that. Cryptid hunters. There you go. Major
Yeah.
hot. I didn't realize Georgia until we met her
Yeah.
and talking about the hot spot, the meadow
Right.
in Georgia,
Right,
with
right.
all that activity. And then the
That's wild.
mountains.
I've never seen it out in
She is.
data like that. Across
You
each
know, but
state.
That's
maps
cool.
like that can be misleading because those are reported sightings.
Right.
We have no idea how many people just don't report them because they don't want to be thought crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
Well,
like
she just
just
said
like
it too,
Jessica
yeah.
said. Yeah.
That's
I
a
didn't
good
report
point. I never
mine.
thought about that.
I never reported mine when I seen it. So I mean, there's
Right.
another one. I mean, so just think about
The
it.
numbers are going to be like quadrupled.
Probably the same with
Right.
UFOs and probably everything. Like a lot of people don't want to talk about it. You got credibility you can't, undermine. You got a job, you're feeding a family, whatever it is. Like,
Yeah.
it's more in your best interest to just shut up. But the people that can't do that and do wreck their lives trying to get their story out, it's like, tell me why I shouldn't believe that person.
Yeah.
Especially when they're credible and they have good evidence or a corroborating story, and there's other people that saw it, witnessed it, whatever you want to say. Like when it all seems, again, where there's smoke, there's fire type scenario. How do you look at someone like that and go, I don't believe you?
Exactly.
Like the Travis Walton story is one of the biggest ones for me that I always think is so crazy. Of there's a lot of people that witness this, see him, be beamed up or what have you. He gets taken off. He reappears. Years later, they go back to that same forest. I don't remember what show it was in. They went to the same forest, same spot where they were logging that day, right? Because they know they've got a map of. So they go to that spot, and where those trees had grown, they were like 60 times bigger than they should have been. Because where that thing was, all the radiation it was emitting was hitting all these plants and supercharging them, and so all of this growth, like
that's
they're
nuts.
like these trees shouldn't be this tall. They should only be like X amount of feet tall, like not 60 times bigger.
I met Travis and got a chance to talk to him for a while.
Did you really?
He was at the Ozarks Mountain UFO conference in Eureka Springs, Arkansas. This would have been 2013, 2014, somewhere around in there.
Yeah.
Wife and I went down there for the day, and we the funny thing was we had just watched that movie Fire in the Sky. That's about his. And that scene where the needles going into his eye still makes my wife cringe to this day.
Oh my God, it's rough.
We were talking about that movie as we're walking through because I knew we were at the UFO place, but it didn't click. I was literally standing right next to Travis Walton, and he goes, "Hey, that happened to me," and I'm like, "Oh yeah," and he goes, "Yeah, I'm Travis Walton," and I'm like, "Holy crap!" And I started talking.
Me and Bub are very jealous because we love the Travis Walton story.
I remember being at the theaters and we saw a different movie.
He was on
at
Rogan.
the time, and we were walking out, and Fire in the Sky was playing. And I remember walking by that theater, and the doors were open. I could see, and I was just like,
he's been doing some interviews the last 5-6 years. He's been out there in public.
Yeah,
I would love to get him on the show if I had a way to contact him.
I would.
Let me know when that happens. I'm tuning in. I'm putting it on layaway. Jeez, that would be great. Yeah,
he's credible.
I will turn the pit bull loose on that because he seems to have a way of tracking people down.
I was just about to say that. I'll get him on the show. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, go.
Yeah, he's pulled off some real surprisers.
Yeah, Robbie's gonna have to watch me at the conference because I might be in handcuffs by the time I leave there. So who knows?
Right after he first started, when Anthony first started with the show, I was like, you know, I'd really like to get on the show. He's like, who's that? I'm like, Dr. Meldrum. And he's like, oh, okay. And then a week later, he's like, oh, here's his contact. Here's his email contact. Reach out to him. He's wanting to do the show. And I'm like, holy crap. Yeah. So we had Meldrum on the show. I'm wanting to get him back on. I reached out to him. He hasn't emailed me back. I may have to stick the pit bull on him again.
Yeah, we got Doug Highcheck.
Doug Highcheck, the guy that produced Monster Quest.
He's actually one of our good friends now too.
Oh, Doug's awesome, dude.
That was a fun show.
Actually, we got Jesus Pion.
Oh yeah.
We got him.
You missed it, Anthony. They used us to get Jesus on their show. Like, hey, we know them guys.
Yeah, we're working out the details.
Well, like I said, Jessica mentioned it too. Of like, hey, you guys, and we're like, DA and the guys just said that too. We're like, all right, well, we'll try. We'll hit them. We've had the kind of thought of like,
Jessica,
cool, man.
Thank you for that because I DM'd him and he got back to me right away and was like, I would love to come on.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
He is super
That would
cool.
be great.
Man. You guys,
wait
till you guys talk to him. I mean, he is he's funny. You know,
I've seen that he does stand up. Yeah.
Yeah. When you see him, because he's so big and, he's got that intimidation thing. He's funny. He's, very, very knowledgeable about all that cryptid stuff for the, the Navajo and Indian stuff.
That's what I'm fascinated with.
But the stuff he brought on the show blew our minds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was like, whoa, the pictures, the axe heads, the spearheads that he
That's
found.
the axe heads we're a bit of a fan of. There's a lot of trails with the guests have been kind of popping up organically that we've been having on, like just DA. Like literally, that was kind of an accident that last minute because
Things just happen
I just
for
was
a
like,
reason
hey,
sometimes.
let's
Yeah.
contact a dogman expert and
Right.
found the National Dogman, the Dogman Project, saw DA Region 2, emailed him, and then all of a sudden D is like, sure, yeah,
Well,
definitely.
During all that, I felt like Rick Moranis in Spaceballs when he tells him ludicrous speed go,
So-
and after they
Yeah.
hit the brakes and he hits his head, and I was like,
It's
"Well,
kind of
have
been
coffee. Are we stopped?
yeah.
I met
Smoke if
I
you
met
got 'em,"
DA.
you know?
I met DA through Carrie Arnold. I don't know if
Okay.
you
No,
Bigfoot
who's
Odyssey.
Carrie Arnold.
Bigfoot Odyssey.
Okay.
yes,
He
okay.
passed away. Was it earlier this year or was it late last year?
late last
It
year.
was
Okay.
late last year.
Gotcha.
Yeah, late
Uh,
last
In a
year.
car accident.
Really good guy. I was on his show. I did my story, and then I got to watching DA. DA was on his show, and then I went to DA's show, started commenting, and then it just took off from there. We just hit it off. Same with Robbie. Robbie, same thing. How he
Yeah,
came
we've
up.
never none of the three of us have ever actually met in person.
The first time I'm going to meet Robbie is going to be the 18th.
That's crazy.
See,
No,
they have
oh my
the,
God,
they have the
that's
same reaction.
amazing,
Everybody
dude.
hears what they. Everybody has
That's
that same reaction.
amazing.
What?
That's
Bro,
fantastic.
Most people like-
Technology
We
like
figured
this
y'all
is
have known each other your
invaluable.
entire lives.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
This technology
No,
is
if you knew the
amazing.
stuff that we do for each other, you'd be like, huh? You never met? No, never met.
No, I could get it, especially
yeah, for
with this
sure.
medium
You
versus
do.
if it was just all over text or chat in the
This
message
is
board
long
sometimes.
conversations. You're getting to know
But
each
yeah,
other
you're having shared
every
experience
time you do one of these.
Yeah, for sure.
And we've done what 4 hours on the last one, and we're approaching
3 hours on this
3
one.
hours.
Yeah,
on
we're
this
3
one.
hours
I feel
already
like,
on this
I feel
one.
like I know you guys.
Right.
And Mechanimal actually joked, "Oh, they're going 6 hours in part 2."
Well, it's the same
Which
thing with
I would have to
same thing with
bow out.
I'll be sleeping on the couch here.
It's the same thing with Tombstone. I mean, when we have them on, it's like, you think that we all met, the
Yeah.
way we talk and stuff. And we haven't
Yeah.
even met. Tomb's in Australia. Will I ever
Mhm.
get there, or Robbie or DA? Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
But it's crazy
Yeah,
how you connect
Tombstone's-
with people. So,
He's been tuning into our streams and popping in and
bro, he's a
contributing
Yeah.
he's a good dude.
He's a good
amazing
dude.
stuff to our
For sure.
very
Facebook
good guy,
group
man.
and the chat.
Him and what's his name from England?
Leon.
What's his name?
Leon Howarth.
Leon.
From England.
Leon. And Leon is a hoot. He
Oh,
is
that dude
gonna
is a
have him on the
riot.
show.
He's freaking hilarious.
He runs a channel
English
called Do
Robert.
It Noel's Way. He's
What was
from
that, DA?
just outside of Manchester, England. His name is Leon Howarth. He's a British dogman researcher. The dude, one, he's an absolute riot to talk
Oh
to.
yeah.
But two, the dude has so much freaking knowledge. And he goes out in a country where you can't go out with a firearm and hunts
Right.
these things.
With the machete.
Right.
He carries
His
a
videos
machete.
are just freaking fantastic.
Jesus.
What?
Yeah, he's
Nothing
a good
but a
dude
blade.
also.
He's
I mean, you
Yeah,
got
dude.
a British Robin Williams.
Yeah.
The channel's
see
called
and
Do It
hear-
Noel. It's on YouTube, and
Yeah.
just absolutely fantastic videos, including one of an audio of what he believes to be a dog man. It's freaking chilling
Yeah.
to hear the audio.
Ooh.
He had us laughing last time he was on, off the air, because after we get off of here, we all stay on. He had us.
Right.
I was laughing so hard I was crying. The shit that was coming out. I mean,
The
Oh,
dude
that's
is
a
an
good
absolute
person.
riot.
yeah.
You
Oh,
made me
yeah.
think of something, DA, when you said it's goes out, no firearms. When we landed on the South Island of New Zealand, one of the random stats, and I don't even know where this came from or how it got stuck in my head, but the largest wild boar taken down on the South Island was 400 or 500 pounds. And the only thing the guy had was a Bowie knife.
Right.
He just had a big, kind of Rambo-esque knife, and that's how he took it down. And I
Screw
think the guy was
that.
I think the dude was in his 60s even. He was older, taking on this just humongous wild
Bro,
boar. So
That's how
that was
I
the only
learned.
thing I was ever worried about there was wild boar. Other than that, which, I don't think they were high in population. They don't have any natural predators
They have
there. They don't
giant
have any
stags
poisonous
there.
snakes. They don't have any poisonous spiders.
Wow.
There's nothing there that really wants to kill you,
No,
animal wise.
That's how I learned to hunt pigs here in Florida. was just a knife and dogs. That's it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's all I learned with. And then you get, then you carry a bush rifle with you and stuff like that. But yeah, the biggest population of pigs is in New Zealand. They're called, and actually the nicest ones are called blue pigs. They're
Oh,
blue. So
Hmm.
yeah,
blue pigs.
yeah, they almost look gray.
Dude,
They look gray.
I can buy that. Yeah, just like a cattle dog, like the
Yeah.
blue healer. Yeah,
Yep.
sure. I get where you're going with that.
Mike A had a question, and this is for pretty much everybody. Does anyone here on the panel or in chat had a dogman encounter?
No, I haven't. Never. I never have.
Nope, we
I
haven't.
think
But
you
we've
about
had
the only
it.
one, DA.
DA
I
and
have a
Steve were the only
visual
ones.
sighting of a dogman in LBL.
Actually, Steve pissed on one and didn't realize it. So yeah.
Well, the one we captured on video, we didn't see it at the time.
Jesus Christ.
We didn't see it at the time. We
Exactly.
didn't spot it for like a year and a half on the video.
We saw you showed us the video on our show. We reviewed
Yeah.
it, played it back in slow motion. Remember? You remember?
Yeah, we didn't realize we'd even captured that for like a year and a half.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
And Steve was standing right there, going to the bathroom and didn't realize it. He turns around and walks away. And then they're looking at the video a year later, and he's like, "Oh wow, that thing was right behind the tree."
Yeah.
That happens a lot, though. It happens a lot more than you would think. You ever seen the photos of where it's like two? Okay, I've heard a bunch of these crazy stories, but say Mike and I didn't know each other, and we were both at Disney World at the same time as kids in the same photo from different perspectives. Like my parents take a picture of me and Mike's in the background, and from his the same. And then I go back to Hawaii, and Mike goes back to New Hampshire. And then we meet later in life and realize we're in the same photo. That's actually happened. Like, I don't know how many times, like the weird synchronistic nature sometimes of like, you can be right there and not notice it. And later on, at least you have it in the picture. And it's like, where's Waldo? Sometimes you look in your own photos. You're like, holy shit, I didn't see this. How did I not see it? I've had it happen. We took a photo in Times Square when we were getting kicked out on New Year's. It's all rookie cops on New Year's in New York because none of the tenured police officers want to work New Year's Eve. So we come down to Times Square, at like 7 o'clock at night, not 8 o'clock at night to watch the ball drop. And of course that's too late, but we're staying in Times Square. So we just thought we could just walk out of our hotel. And we get up there and this first cop's like, no, I can't let you in here. We're like, all right, well, where should we go? He's like, we go down this way, go to this other cop. He points to his buddy. So we walk down to that gate. And that guy's like, what the hell do you want? We're like, hey, man, your buddy over there said to let us through here. And he's like, looks over at him and he's, 25, 30 yards off and there's people. It's too late. He looks at us. He goes, no, you go back to him and tell him to let you through that gate. So we go back to him. He's like, what are you doing here? We're, bouncing back and forth. Finally, he just throws up his arms in frustration and lets us through.
Right.
And we realize really quickly we are around the center stage. There are a lot of people with cameras and there's nobody like us. Like where we should be with all of the other normal people watching the New Year's Eve show.
You're
and
with
waiting.
The media.
For sure. Like finally after, 10, 15 minutes of, watching this all play out and being like, all right, we just play it cool as long as you can. Somebody was like, yeah, do you have credentials, like your media credentials? I'm like, oh yeah, sure. We're with such and such and what have you. And like the person kind of walked away and I was like, man, that shit ain't going to work for me.
Really?
So sure enough, they came back with a police officer. They escort us out. While we're getting escorted out, we get a picture taken. We're like, hey, man, can we get a photo at least real quick while we're here? And they're like, sure. So the officer standing there next to us. And then right next to the officer, we never saw her until somebody looked at a photo from the trip. And somebody's like, oh, my God, you're right next to Jenny McCarthy. She was hosting the New Year's Eve thing. And we look in the picture like, holy, she's right there. And like when we got kicked out of there, the crowd started going wild. And my wife turned around. She goes, Mario Lopez is right behind you. And I look back and I'm like, hey, Happy New Year's, man. It's Slater from Saved by the Bell. He's like right behind me. I'm like, this is so bizarre right now. Like what's happening?
Nuts.
But that's one of those just where things line up and you just act like you should be doing it and play it cool. You're not doing any harm. Somebody just let you in a spot you shouldn't be. Don't go pulling cords and wires out from the television broadcast, but just go in there and don't do anything bad. Don't draw any attention. Just get let in.
Silver Fox.
It was fun. Silver Fox. Hand up high, thumbs up.
He says, "Good morning."
Yeah, Silver Fox says, "Good morning, chaps. What's your take on some of the government agencies creating some of these dogmen?"
Oh,
We
that's what I said with Dulcie. Like, I think there's definitely lab experiments of like
Dulce, New Mexico.
chimeras. You've got whatever that. What was is it Oak Island off of the East Coast? What was the Montauk?
Montauk, yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Considering some of the earliest recorded in history sightings of dogmen date back to the Greeks and Romans, I don't think our government created these things, but they are certainly not above experimenting on them.
Yeah.
Well, that I would agree with. I don't know that they created them, but other chimeras that they're trying to create. And, say take some of the experiments the Nazis did in World War II with the one famous one. They took the German Shepherd. They sewed the head of another German Shepherd onto the body of a German Shepherd and, did all the vasculature to get the circulation. I'm sure it was just, rejection of an organ, not taking anti-rejection. And you're trying to, do something much bigger than just say a kidney or a lung or a heart transplant, but they did get that head attached. The head was alive and doing well until the organs were rejected. Like in theory, it happened. Yeah. And that actually, crazy as it sounds, led the way to some of the discoveries with organ transplant, with the medicine that we do, in these weird, huge roundabouts of craziness to where we, like the CIA gives technology to the modern day public that, is declassified after a while. And I want to say like pacemakers, things like that, little things that we don't even know or attribute to come out of a lot of these weird tech budgets.
Who was telling us about the connection with, was it, I'm not sure who it was, but basically the connection with experiments of in ancient times, and these are relics of the imagery that you see in Sumeria and Egypt.
Oh,
and
sure.
You see, the dog man,
Anubis,
the Anubis, and the ibis, and these, lion creatures, and all
chimeras.
these depictions, and that they're maybe left over from a relic of that time when maybe a really advanced civilization. It's wild. It's fun to think about.
The story of the Paiutes with the.
But are they interdimensional? Are they coming through portals like it's Skinwalker Ranch?
Yeah.
They're physical creatures, sure, but are they
dogmans
coming here from
traveling
somewhere
through
else?
Portals? It's like the interdimensional doggy door.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, DA? Is it just an animal? Are we going way too woo and weird?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't want to ever say that none of what they refer to as the woo is possible, because we know portals exist. We know CERN was able to open one. So, portals do exist. They are a thing. I will never say, oh, no, that's impossible. That can't happen. Right, but when it comes to my investigations, my research into cryptids, my adult life was in law enforcement. I'm going to look for the logical, the most logical possible Occam's razor. I'm going to look for what explains it, physically before I jump to portals or aliens or time travel or anything like that. And again, I'm not saying it's impossible, and I will never discount the encounter stories of people that said they experienced mind speak or saw them go through portals. It just hasn't happened to me. Still, not saying I don't believe in it. But I'm going to continue to look for physical explanations, like the clear hair shafts, being like a natural ghillie suit. People talk about the tracks disappearing in the middle of the field. We know special forces. Anthony can tell you, special forces have the ability to step back on their own tracks and disappear. Grizzly bear will do that to you. Hunters that hunt grizzly bear will tell you the tracks will disappear and suddenly the damn thing's behind you. So if animals are smart enough to backtrack on their tracks, you want to be really careful if you're hunting grizzly.
Yeah.
So animals are capable of backtracking and fooling you. A very intelligent, upright primate, it's completely feasible that they can do it.
Yeah, and I would like to think they'd have an even bigger upper hand.
Yeah.
Right. And I will never be the one that said, no, it didn't go through a portal. That's BS. I'm not going to say that.
Cool though, if it was.
But I look for more logical explanations before I go to the next one.
Fair enough.
I think we have to attempt to like if you do a paranormal investigation, if you're looking into the paranormal, you have to look for things that could debunk it first. Is it a loose pipe? Is it a steam valve? Is it what could explain it before we go, okay, it's a ghost.
Let's put
You
it
don't
this
walk
way.
into
I just had a leaky plumbing issue in the house, right?
Mhm.
I could have just walked in and been like, shit, my house is from 1910. It's haunted. Ghost did
Yep.
it. I can do that. But that doesn't, go through the process like you're stating and actually evaluating. Here's potential 1 that didn't work
Right.
out. Here's potential 2 that didn't work out. Going through it systematically.
And I know a lot of people, and there are people that I consider friends and credible witnesses that have
Right.
experienced what they refer to as mind speak. And I'm never going to say no, they're making that up, because these are people I know. These are people
know
I
what-
believe.
What did they hear?
A few of them have heard, like, if you raise that weapon, I'll kill you, that kind of thing.
Right.
Oh.
That kind of, getting a message in your head. And while I will never say they didn't experience that, because I can't say what they experienced. I wasn't there. They experienced it.
Right.
But I can tell you this from firsthand as being a cop. I got out of my car one night to check an unsecured building. And I drew my weapon and I activated my light and I started in the door. And I started to step across the threshold of that building, and I heard my own voice, plain as day, in the back of my head say, if you go in this building, you are not coming out of it.
You get
And I
that
stopped.
sense. You get that
And
sense.
it was just as plain as I'm speaking to you now. I heard my own voice say, if you go in this building without backup, you are not coming out of it. And I backed out, called for an additional officer. And when we went in, we did find an armed subject inside the building. So my own voice kept me from walking into a potentially deadly ambush.
Yeah.
The thing is I don't think it was the guy inside telepathically telling me he was going to kill me. I don't think it was the universe speaking to me. I think it was that primitive part of my brain, that what I call my lizard brain, telling me that I was in danger.
Brain. Yeah.
And I think that may be what people are experiencing, that they and this is, again, 100% my theory. Right. I think that's what people are experiencing when they're experiencing mind speak. That their subconscious is interpreting this as an extremely dangerous situation and trying to warn them away. Hey, if you do this, this is going to happen.
It's the same thing when you see these soldiers come back and tell stories.
Mm-hmm.
They knew when they left the FOB. Forward operating base. When they leave the FOB, they knew today's going to be a bad day. I got a feeling something's going to happen, and 90% of the time, it goes down. They have a bad day. Even when it comes to, like he said, like with his being a cop and doing this kind of work, you get that spidey sense that just goes off. Okay, this is not right. I feel it. There's something going on. I can't put my finger on it. So then your awareness goes up even higher, and that's why when you see all these stories, well, how did that cop make it out of there? Or how did that soldier make it out of there? Well, because his senses were so heightened, it's crazy. It's nuts.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've gone in for briefings at roll call and went, and just at the beginning of shift, nothing's happened yet. We're getting our assignments for the night. And I'm like, this is going to be a bad night. Something's going to happen. And I'd be right.
Yeah. Right. So 2 parts there. One is to the hearing the voice. Like, I've actually experienced that myself, of not my own voice, but hearing almost like downloading a message voice. Sure. Yeah. And it was a very powerful experience. I sometimes tend to think I've just had a lot of experiences that I'm like, oh, I bet other people have had these. And then I go and ask, and most people are look at me like I'm kind of crazy. But so 2 parts to that. Either it's your own psyche and your reptilian brain, like you're saying, generating that so strongly that it's not just kind of a thought. Your brain shouts it to you.
Right.
Just like you can hear the voice of somebody in your head if you want to narrate any story. You can imagine it and your inner monologue will do it. But the other part is the phenomenon known as exploding head syndrome. And if you've ever heard of this or experienced this, it's really strange, because I've had it happen a few times, and it's only been probably in the last decade. It'll sound like any number of different things. It might sound like somebody slammed a kitchen counter door downstairs, something. It might sound like a firework going off in my bedroom, but it's literally all in here. Yeah. I've had it happen maybe 3 or 4 times now. And it's unsettling, because you're like, it's almost like, when dogs fart and they scare themselves, you're like, who did that?
Yeah.
That's what it feels like, because you start looking for where that sound came from, and you start to backtrack. Like, did I even hear that? And my wife has definitely like been around, and I'm able to confirm like, no, there was no noise. So I know that it's happening just to me, and it's all internal. But it's very weird. I'm not sure what the mechanism is behind it. But the other one is to the point of what you're both saying with you get that gut sense. I have been a pretty strong believer, and I used to just think it was me, but I could wake up in the morning and I can tell you if I'm going to have a good or bad day.
Right.
I can feel the climate.
But at some point, that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. You think you're going to have a bad day, so therefore you do.
No, I don't mean it in that way, because I'm a very positive person. What I mean is I know that it's almost like I know that the universe is getting ready to serve me up something, like a curveball. Like I'm going to have to deal with shit. I'm going to get served shit for today, because I know I've had a couple of these good days, and I can feel when those bad days are going to come. And it's not like it's bad. It's like having sun and then you get a rainy day. And then you appreciate the sunny days because you had the rainy day. So I get why I have the bad day, but I also don't understand how I'm aware of it before it happens. So, instance, I'll get that feeling when I used to be a nurse. I'm leaving for work at 5, 6 in the morning, whatever it is. I'm on my way to work. I'll get cut off at the most random time, almost getting a wreck. All of these things where it's just like, I'm not kidding. I am not even close to kidding. And it syncs up.
You is
no. These are these are things where it's like, I get, yes, I can. I'm saying in German Village or around there where it's like, you should not have all these like super close at this time, like just a random occurrence would
5
happen
in the morning, right?
And like times where, like it'd almost be like, and even that day at work, it would be like, hey, Justin, your day was supposed to be this way. Well, you're going to have this day. And I would always take that as kind of just a challenge. Like, again, you're not always going to get the perfect scenario, situation, circumstances, whatever. What you do with it is all that matters. That is all that matters. You have to do something with it. And so you can try to make it positive, or you can feed into the negativity, and you'll have a terrible day. So I never really got frustrated by it. But after I realized that was the game, because before it would be like, why is the world doing this to me? Why did this happen? And it's like, man, just get on with it, because you're going to get served up good and bad weather. You're going to get served up good and bad days of karma. You're going to get served up good and bad day of synchronicities, whatever it is. Like, it's all going to come in a variety. Nothing is ever going to be continuously good in that way, because it inherently loses its value then.
Yeah. And I can completely see, how that something like that, would, not just affect your perspective, but how you could interpret it as being, the universe is giving me a message. I get that.
Yeah.
But when we talk about, when we're talking about people that have claimed to have experienced mind speak, I think it's something similar to that. I have not experienced it for myself.
Right.
I know people that I believe to be very credible people that have said they have experienced mind speak, and I'm not going to say they didn't. That's their encounter. It happened to them. I wasn't in their brain. I can't say that it didn't happen that way. However, my brain, the way I am, I just look for logical explanations on how.
I 100% understand. Totally agree. And you could be right. Even the, what I thought was like a message being downloaded or something, it could have been my brain doing it. It really could have. And maybe that's more of the, the multi-layer of the ego and the id and the super ego, and getting down into those deeper layers. Maybe that's your deeper higher self talking to yourself at that point, because that was kind of the message I was getting at the time. Was like, you're becoming aware, and you're beginning to understand yourself. Like, basically that was the message. Like, you are basically stepping into yourself at this stage. Like, I've always kind of had a weird thing with awareness. I felt like the person at the parties in high school and when we were younger, I felt like the observer. I definitely partook in a lot of things, but I mean, moreover, I always felt like just, kind of like the fly on the wall type perspective. So, I don't know. Maybe maybe it's a coalescing of all that finally once it makes that message and it kind of percolates up and gives it to you.
And again, I'm not. I will never call somebody out and say that's impossible. That couldn't happen. I'm not an expert. This is just my theory, but I think that primitive part of your brain warning you of the danger is a far more plausible theory
Absolutely.
than something living out in the woods being telepathic. Because if it was
Yeah.
telepathic and it could walk through portals, why didn't they kill us off a long time ago? They
Yeah.
could just walk
Yeah,
through a
it's
portal
a
in
fair
your living
question.
room and kill your whole family.
Right. Exactly. I always thought that too. They have the ability to just take out anybody they want.
Maybe they do.
You
I don't
know?
know. Maybe it's like they don't need to because they know they can't. I don't know. We're having a tough ass time catching them.
Well, but then you look at the sheer number of missing 411 cases, and I think a
Right.
good number of them are cryptids taking people out. And
Yeah.
even if 1%
Wow.
of the missing 411 are cryptids taking people, even if it's 1%, there's still a
big.
lot of people being taken by cryptids, and it shows a pattern of predation against humans by these cryptids. So if
God, I don't
they're
wanna-
not above doing it, if they're not above doing it in any way, shape, or form, especially during lean times in the winter, why don't we just find abandoned houses with everybody, the lights still on, TV still going? Why don't we find that constantly?
Right.
Because they've just walked through a portal in their living room and eaten everybody in the house.
I totally agree.
That's a fair
with
point.
That.
That's a fair point.
I've thought about that myself.
Portal Bigfoot.
No, just
Portal Squatch.
I mean, if these dogmen are just
Portal dogmen.
all over the place, not even just portal dogmen, but like, why aren't there more? Why wouldn't they just take everything over?
Right.
You know, and just you would find families like DA said, the TV's still on. Where'd the family go? They just grabbed them. And
You think cryptids or Bigfoot and dogmen have like an agenda to rule the world though? Like that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's within their like construct. Like they don't. That's a
isn't there
human
more
game.
attacks?
That's a people game. It
Right.
seems like.
Yeah, maybe they don't have the desire to take over. But the simple fact is
Yeah.
there would be absolutely nothing we could stop them from stop them from being the dominant species on the planet if they had that ability.
Yeah,
Right.
but that's the same. And I would say it's the same kind of governing argument with, say, ETs, and if they are out there, are they benevolent? Because if not, why don't they just jump down here and just get
Take
it over
over.
with and enslave us like Mars Attacks and yeah, get it on with. So I don't know. It's tough to say because again, is that just a human construct for because that's what we're used to in the culture and society we live in, as far as like hierarchy and structure and kind of like, I'll say governance, but I'll say more of like keeping you under thumb type thing. Keeping the flock in check and producing things and keeping the world churning. But
making iPhones.
yeah, I don't know if that's a new age of like enlightenment type thing that we need to get to. The whole like the Earth is this giant basic like crib and playpen for us, and we're just these intellectual interstellar babies that we're not meant to be out traversing the galaxies like other advanced civilizations, because we're definitely not ready for that power. And I don't know if we said it last time. I think we did, but
We're
the
not
reports
evolved.
of UAPs around nuclear sites, and they're like, what the hell are these guys doing here now? Like somebody made the comparison to like if Senegal Island suddenly, the isolated population, if suddenly they were setting off a nuclear device there or a bomb or something, you don't think we'd fly a helicopter over that and check it out with impunity? Like we would be like, what are you guys doing? Are you doing something over here that could affect the rest of us? So that's where I think a lot of that theory comes into play. But to the cryptid side of that, and whether or not if they have that built in, I don't know. If they did, you'd think they would just come out and just kick in every door and just
Yeah. Well,
maybe they had the chance.
Cryptid sightings have been around for hundreds of years. Look how far back
Right.
Native American sightings go. If they were able to read minds and pop through portals, westward expansion never would have happened. They would have killed everybody that came out that way.
Yeah. So what if they kind of, as humanity kind of was building up, they were like, it's not a problem. And then we started having fighter jets and helicopters and missiles and rockets. And they were like, oh shit, we kind of missed the boat to wipe these guys out before they got too dangerous. What if, and now they're kind of just stuck with, lurking around us because of Native American stories and historical accounts. Sounds like people were very aware of certain, cultures of Sasquatch and
we probably
Bigfoot.
used to live hand in hand with them and got separated over time.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe we became too dangerous as
like
an
Homo
ally on
floresiensis,
the planet. Yeah.
Or the Denisovans, or
And,
You know,
and again, I'm
Neanderthals.
still not going to be the guy that says portals and mind speak. I'm not going to say any of that's impossible.
Sure.
I will not be that guy. However, me being, a career cop, I've got to look for physical evidence. I've got to rule out the most logical things before I proceed to the less and less, depending on the ripple, how far out the ripples of the pond go. You've got to eliminate everything logically before you proceed to the next step.
Sure.
So I won't say portals can't happen. I won't say mind speak can't happen, but we know infrasound exists. And there are lots of animals that use infrasound. But I think it is far more plausible that these creatures have a natural adaptive camouflage ability. The clear hair shafts that so many researchers are finding.
Right.
I think their tracks disappearing in the middle of nowhere is them backtracking on their trail and throwing you off, much the same way our special forces are trained to do. And I think that's far more plausible than they just went through a portal. And again, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying these are far more plausible explanations. And the thing is as we try harder and harder to get mainstream science to take cryptozoology seriously, the more we throw portals and teleportation and mind speak and cloaking and UFOs, the more we throw that into the mix, the more they're just going to go, okay, these guys are freaking crazy.
Yeah, fair
and
point.
They're interesting stories and fun to think about, but you're right.
Build your case slowly
take it
with
seriously
more
with biologists and people like Dr. Jeff
work.
Meldrum and to get more and more scientists and people on the case and to take it serious.
Yeah,
well,
you got to start with the logical.
Look at the stuff that happened to Doug Hychak when he was on the show. He didn't want to tell anybody about his experiences that he had where he lives, and DA got it out of him, and he just went, full force with it and started telling the story. I mean, if you hear the story,
some bizarre stuff happened around his property.
I mean, crazy stuff.
On this show,
and I it was when Doug was on last week, I believe it was, and I 100% believe the guy. I mean, I got no reason to think he's lying to me. He's got he's got nothing to gain by lying about it. So and I'm not going to call anybody a liar when they tell me something that they witnessed, because again, I wasn't there.
I mean, he has nothing to lose by telling his story.
Right.
Because look what he does. I mean, he's shows and stuff. So I mean, it's like.
When Doug's one of those guys, if he tells you something, I give him a great deal of credibility because Doug pioneered a lot of the research that went into cryptids. Exactly. I mean, the show Monster Quest itself was groundbreaking. The guy created the technology that was used to film the first giant squid in the wild.
Yeah.
The guy's brilliant. The guy's freaking brilliant.
Sounds like Willy Wonka of cryptids.
So
that's amazing.
I mean, by him telling us this story, he doesn't want everybody to think he's crazy, and people look at you differently, and he had pictures to back it up. That's the whole thing.
Yeah,
got a little bit of evidence.
Got the receipts.
Yeah,
got the receipts.
100%.
Jessica says field researchers are experiencing portals and the supernatural in the field more and reporting it more frequently these days. And like I said, we know for a fact CERN has opened portals. We know portals do exist. And we don't know exactly what ghosts are. Are they echoes of a person from life? Is it energy coming from another dimension that we're only interpreting as a ghost because we don't know how else to explain it?
Sure.
I mean, look at the ancient Vikings. The Vikings used to say that the aurora borealis, it was the light of the Bifrost reflecting off the armor of the Valkyries. They believed that as part of their mythos. They believed that as part of their religion.
Oh, absolutely.
Doesn't make it true, but they believed it.
Sure.
No, agreed. It needs some, and there she goes, with video.
And again, I do believe
definitely would.
I'd love to see that.
I do believe that portals do exist. I do believe portals are a thing. But some of these portals, these energies that people are reporting seeing, could be more supernatural. It could just be energy crossing over from another dimension where dimensional barriers are thin. Because we do know that is a thing. It does happen.
Yeah.
I just don't necessarily commit to the theory that cryptids are interdimensional.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, look at the Billy ape. For years they said it just didn't exist. that the African killer ape theory was BS, that the local native made it up to scare tourists. And they said it didn't happen until 1999 when National Geographic caught them on camera. They'd been in that area for God knows how long. They'd evolved in that area, yet Western science was like, no, those don't exist because we've never seen them.
And I showed you guys the pictures of one that last time you were
Turns out they were wrong. The locals were right. These things are there. They're aggressive and they hunt and kill lions. Does that mean they can't? They were hiding in portals and were telepathically talking to people before that happened?
No.
They were just another species of ape.
Yeah.
Totally.
I like I said,
and again,
I don't know enough, and I don't absolutely. But that's what I'm saying. It's great to be able to have the space to air that.
All of the above.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to.
It could be. I mean, it could very well be exactly the way they're reporting it. They could be experiencing mind speak, some form of either telepathy or at least really strong empathy. They could be crossing back and forth through portals. We don't know. Nobody knows for sure, and anybody that claims they have the answers is lying. But eventually we will know. Eventually these things will be brought. I mean, look at one point, mountain gorillas were considered a cryptid because nobody believed they existed until a hunter from the Congo dragged one in, and then at that point the British Museum was like, "Oh no, yes, we knew it was there. We get to name it." But they had existed.
That's the most frustrating thing. That's the most frustrating thing, saying this is real, this is happening, and fighting that opposition all the time. And then when it finally does come to light, they're like, well, of course. It's like, I'm about to make you the next cryptid I drag through the door.
It's like what the guy said, that one I want to get on the show that worked for DOD. Okay, he knows it. From what he's saying, it's a known fact that the Department of Interior will not release and tell the American people that these things exist because of the impact it will have. And I've said it, and DA said it, on the logging industry, parks and recreation. It would be devastating. Billions of dollars.
So they never admit it. Do we ever find a Sasquatch then? Like, what's the game then if we never admit it?
I have to take somebody to bring a body in, and I hate to say it, I'm not condoning it, but
no.
Or capture one live to get good video of one where they can't deny it.
Right.
Eventually it's gonna happen.
But the video that's captured, everybody's immediately like, "Oh, that's a fake. It's a fake." So you don't know what's real.
The problem is in this age of Photoshop and video shop and AI's creating video and
very
images,
convincing. Yep.
Deep fakes. It's going to become increasingly impossible to say this piece of video is the evidence. And I don't think at this point, I think we're technologically advanced enough with computers, with video shop, Photoshop, AI programming. I think we're at the point where we can no longer accept video or static pictures as evidence, because it's so easy to fake those now. And I'm not saying if Bub, if you brought me a picture tomorrow, printed out 8x10 glossy of just this absolute crystal clear picture of a Bigfoot, standing in an opening looking at you like, oh shit, didn't know he was there. You might 100% have taken that picture in the wild and it'd be absolutely legit. But I at that point, all I can do is take your word for it. I
totally understand what you're saying.
I didn't witness it.
It's too bad.
And
that's where credibility comes in too. Right.
I might trust your word 100%, but then we show it on the show and 25 people in the chat are like, oh, that's video. That's video
bullshit.
shop.
Right.
Well, but that's where I think those examples of the Travis Waltons, of the Minerva Monster family, of these people that, have these repeated encounters with whatever cryptid or paranormal experience, poltergeist, they are not getting anything of a benefit usually out of going and saying this is happening, or telling people like this is what I'm experiencing. So like you see them lose everything most of the time in spite of it, because they're like, look, I don't know what else to do, I have to tell people. Like it just gets to a point where it just can't be kept in anymore, and you
then you got your hoax,
you
got people out there that hoax and make a bad name for people like us that you get somebody that's never seen one be like, oh, see, it's all full of shit. It's all bullshit.
Right.
They didn't
Right.
see
And
it.
you also
Right.
get people that make just absolutely outlandish claims.
Well,
Like,
the pareidolia thing you were saying earlier,
yeah,
of seeing what you want to see.
right. And
Right.
I could go and I could go out in my backyard right now. I've got a low light function on the camera on my phone. I could take a picture of the bush that's between my yard and the guy that just right across the property line from me.
Sure.
I could get a close-up picture of that bush, post it with a couple of red circles in a couple of Facebook groups, and have 20 people swear they see Bigfoot in it, when I know damn good and well there's a house on the other side.
Right.
So
Unfortunately,
you got
there's a
your
lot
snake
of that
oil
out there.
salesman. Yeah, you've got
Right.
your flim-flam men
And
and women out there.
I think some of that is people that want their 15 minutes of fame, but I think some of it's deliberate.
I mean, the stuff that Jesus,
100% misinformation and disinformation, and that's
The
a
whole
tried
field
and
was
true
psyop.
method. 100%.
Psyops.
Yeah.
I mean, the stuff that Jesus caught on camera and video, the
Right.
pictures, like the one I showed
That
you,
was
the one
wild.
looking in the tent. What is he have
That's
to gain?
crazy.
Yep.
He
Those
has
were
nothing
nuts.
to gain by it because if you go, you don't hear about it. He
Right.
never put
Yep.
it out there and went crazy with it.
Right.
And that's a really good picture,
Right.
of the thing looking
Right.
inside the
So
screen.
weird.
Right.
Exactly. If you want the fame for it, that would be one where you'd say, "Hey,
Right
look,
there.
I'm going to take this to the news or whatever
Right.
major television station and have them
But you
put
don't
this
see
on,
it.
and I'll be famous." Right.
You don't
I
see
think
it
that's
on
more
the internet.
common, though.
You don't see it on YouTube.
Right.
So,
But I think that's especially with people that have very good encounters, or if they have repeated encounters and they have a relationship with whatever it is, they don't want to expose it. Lake Placid, again, Betty White feeding that giant crocodile. She knew it was there the whole time eating everybody, but she didn't want them to kill it.
right.
Mm-hmm.
So she just didn't tell anybody. It's like archaeology and discovering something that you don't want people to tarnish or loot. Maybe you find an amazing discovery and you go, know what? I'm not going to tell anyone.
Well, those
Look at
people
all the
that
giant bones. All the giant bones they found. The Smithsonian comes in, takes them. Where'd they go? Boom.
Yeah.
We just started.
Yeah.
Last episode, we had Heather
All
L.
about
Arnold
giants.
on, and she was, she's in Aruba researching giants and giant skeletons, and
There you go.
basically America Vespucci landing there and naming it Islands of the Giants.
Right.
And that's what her book that she's writing in Substack is called. But it's giants that were living, that these crews, these explorers were finding.
Yeah.
There's
8
a lot
of
tall, and then
accounts.
they found skulls.
Mhm.
There's medical people that have researched these skulls, bones. I mean, she's got physical evidence and accounts and writings and dug deep into, the first people that landed in Aruba.
It's in the,
And
it's in
there's
the Bible.
always been giants.
It's in the
Yeah.
Bible. David and Goliath.
Oh, yeah.
Come
Well,
on.
there have been giants found here in the United States. I mean, like this one, the Lovelock Cave giant.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
How
There
do
you
you
go.
explain that?
Lovelock Cave. Yeah, I mean,
Well, this is one of those
they have
examples where they
megalithic
said it was,
structures there too.
Right.
all the spoofs, and it wasn't real, and this and that, and it's trying to murk the waters. But I think they were definitely pulling out skeletons of that stature and taller.
Yeah. They had megalithic structures that were carved of diorite, that they carved holes in this diorite stone, and it's perfectly aligned to the sunrise of the spring equinox.
Huh.
And then another part of it's for the winter solstice. And these all create isosceles triangles. And there's these monolithic stones that have been carved, and they're all connected throughout Aruba. So there's this mysterious lost civilization where in really 1499, Americo Vespucci is writing about these living giants and then finding bones, and the archaeologists are basically telling her, like, yeah, I know this is legit. I know
Right.
your research, but I'm not able to talk about this stuff. I'm not going to go public with any of this
Right.
because I'll be
it's
crucified.
her.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It-
They'll go
Yeah.
after her.
Exactly. So behind the scenes, they're
thing.
like, yeah, we know this is it's all legit.
It's the same
We just
thing.
can't
with
say that
the
publicly.
DNA.
Yeah.
The DNA.
Wait.
When people come out with the DNA, I mean, they
Mhm.
crucified what's her name with the DNA. I mean,
Well,
that's
to
why
catch 'em.
everybody's so sketchy with doing that. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, it's
They will ruin people. that
Right.
get
Oh, sure.
close. Well, like
Yeah.
this image I'm about to bring up, this is a map of the United States where giant skeletons have been found.
Oh yeah.
It's not one or two.
No, there's so many.
Yeah, there's a couple there. There's a baker's dozen.
Yeah.
There's a lot happening there. Jeez.
I didn't know Florida had that many. Damn.
Look at Ohio.
And
Let's
the
see.
majority of those were either reburied and classified as Native American artifacts that not be disturbed, or
Yeah.
were collected by the Smithsonian and never heard from again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
So
Put it in a box.
That's
you
crazy.
just- we keep doing stuff like this. We keep having episodes and interactions like this. That's and doing the research. And again, like Jeff had said, and like Heather did for herself, you got to do your own research.
The gatekeepers.
In areas like
They're
this, I
real.
know that's gotten a bad rap with doing your own research, but in this field, there's not many that are going, we don't have a governmental body that I'm aware of really hunting cryptids and talking about it or reporting on Sasquatch or trying
That
to give
we're
us
aware
any
of.
insight to that. Right. 100%.
Right.
If we find out about that agency, that'd be great. That'll be the
Well,
Area
numer-
51 of
there's
cryptids.
numerous stories. We've talked about it. There's actually two stories. One comes out of the Carolinas to where it was a special forces team that engaged a family of them.
Oh God.
It was, and then another one where it was a SEAL team member that came forth before he died that talked about engaging a clan of them because they were harassing and they killed one of the family members on their farm or something.
Wow.
But I mean, there's numerous stories of these teams that go out, mostly special forces, mostly special operations. But I mean, we're not going to be told none of this. Even in the 401 case, that with that little boy that went missing, why did a special forces team land in a chopper, fully armed,
Right.
with live ammo to go look for this kid in the woods? You tell
Right.
me. Well, that's not their job.
Right.
And that was back in the 60s, DA?
Yeah,
70s?
yeah, that might have been in the 50s. I
Yeah.
can't remember the name of the kid.
So why did that happen? Explain that. You're going to get a bunch of Green Berets. Oh, we're going to look for a kid. They're going to be like, really? That's not,
Right. Doesn't
live
add up.
ammo.
A little outside their purview.
Live ammo.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
It's just an exercise.
Right, and that's what they said. But you don't do exercises with live ammo in the United States.
Well,
Nope.
Yeah, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors and trying to cover tracks and
And it was the persistent stories of special forces units being called in to hunt these things on why I created my book series Codename Wild Hunt. Yes, yes, the books are fiction. Yes, the books are me telling fictional stories with made up characters. But the research that has gone into the creatures is extensive. I've been researching cryptids for years. I've got a lot of friends that were in special forces, and some are still in the special forces community. Shortly after the first Wild Hunt book came out, I got a phone call from one, and he's like, "Hey, bud, wish I'd have known you were going to be putting this book out." I'm like, "Why? What's the problem?" He's like, some folks would like to know where you're getting your intel. I'm like, what do you mean?
Oh.
It's like there's some folks that are very interested on where you found out about some of this stuff. I'm like, I just kind of looked at the existing evidence and took it to the next step and wrote a story. He goes, so basically you pulled Tom Clancy Red October kind of thing. I said, yeah. He goes, well, that's going to make some people happy. He said, because we were a little worried there's been a security breach. He said, you hit a little close to home on some things.
Yeah.
Wow.
He wouldn't tell me what. But he said, yeah, you made some folks nervous.
I could see
that. To read this.
Well, you got guys coming forth right now. They're, DOD, Department of Defense, Department of Interior, Special Operations. They're all coming forth now and be like, hey, this is what's going on. People don't have to believe it, but this is what's happening. We're tasked to go out and find these things, track them, hunt them down, kill them if they're a nuisance. And he says there's a lot of times that they will only do it and get called up if it's a clan of them that are bad, that go out and start killing people and killing animals and killing livestock. And stuff like that.
And again, if these things were telepathic and could walk through portals, there's no way that could happen.
No.
Special forces would never catch them, and they'd never be able to put one down.
Yeah.
Right.
And I would take this guy's word for it. His credentials checked out. He's not gaining anything by this. He's not writing any books. He's not going on tons of podcasts. He's been on one in the past year that, I can't even, I'm trying to track him down, and I got him finally, and I sent him a message, but, for him to come on the show and talk about it, who knows? Maybe he will, maybe he won't.
It might be one of those situations where he comes on and we have to keep his camera blank.
Exactly. So there's a bunch, even forestry department guys,
Change
the
his
forestry
voice.
service here in Florida. There's a bunch of guys from Florida, from the forestry department, that are coming forth now that'll be like, yeah, they're out there. These things exist. We have.
Ohio.
So, I mean, you got government agency. Bro, you can't hunt them in Florida. It's against the law.
A lot of states have passed laws against it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're not real, why are you passing a law on something that doesn't exist?
Right.
Right.
Why is that?
What's the point of passing a skunk ape protection law if you don't believe they're
That's
out there?
crazy.
And it's in their pamphlet, in the Swanee River pamphlet. If you look on the very bottom,
That's wild.
It says it.
Maybe they pass it off as like, oh, we're just joking.
No.
Why would they put that in law?
It's not even in Florida.
Why would that be a voted on passed law?
It's in other states too.
so-
You can't hunt them in other states; they're protected.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you put even signs? Somebody took a picture of a sign being posted on one of the trees out there.
Yeah.
Do not feed
it's not a
any
joke.
wildlife
It's
or
wild.
or Sasquatch.
You can't hunt the, when are they going to put up you can't hunt unicorns if Bigfoot isn't real? When's that one going up next? Like when can't we hunt,
Exactly.
the Keebler elves and Lucky
Right.
and
Yeah, if they were going to
That's
just
so
do it
weird.
as
That's
a
really weird.
lark and make it a joke that you couldn't, there'd be no leprechaun hunting laws in Ireland and crap like that. But they don't pass laws like that because
right. I'm with you.
Why?
I'm with you.
Yeah. Why would the government waste their time putting it in a pamphlet or putting it into law into Congress?
somebody had to write the law. The law had to be submitted. This is way more than just, what'd be funny if we passed the skunk ape protection law. No, this actually had to have go before a committee, be put on a ballot, and then be voted on before the state senate. So that is a tremendous amount of state man hours wasted just because somebody thought it would be funny.
It's in small print, right at the bottom. I wish I could pull it up. I got to find it and send it to you guys. And it's in the Swanee River management area pamphlet for the state of Florida. And it states it. It says no hog taking after season and no Sasquatch. No skunk apes will be taken. Yeah, it's like, what? Why the hell would you
They
put that
called
in
it a
there?
skunk ape too.
That's weird.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
it's
My
just
brain
nuts.
is blown right now at this point.
My cup is full.
And same with you guys right there in Ohio.
Oh man.
If it was just something that didn't exist, why would the Ohio Department of Natural Resources put out that video series?
Right.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
And they're not
There's a lot
done those aren't tongue in cheek. They're not done as a joke. They're not like,
No.
if you see a Bigfoot, it's not
Right.
that.
No,
These are
it's
legit
good.
videos.
Right.
So they're slowly
Somebody
coming
in
out
the
with
Department of Natural Resources in Ohio thought enough of this project to not only fund it, but to do to commission a 5-part series and issue these as legit cautionary videos.
Yeah.
It's not somebody just did this just it'd be funny if we did this blah 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 blah. Kind of like back when the CDC released that zombie survival plan. But the zombie survival plan was done tongue in cheek because they said, okay, all seriousness aside, if you're prepared for the zombie apocalypse, you're prepared for a tornado, you're prepared for a hurricane. It was all these disaster preparedness plans basically rolled into the zombie apocalypse. So there was tongue in cheek to it, but there was also real information. This isn't done that way. It is not presented as a joke. It's not
John's
saying,
a
well,
serious
if
guy.
you're
we met
prepared
him.
to
He's
defend
a
yourself from
serious
Sasquatch, you're fine against black bears. It's not done that way. It is, this is what's out there. This is what you need to do. And it's at no point is it presented as a joke.
So
No,
how do, I mean,
not
if
at
you
all.
kill one, was it manslaughter? That's like, I mean, come on. You know, like
Yeah.
if there's a law
If it
out,
turns out
you
these
kill
things are
one.
sentient, yeah,
Right.
murder might be on the table.
Right.
Right.
They're not just
So,
animals like a bear.
Right.
You know, they're actually
don't hunt Sasquatch
they're more human like.
with guns.
yeah,
Fellas.
Mike A said it. It's in the hog section of the pamphlet. When you look at it, the Swanee River pamphlet,
Okay.
it's in the hog section. I knew it was there somewhere. I couldn't remember
Cool.
where. But yeah,
Wow.
it's there. Why would you like I said, you got to go in front of Congress, you got to pass, you got to do it. They're not going to do that. Really.
Yeah, just tremendous waste of
Absolutely
manpower.
not.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they're slowly
Totally
and
agree.
surely coming out with it to let the
Well,
American
what I like to
people,
refer to as soft admissions,
right.
soft disclosures.
It's
mean,
all
doing it
the
that
Oh
way.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we
Well, you
talk
think
about
about
Soft
it.
disclosures.
all
God
the
damn,
time.
I'll tell you what, I'm starting a clothing line called Soft Disclosure.
That's brilliant.
Just be beautifully soft
Soft
t-shirts
dis
and
dash
robes.
clothes your.
Think
Soft
about it.
dis clothes your.
How would it
Have a bunch
affect
of
how
cryptid
would that
prints.
affect the logging industry as far as our products go?
Or housing developments.
Yeah. Think
You'd have to
about
get an impact statement done on the effect of the Sasquatch habitat before you could build a house.
it. Yeah.
Right.
Look what
Slows
they do
down
here.
progress.
Bro, my dad had a house built here in Florida, okay, in Summerfield. Before he had the house built, they came out and they go, oh, by the way, we can't break ground because you have 4 gopher turtles on your property. And my dad's like, my dad's an ex-cop from New York. He's like, what? Gopher turtles? Pick them up and move the goddamn things, he said. Oh, no, we can't. No, they have to be done right. Somebody has to come out and they're $5,000 a piece. My dad's like, what? To move a turtle?
Did he
Oh,
sell them?
yeah. Bro, no, they're endangered. You can't touch them. You can't
Yeah.
pick them up.
Yeah.
Nothing. They had to have somebody come in, a
Yeah.
environmentalist come in, capture these things, and it's stupid. They dig a hole in front of the den, and they put a bucket in there, and the thing falls in there, and they move it. That's $5,000. And they couldn't break ground until they were gone. So think about what the impact would be on the logging industry alone. And you have a half-human hybrid running around in the woods.
Yeah.
Well, the neighborhood watch would have it hands full.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that last night?
But as
No,
soon as
like,
they
come
get
on.
acknowledged as a species, there's going to be 10 of them playing in the NFL.
Oh,
my
God.
God.
Sasquatch football. We would need a much bigger field.
Well, if they bring back the mammoths, we always joke that the Sasquatch going to take over the earth riding mammoths.
Mastodon polo.
Yeah. Mastodon
That'd be cool.
polo.
That would be cool.
Oh my God.
Mammoth
But
polo.
yeah, think about the impact. I mean, the forestry department, the camping,
Yeah.
everything. The land, wetlands alone. The hunting. The hunting
At some
industry
point,
is big, man.
something's gonna have to happen at some point.
Exactly.
I agree.
The laws that would go into effect. I mean, look, there might
They'll be
be one
ahead
in my
here.
backyard and say, hey, you got to move now. We're going to bulldoze your house. That's their environment. So now that's their natural habitat. So we're going to relocate you now. You'd be like, what? I've been here 30 years. Sorry, it doesn't matter. The government will do it.
Yeah, sure.
They've done it to people.
Look how many people, how many
Eminent domain.
families they stripped of their land in LBL when they closed it.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, eminent domain. There
Why?
are the ruins of homesteads. There's the ruins of an old hotel.
Why?
They call it
That's the
Hotel
whole point.
California.
Right.
It's just the concrete ruins of this old hotel that they forced people off the land in 1963.
And they won't tell you why.
Crazy.
They don't give you an explanation.
Well, the official story is because the Tennessee Valley Authority created those 2 dams to produce hydroelectric power. There are a lot of man-made lakes in the United States. Lake of the Ozarks, Table Rock Lake. These are just right in within, right
Grand
here in
Lake St.
spitting
Mary's.
distance of. Yeah, there are
Hoover
lots
Dam.
of man-made lakes, and
Huge.
yes, we do get a
Ohio's
lot of
full of them.
power. We do get a lot of power from those hydroelectric dams. But what else? What else were they doing? I can tell you for a fact their entire flooded towns at the bottom of Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah.
Right.
Lynn Creek,
Mhm.
Missouri is still down
That's
there.
in the Netflix show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ozark.
Yeah.
They put that in that show.
I mean, if they
Like,
can do it
oh,
to
yeah.
the Native Americans, they could do it to Native Americans here in the United States. Why couldn't they do it to anybody else in the United States?
Totally agree.
Okay. I mean, really, they
A
strip
government
Absolutely.
strong enough to give you anything you need is strong enough to take in everything you have.
exactly. Not to get political, and I'm not trying to get
Yeah,
political,
no,
but they
not doing the politics, but
no,
it doesn't matter which party you care for, doesn't matter who you
Yep.
vote for,
Oh,
don't care.
We're in
agreed.
Any
alignment.
government strong enough to provide everything for you is strong enough to take everything you have.
Yep.
and people are
100%.
naive, man. Some people are so naive they, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know this. Let me tell you something,
Right.
man. They have I'm not getting into it. They have black bag projects for assassination lists in the United States alone to kill American people.
Sure.
And I'll leave it at that.
Sure.
We can do
No.
that here on our own soil. Come on.
Yeah.
I
Right.
mean, really. And no one bats an eyelash over it.
Yeah, and the CIA doesn't operate on U.S. soil. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure they don't.
Oh,
Sure.
come on.
Come on, really?
We know that's garb.
It's a
Right.
garbage. That's a guaranteed piece of shit right there.
Right. I mean, so
Mark on the
they
box,
could do
stamped it.
anything.
Mike A says, say Bigfoot gets pissed. Man versus Sasquatch, who wins? That depends.
Oh,
Mono a
scratch.
mono, one man
Depends if you
against
got
a
a
Bigfoot.
gun, a bow.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables there, but if it's
Same.
one man against one
But
Bigfoot, I think
you're
the odds
done.
are really good. You're going to get pounded like a tent pole.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But if Bigfoot decided they
Yeah.
were going to go to war against mankind, we would eventually wipe them out.
Well,
we
look
would
at
take
Mount St.
losses.
Helen.
No problem.
Yeah.
Look at Mount St. Helen. When they killed that father, they killed the alpha, the mother, and the baby. There's soldiers coming forth now talking about it
Oh.
in that field. They actually cornered these 3 Bigfoot and killed them.
It's a Bigfoot war.
Jesus.
So, I mean, it was during the Mount St. Helens eruption. They were actually getting people out of there. And one of the pilots spotted, I guess that's when it was. It was a story. And it was a couple of guys that came forth from the National Guard that worked there that actually were involved in it. Come on. What do they have to gain? Nothing.
All right.
Yeah.
Why would you come out with this story and you got 3 other guys, backing your story up?
I don't know what it is about you two guys, but we are now at 4 hours again.
It's funny how that
That's why
happens.
Mikey and Bud keep looking over like, hey, man,
Are these 2 morons going to shut up anytime soon?
Oh no, not at all.
No.
we could go
I
on for
think
I'm
hours.
loving it. I'm just like, this is great.
I'm taking it in. I'm definitely like what you're saying.
We went live for an
resonates.
hour
Right.
before we came on your show.
I'm live
And
all day.
by the way, in our studio right now, so the air conditioner doesn't usually kick on until late May, and it's been humid and raining, and our office is just like ridiculously hot.
It's a little warm.
It's a little beyond. So I had
wish
to
I
get
had
up
shorts
earlier and
on.
open up all the windows and like open up the doors.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Just sub the Strange Road salute. You guys are definitely always like that's where
Chats are
it
awesome.
really is one of the things of like the introvert extrovert scale of like I'm an extrovert until I get so full of information and knowledge and talk that
Right.
my brain just goes, that's it. Nobody else is
I've
allowed
reached-
in.
my
There's
cup
too
is
many
full.
thoughts. Oh, my cup is overflowing. Jeez.
Yeah.
I feel like I need one of those
This is epic, guys.
timpani,
It is
whatever it is, where they do the
4
little
hours.
drill holes in your head to release the
Tympanic?
pressure, Tympanic, yeah, the bloodletting.
Yeah.
Oh
man.
my god.
No,
could
you're
go on
great.
for
You guys are
hours, man.
fantastic.
Hours.
That's the thing. That's the absolute
I love
thing
it.
about it. We could do it for
Oh, I'm
endless
just
hours.
enjoying the hell out of it.
But
It's just
I'm gonna have to call it shortly because I'm gonna have to get back up at some point
Yeah.
today.
Boys, it's midnight my time. I know it's later for you guys. So why don't we
Yeah.
go ahead and start wrapping things up? The 4 hour mark is a good place. And
Right
if
on.
you guys would like to do a part 3, maybe we can get one a couple weeks down the road.
It's coming, yeah.
Always.
It's
We
good.
gotta have you
I-
back on our show, DA.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, just let me know when.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm down
Yeah,
like
we
4
should-
flat tires.
Robbie got kicked off. His internet got juiced out on him.
Oh,
He was
gotcha.
having problems with it this week with the internet. He was fighting with Spectrum. So I just called him and he said, "Yeah, my internet again." I'm like, "All right, I'll tell everybody." So
Gotcha.
he's been fighting with them.
Gotcha. No worries. No worries. Yeah. Part 3, part 4, part 5, part 6. I don't, I don't foresee that we're going to stop, turning down invitations to come on here and be able to chop it up with you guys. And, especially, your audience in the chat and your mods and everybody, throwing knowledge and questions and keeping it.
You guys are great.
Keeping it going. It's like the club is still raging. We're like, we got to
I can't believe how active this chat is. They're still going
it's not
strong.
even that, man. We got 100. I mean, they started out with 188 and we got 123 still.
4 hours in, we still got 123 people.
You guys are the MVPs.
You guys are the
people watching
bosses.
Are the MVPs of this episode.
That's right.
For
they
sure.
We appreciate everybody hanging out with us. And this has been another marathon. It's rare when we go 4 hours. So, but yeah, I want to get you guys back. We'll do this again. Maybe a few weeks down the road. Get you guys back on, and we'll run back down the rabbit hole, and who knows what steam tunnels we might wind up in, and what direction we might end.
Yep. And as always, we hope to come back loaded with more conversation and topics to keep cracking minds open and getting these conversations flowing with you guys.
Absolutely. I mean, we love having you guys on.
Appreciate that.
This has been
really
awesome. We appreciate you guys.
Absolutely.
Robbie, we'll make sure and reach out to him as well.
Or Necro Monthly Strange Road DAX Machina show. Damn. Hey, who knows?
Hey, we got closer to 6 hours again. So
we got close to it.
Yeah. 4 hours is strong. Guys, thank you again.
Hey, no problem. Thank you guys.
Awesome. We appreciate it.
Man. And I will get a hold of you guys in the next week or two and see if we can't set up another time to do round 3. And,
sounds good.
Yeah, we will do this again, and maybe we'll talk about some of the mysterious animal attacks that have been happening all over the United States.
Totally.
I'm down for that.
And if you guys are interested in getting Justin and Jay from Cryptids of the Corn on, that would be.
We'll have to give them your
contact. They would have a ball on
Absolutely.
your show.
Yeah,
they would have such a good time.
Yeah, you guys would get a kick out of them.
All right, guys.
Guys, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. It's always a hoot. Again, 4 hours freaking marathon. You guys are the best. We are definitely doing this again. We'll run down the rabbit hole with you guys anytime.
Awesome.
Folks, make sure you guys go check out the guys over at the Strange Road. Let me make sure I put their contact information up one more time.
Appreciate that.
I'll throw that up again. It should be popping up in your chat just any second. But go by their YouTube channel, go by their Spotify, give them some love, let them know we sent you. Make sure you subscribe, like, share, let everybody know about them. Let's help their channel continue to grow. They're having some amazing success growing. They're putting out some awesome content. So you guys definitely got to go check them out and hang out with them and just help be part of the growth of their channel as well, because they're a proud member. We're proud to have them as part of the DAX Machina family. So
appreciate that.
Again, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us.
Yeah,
absolutely. It was a blast.
So fun.
So folks, hopefully you guys will check all their stuff out. Karen Polson says, Strange Road, let us know how you like DA's books.
Oh my God, I'm so stoked.
Think.
Yeah, 100%. I'm so stoked. I'm looking forward to it.
Yep.
Well,
and now that it's an ebook too, I can bring that with me anywhere. I'm so stoked. Yeah.
And if you like those, I'll hook you up with some more. That's not a problem.
That'd be
but
great.
Again, folks, hope you guys check out their channel. If you haven't had a chance to check out my books, I hope you'll swing by my website and check them out. It's daroberts.net. I write all things cryptid and horror and science fiction and even fantasy. So I hope you guys will check it all out. And even some of the audiobooks that are out. I hope you guys will join us this coming Saturday night when Cameron Buckner from Dixie Cryptid will be joining us for the evening. And we're going to have a good time hanging out and talking to him. And he'll be talking about some of the new releases we've got coming in the future. and projects that we're working on together. Cam's always a hoot and a half to have on the show, so it's going to be a great time. So hopefully we will see you guys then. And if you'd like to be part of shaping the future of the DA universe and read short stories and samples of books before they ever see print, you can check that out over at patreon.com/DA Roberts Author. And we would certainly be very proud to have you guys as part of the Patreon family. So hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Thank you guys for hanging out with this marathon session with the part 2 of The Strange Road. We will take The Strange Road again in the near future. It is going to be an awesome time, much deeper down the rabbit hole, and God knows what subjects we'll talk about at that
absolutely.
point. So, guys, again, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Everybody have a great week, and we will see you guys this weekend. Good night, and God bless everybody.
Good night,
Thank
everybody.
you for joining us. Catch us again Wednesdays and Saturdays on DAX Machina. A special thanks to all our channel members and Patreon supporters. Please make sure to like, share, and subscribe.